Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter was genius prodigy of Albus Dumbledore? Part 1. Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. Outside Nurmengard, November 2nd, 1945. The air crackled with magic as spells exploded across the desolate landscape. In the distance, the crumbling remains of what had once been a fortress stood as a monument to ruin. Dumbledore moved swiftly, casting a streak of silver light toward his old friend. But Grindelwald barely flinched, deflecting the attack with a lazy flick of his wand. Dumbledore's breathing was labored, his body worn from the effort of battle. Yet Grindelwald, standing tall, looked untouched by fatigue. His movements were graceful, deliberate, as though the duel was merely a distraction. "Is this how you mean to stop me, Albus?" Grindelwald's voice rang out, resonating with a casual authority. "By flinging magic like a schoolboy in a tantrum? You disappoint me. I thought you understood what we set out to achieve." Dumbledore said nothing, his jaw clenched in determination. Each spell he cast was met with effortless resistance. His attacks, once precise and full of power, began to slow. Grindelwald had always been formidable, but now, with the Elder Wand in his grasp, he was beyond anything Dumbledore could match. Another blast of fire shot toward Grindelwald, only to fizzle into nothing with a flick of his wrist. A small smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. "Enough," Grindelwald said softly, lowering his wand. "This battle was never going to be decided by brute force. You know this as well as I do." Dumbledore hesitated, his wand still raised. He knew Grindelwald was right. There was no defeating him through magic alone. With a sigh, he lowered his wand, but remained vigilant. "And so," Dumbledore began, his voice calm but firm, "you continue down this path? You would see Europe torn apart to build your vision of the future." Grindelwald's expression hardened, though his tone remained almost gentle. "You misunderstand me, as you always have. Europe is already broken, shackled by its own ignorance. I do not seek to tear it apart. I seek to free it. I seek to elevate it. And at what cost, Gellert?" Dumbledore's voice rose, filled with urgency. "The lives lost, the chaos, the destruction, are these the hallmarks of your new world? What good is power if it leaves nothing left to rule? You believe yourself above morality, beyond good and evil, but in doing so, you've left behind humanity itself." Grindelwald's eyes gleamed, his expression unshaken by Dumbledore's words. "Humanity? I seek to transcend it, Albus. The strong must rise above the limitations of the weak. Morality is a cage, a relic for those who lack the vision to see beyond their narrow lives. Power is not a matter of governance or rule. It is the birthright of those strong enough to seize it." He took a step forward, his voice taking on a fervent edge. "You talk of humanity as though it were something worth preserving. But what has it achieved? Vos, division, suffering. The masses cling to their small lives, content with mediocrity, and call it virtue. But we, Albus, we are not like them. We were born to reshape this world, to forge a new order, unburdened by the chains of the past." Dumbledore's eyes darkened, and he shook his head slowly. "Your vision is not new, Gellert. It is as old as tyranny itself. You speak of strength, of rising above morality, but power without restraint is nothing but destruction. To deny the dignity of those you call weak is to deny the very thing that makes us human." Grindelwald smirked, a glint of amusement in his gaze. "Ah yes, dignity. Another hollow word, conjured to comfort the powerless. You hide behind it because you fear the truth that some of us are meant to rise higher, to shape the world as we see fit. The rest, those you pity, are nothing more than instruments of that destiny." Dumbledore's face grew stern, his voice steady. "What you call instruments, enclaves, gelert. Flesh and blood, with thoughts, with fears, with dreams. Your vision cannot see beyond your own will. And yet, You dare to call yourself a savior. Grindelwald's smile faded into something colder, more calculated. I call myself what I must. The world is not built on sentiment, Albus. It is built on power, and it is those strong enough to wield it who define the future. And yet you've grown tired of wielding it, haven't you? Dumbledore's voice was quieter now, probing. The very followers you once inspired, they do not follow your vision anymore. They crave only the power you offer, and in doing so, they have become the very thing you sought to transcend. You are no longer leading a revolution, Gellert. You are watching the world burn. For the first time, Grindelwald's expression shifted, a flicker of weariness crossing his face. They followed the wand, not the vision. They lacked the courage to see what I see. Perhaps, he paused, his voice softening. Perhaps I have grown weary of leading those who will never understand. Dumbledore pressed further. Then end it. Lay down your wand. Walk away from this madness. You cannot force the world to be what you wish it to be. Grindelwald was silent for a long moment. His eyes flicked to the Elder Wand, then back to Dumbledore. You want me to simply walk away? What guarantee do you have that I will not return when it suits me? Dumbledore's gaze never wavered. I do not trust you, Gellert. That is why I need more than words. Grindelwald regarded him for a long moment before a small, resigned smile appeared. You doubt my word? I suppose you must. Slowly, deliberately, Grindelwald focused his gaze on the Elder Wand. He turned it over in his hand, as though weighing the world itself, and then, with a single, graceful motion, he laid it on the ground at Dumbledore's feet. There! I said I would lay down my wand, and I have. Take it. Let the world believe you have defeated me. Dumbledore glanced down at the wand, his heart heavy with the weight of what it represented. The most powerful wand in existence, surrendered so easily. He knelt, fingers closing around its hilt. But even as he held it, he felt no triumph. And what happens when they ask where you've gone? Dumbledore's voice was low, a whisper of doubt. Grindelwald stepped back, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Then give them something to find. Craft the illusion of my defeat. Let them believe I am locked away in Nurmengard, a broken man, beaten by the great Albus Dumbledore. The world craves heroes. Give them what they desire. Dumbledore frowned. An illusion? You would have me perpetuate a lie. Not a lie, Albus. A symbol. Grindelwald's voice was smooth, persuasive. A story that they need. You and I both know that the truth is irrelevant to them. They will believe what they are told, and in believing, they will find peace. You will be their hero, and he paused, the smile fading into something more serious. I will disarmer. Dumbledore's mind raced, but he knew, deep down, that Grindelwald was right. Without this, the war would never truly end. His followers would continue, seeking their leader, believing in his return. The world needed closure, even if it was an illusion. Finally, Dumbledore nodded. Very well, we will craft this illusion. But understand this, Gellert. Even if the world believes you defeated, I will never stop watching. Grindelwald's smile returned, enigmatic and calm. Of course, Albus. Of course. Together, they worked in silence, weaving the illusion around Nurmengard. The stone walls flickered and shimmered as the enchantment took hold. In the heart of the prison, Grindelwald's image appeared, a feeble man, broken and defeated, forever imprisoned in his own fortress. Dumbledore stood back, his gaze lingering on the illusory figure. The world would believe this lie, but the weight of it settled heavy on his shoulders. He bent down and picked up the Elder Wand, feeling its cold power in his hand. And yet, there was no sense of victory. Grindelwald turned, already walking away into the distance. You know this isn't the end, Dumbledore said quietly, his voice almost a whisper. Grindelwald paused, his gaze drifting to the horizon before he turned slightly, a faint smile playing on his lips. Endings are mere illusions, Albus. The world turns, and what we call an end is simply the beginning of another cycle. Power, like time, never truly fades, it only changes hands. He held Dumbledore's gaze for a moment longer, then turned away and disappeared into the deepening shadows of the night. Chapter 2. Harry stumbled along, his short legs unable to match Uncle Vernon's heavy, plodding steps. Aunt Petunia marched ahead, Dudley's hand locked in hers as he whined for ice cream. As usual, Harry was forgotten, a shadow trailing behind. Occasionally, Dudley would shove him, or Aunt Petunia would snap at him for falling behind. But today was different. Out of nowhere, an old man materialized in their path. Harry blinked. He was certain the man hadn't been there a second ago. Tall and imposing, with deep wrinkles etched across his face, the stranger's piercing blue eyes seemed to shimmer, cutting through the mundane scene like a knife through fog. The stranger's gaze locked onto Harry, ignoring the Dursleys entirely. "Ah, Harry Potter," he said with a slight accent, his voice low and resonant. Harry felt momentarily disoriented, rarely hearing himself addressed properly. More often it was boy, or worse, freak. He wondered how the man knew his name, but knew better than to speak up. Before he could respond, Uncle Vernon lumbered forward, puffing out his chest. "Now listen here. We're not buying anything, Dash." The stranger didn't even glance at him. His sneer barely masked contempt. "I wasn't speaking to you, Muggle," he spat, his cold, precise enunciation bolstering the harshness of the words. "Muggle?" Harry almost giggled despite the tension in the air. "That's a silly word." Uncle Vernon's face drained of color, his bluster faltering. "What did you say to me?" The old man's eyes flicked to Vernon, his tone now frigid. "Mind your tongue, if you want to keep it." Vernon's mouth clamped shut, his hand jerking up to cover it. The angry puce drained from his face, leaving it pale and sallow. The man turned back to Harry, as though Vernon hadn't been worth the momentary distraction. "I've been watching you, Harry. You're not like them." He waved a dismissive hand at the Dursleys, his tone dripping disdain. Harry glanced at Vernon and concluded it was safe to speak now. "What do you mean?" "I am used to me." Thin lips curled into a faint smile, something sharp glinting behind the stranger's eyes. "Oh, you're much more than that. You're special, Harry, like me. We possess something they'll never understand." Harry stared, wide-eyed. "What do I have?" "Magic." The word hung in the air, foreign and strange. "Magic?" Harry's mind spun. He glanced at the Dursleys. Aunt Petunia looked like she might faint, while Uncle Vernon was frozen, his mouth opening and closing like a fish out of water. "Magic," Harry repeated softly, incredulous. The man crouched to Harry's level, his eyes intense, voice soft. "Yes, magic. You're a wizard, Harry. That's why you're different." Harry's heart raced. "A wizard? But I don't know any magic. I'm just Harry." A hint of a smile, sharp as glass, fleeting. "That's because they've kept it from you. The Muggles. They fear what they can never possess." "Muggles?" he asked. That word again. Bushy, silvery eyebrows drew together like storm clouds. "Ordinary people, like your aunt and uncle. Those without magic." Harry looked at Vernon, his face still pale. None of this made sense. Magic? Wizards? He felt like he was trapped in a dream. "They've treated you like this because they know," the stranger continued, his voice steady, pulling Harry's thoughts back. "They know you're special, and it terrifies them." A flicker of something stirred in Harry, a connection to every time the Dursleys had treated him like an outsider. Was that why? Was it because he had magic? But what does that mean? Harry's voice trembled. "I don't know anything about magic." The piercing blue gaze softened, if only slightly. "That's why I'm here. To help you. Teach you. I can take you away from these Muggles." Away from the Dursleys? Harry resisted the urge to pinch himself, but he'd woken from this dream too many times. The man nodded. "Yes, you belong in a world where people like us, wizards, can be who they truly are." Harry looked down, uncertainty gnawing at him. It was all too sudden, too strange. But the thought of leaving the Dursleys behind, of escaping that cupboard, tugged at him. I don't even know who you are," he whispered. The man no, wizard straightened, towering over Harry once more. "Ah yes, introductions. How rude of me." He extended his hand, lips thinning in a cold smile. "My name is Gellert. Gellert Grindelwald." Harry stared at the offered hand. The name meant nothing to him, but a feeling of danger clung to the man. Yet, there was something powerful about him, something that made Harry's curiosity burn brighter than his fear. Grindelwald's voice softened again, coaxing. "You don't have to be afraid. I'm here to help you, to show you what you can become." The temptation was too much. Slowly, hesitantly, Harry reached out and took the man's hand. Grindelwald's smile widened, a gleam of triumph flashing in his eyes. "Good. Now hold on tight." Before Harry could react, the world around him twisted, the familiar street vanishing as they were swept into a place far beyond anything Harry had ever known. The air here was crisp, a sharp contrast to the sticky heat of the city. Harry clung to Grindelwald's hand, blinking as they stood on the edge of a cliff. The countryside stretched out endlessly before them, a canvas of green and gold bathed in the fading light of the setting sun. The wind whipped around them, and Harry shivered, more from the sheer strangeness than the cold. Grindelwald let go of his hand, stepping forward, his cloak billowing like shadows in the breeze. He turned back to Harry, a faint smile curling his lips. "This is where it begins, Harry, where you'll start to understand who you truly are." Harry shuffled his feet, eyes wide as he took in the emptiness around them. "Where are we?" "A place where you're free," Grindelwald replied, his voice quiet but firm. "Far from the Muggles and their small, limited world." "Muggles," Harry repeated, "like my aunt and uncle?" Grindelwald's expression hardened. "Yes, and good riddance. It goes against the proper order of things for a wizard to be raised by Muggles." Harry looked down at his shoes, still struggling to process it all. Magic. Wizards. This man seemed so certain. Could it really be true? Could he really be different because of magic? "Is that why they hate me?" he asked quietly. Grindelwald's eyes gleamed. "Exactly. They despise you because they know, deep down, you're more than they could ever be. You have power, Harry, and that terrifies them." "But I don't feel powerful," Harry muttered. "I don't even know how to do magic." Grindelwald's smile grew sharper. "You've done it without realizing. Those odd things that happen when you're upset or scared, that's your magic, Harry. It's inside you, waiting to be unlocked." Harry recalled some of the strange events from his past. His hair growing back overnight, or Aunt Petunia's vase that he'd knocked down and broken suddenly back on the shelf, good as new. Could that have been magic? "But why me?" Harry asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Grindelwald stepped closer, his eyes burning with intensity. "Because you survived something no other wizard could. That has marked you as one of great potential." Harry's blood ran cold. "Survived? Marked? What do you mean?" A shadow crossed Grindelwald's face. "The Muggles lied to you. About your parents. About who you really are." His voice dropped to a whisper. "Your parents didn't die in a car crash. They were murdered by a dark wizard named Voldemort. You survived, and your forehead bears the mark." Harry's stomach twisted. "Murdered?" The word felt vile in his mouth. Grindelwald's voice grew sharper. "Voldemort came for you as a baby. He killed your parents, then tried to kill you, but somehow you survived. That's why you're special, Harry. That's why your magic is strong." The ground seemed to fall away beneath Harry's feet. His parents had been murdered? A wizard had tried to kill him? It was too much. "Why would he try to kill me?" Harry asked, his voice trembling. "Because even then, you were a threat to him," Grindelwald said softly. "He feared what you could become." Harry stared at the man, his mind swirling. Could this really be true? Could he really have magic, power that someone feared? It seemed impossible. But the way Grindelwald spoke, with such authority, there was something in his words that rang true. Grindelwald placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. "Come with me, Harry. Let me teach you. Together, we can make sure no one ever controls you again." Harry swallowed hard, uncertainty gnawing at him. But the thought of being free, of never being powerless again, was too tempting. Slowly, he nodded. "Okay, I want to learn." Grindelwald's smile returned, triumphant. "Excellent. Do try to keep up," and spun on a heel, heading away from the cliff's edge toward the tree-line of a forest a short distance ahead. The wilderness around them was quiet, save for the distant sound of wind rustling through the trees. Harry followed Grindelwald, his small legs working to keep up with the older man's confident strides. They had been walking for some time, but Harry wasn't sure how long. His head was still spinning from everything Grindelwald had told him about magic, about his parents, about Voldemort. It was too much for a 6-year-old to take in all at once. Grindelwald, however, seemed in no rush. He walked with a purpose, but not urgently. Every now and then, he would glance back at Harry, as if gauging the boy's reactions. After a long silence, he spoke again, his voice calm, almost instructive. "You're beginning to understand now, aren't you, Harry? The world is not as simple as the Muggles would have you believe." Harry looked up at him, still uncertain. "I guess, but I don't really understand everything. You said wizards are better than Muggles, but why?" Grindelwald nodded, as if pleased with the question. "It's not just about being better, Harry. It's about power. And power is not something that everyone possesses equally. Think of it as a natural order. Just as animals are ruled by their instincts, Muggles are ruled by their limitations. They rely on technology machines, tools to make up for what they lack. In that way, they are above animals. But they're still bound by the same basic needs. Food, shelter, money." Harry furrowed his brow. "But don't wizards need those things too? Like money?" Grindelwald smiled, though there was a trace of pity in it. "Common wizards, yes. They still live in a way that binds them to the world of Muggles. They have jobs, they earn wages, they concern themselves with things like gold and possessions. They don't realize that their magic gives them the power to be free of all that." He stopped walking and turned to Harry, his gaze intense. "Take this meal, for example. A common wizard knows you can't conjure food, so he or she will go to a market to buy food, but a great wizard one, who truly understands the power of magic, knows that the world around him provides everything he needs. Nature itself bends to our will. We do not need gold or silver when we can shape the very land to serve us." Harry listened, his eyes darting between Grindelwald and the meal. "So, great wizards don't need to work?" Grindelwald chuckled softly. "Exactly. Why would we, when we have the power to make anything we want? We control our world, Harry, not the other way around." Harry looked down at his ragged clothes, the hand-me-downs that had once belonged to Dudley. They were too big for him, and the shoes pinched his feet and holes had worn through the bottoms. "I guess that sounds nice," he said quietly. Grindelwald's smile widened, and he raised his wand. "Let me show you, Harry. You've lived like a Muggle for far too long." With a flick of his wrist, Grindelwald muttered something under his breath, and suddenly, the air around Harry shimmered. The two big clothes he had been wearing faded away, replaced by a perfectly tailored outfit, robes of deep green, soft to the touch, and shoes that fit him perfectly. Harry gasped, staring down at himself in awe. "How did you—" he began, but Grindelwald interrupted him. "Magic, Harry," he said, his tone almost teasing. "This is what it means to be a wizard. To create, to transform, to have power over the world around you." Harry ran his hands over the new fabric, marveling at how different it felt. He had never worn anything like it. It was warm, comfortable, nothing like the itchy, ill-fitting clothes he had grown used to. Grindelwald continued walking, gesturing for Harry to follow. "And there's more, Harry. Far more than just clothes." As the two of them stood in the clearing, Grindelwald raised his wand again, the air around them crackling with a subtle energy. Harry watched in awe as the trees and bushes nearby seemed to stir to life. Leaves rustled, and from the undergrowth, small treasures of the forest began to appear. Berries, dark and ripe, floated gently through the air, followed by clusters of nuts and fresh greens. In the distance, a gentle hum signaled the arrival of a glistening honeycomb, trailed by a few bees. Harry imagined they were probably pretty confused. Harry's eyes widened as he watched the scene unfold. The wild bounty gathered in front of him, arranging itself neatly onto a table that suddenly appeared at just the right moment. The berries glistened as if freshly washed, the greens looked tender and crisp, and the descending honeycomb dripped golden sweetness onto a plate that popped into existence beneath it. "This, Harry," Grindelwald said softly, "is what it means to be a great wizard. To command the world around you, to take what nature offers and use it to its fullest. Muggles, and even most wizards, work for these things, toil for them. But we can simply claim them. Harry stared at the feast before him, his stomach growling. He couldn't help but reach for the berries, popping one into his mouth. The sweet, tart flavor burst on his tongue, and for a moment, he forgot his confusion, forgot his questions. All that mattered was the food in front of him, better than anything the Dursleys had ever given him. Grindelwald watched him closely, his expression calm but thoughtful. "You see, Harry," he continued, "Muggles, they rely on their machines, their technology, to survive. They've managed to climb above animals because they've created tools to compensate for their weakness. That is why they seem to control so much of the world. But even they are still bound by their limits." He leaned closer to Harry, his voice lowering. "But great wizards like me, and like you, Harry, we see the truth. We do not need to live by those rules. Magic is not just a tool. It is power, and power is freedom. Freedom from the small lives that others would impose on us." Harry felt a shiver run down his spine, though he wasn't sure why. He looked down at his new clothes, at the meal in front of him, and then back up at Grindelwald. "And I could be like you." Grindelwald's smile widened, a gleam in his eye. "Yes, Harry, you have the potential to be far more than you're currently equipped to imagine. You've already survived something no other wizard ever has. That event has great significance. It makes you unique, unprecedented. Magic itself recognizes such things. And with the right guidance, you could become one of the greatest wizards this world has ever seen." Harry bit his lip, feeling a mix of fear and excitement bubbling inside him. The idea of power, of freedom, of never having to live under the Dursleys' thumb again, it was intoxicating. But there was also a part of him that felt unsure. He didn't understand everything yet, but the way Grindelwald talked about power, about control, made him uneasy. Still, the thought of being free, of being more than just the boy in the cupboard, was too tempting to ignore. Slowly, Harry nodded. "Teach me." Grindelwald's expression softened, almost triumphant. "Good. You've taken your first step, Harry. Soon, you'll see the world for what it truly is." The sun dipped lower in the sky as they sat in the wilderness, Harry taking another bite of the foraged meal. He felt lighter, like he could breathe more easily. The Dursleys had been a weight on him, and the feeling of it lifting was an immense relief. He wondered if anyone would even notice he was gone. Chapter 3. Albus Dumbledore stood in his office, his long fingers steepled beneath his chin, sharp blue eyes fixed on the array of delicate instruments scattered across his desk. Normally, the soft whirring and chiming of the devices brought him a sense of peace. They were carefully crafted tools, enchanted to monitor the welfare of the young boy he had placed under the care of the Dursleys. But today, something was off. The tiny golden spinners that usually rotated in harmony were now flickering erratically, like candle flames in a strong wind. A thin strand of smoke curled from one of the instruments, a faint signal that something was wrong. Dumbledore's brow furrowed as he leaned forward, his intuition telling him that whatever was happening was beyond the ordinary. He had known from the start that Harry's life with the Dursleys would be difficult, filled with neglect and cruelty. But this disruption in the protective magic hinted at something more sinister, perhaps an outright breach of the wards, or worse. With a heavy sigh, Dumbledore straightened and moved toward the fireplace, reaching for a small jar of flue powder. He cast the powder into the flames, and green fire roared to life. Severus. Moments later, the familiar, sallow face of Severus Snape appeared in the fire. His black eyes narrowed with curiosity and irritation. "Headmaster." "Severus, I believe I will need your assistance," Dumbledore said, his voice calm but laced with urgency. "There is something wrong with Harry's situation, and I intend to go to Little Whinging to investigate. I would appreciate your company." Snape's eyes flickered with something unreadable, perhaps annoyance, perhaps concern, but he nodded curtly. "Of course, Headmaster. Give me a moment." Within minutes, Snape stepped into Dumbledore's office, his dark robes billowing around him like smoke. He surveyed the disrupted instruments with a critical eye, the tension palpable between them. Dumbledore led the way out of the office and through the familiar stone corridors of Hogwarts, their footsteps echoing in the otherwise silent hall. As they walked, Dumbledore spoke softly. I trust your sharp eye, Severus. There may be details that I miss, and young Harry's safety is paramount. Snape made a non-committal sound, though his expression suggested he understood the gravity of the situation. The boy has been left with muggles, after all. There is always the risk of complications. Dumbledore's face remained impassive, but the hint of sadness in his eyes was undeniable. Yes, we must hope it is nothing too severe. A short time later, with twin pops, the two wizards appeared in a quiet, nondescript street in Little Whinging. The evening sky hung heavy with clouds, and a cool breeze stirred the air. Privet Drive was as ordinary as ever, but there was an unmistakable tension, as if the neighborhood itself had sensed something amiss. The Dursleys' home loomed before them neat, pristine, and uninviting. Dumbledore rapped lightly on the door with the tip of his wand. After a few moments, it creaked open to reveal a very pale, very anxious Petunia Dursley. Her eyes widened in fear as she recognized Dumbledore, her lips thinning into a hard line. "Mrs. Dursley." Dumbledore greeted her with a calm smile, though his eyes were sharp with purpose. "Might we come in? I believe there is something we need to discuss." Petunia hesitated for only a second, her nervousness palpable as she glanced between Dumbledore and Snape, whose presence seemed to unnerve her even more. With a reluctant sigh, she stepped aside, allowing them to enter. Inside, Vernon Dursley sat stiffly in his armchair, his face flushed red with fury and fear. Dudley peeked out from behind the stairs, his small eyes wide with curiosity. The sight of the two wizards unsettled the atmosphere further, a tangible tension filling the room. Dumbledore and Snape made their way to the center, Dumbledore maintaining his calm demeanor, while Snape's dark gaze swept the room, taking in every detail. "Mr. and Mrs. Dursley," Dumbledore began, folding his hands in front of him. "I am here to inquire about Harry. I have reason to believe something unusual has happened." Vernon grunted, his mustache twitching with barely concealed outrage. "That boy isn't here," he blurted, his voice tight with nerves. He left." Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. "Left?" "Yes," Petunia chimed in, wringing her hands. "He ran off. Just disappeared." Snape's lip curled. "I doubt the boy would simply run off without reason, Petunia," he sneered. "Tell us what truly happened." Petunia flinched at the sharpness in Snape's voice, but remained silent. Vernon, however, seemed to gather his courage, his face reddening further. Some strange man came," he spat. "Appeared out of nowhere. Said he was your kind. Took the boy." Dumbledore's expression darkened, his usual twinkle vanishing from his eyes. "A strange man, you say? Did he give a name?" Vernon stammered, his bravado faltering under Dumbledore's intense gaze. "He didn't say much to us. Only that the boy was special, that he didn't belong here." Snape stepped forward, his eyes narrowing dangerously. "Did he say anything about magic, about what he intended for the boy?" Vernon hesitated, clearly unnerved by Snape's presence. "Something about power. Said Harry had power, and that we were inferior. Called us muggles." Petunia's mouth opened and closed a few times. Snape sneered at her. "She knows something, Albus. I can see it in her eyes. I could extract dash." "Severus, please, that will not be necessary. I'm sure Mrs. Dursley will share the information willingly," the older wizard interjected, gazing at her expectantly. "He said he was Gellert Grindelwald. But that's impossible, right? Lily said he was in prison for life." Dumbledore's expression darkened. "An imposter, perhaps. This man, did he give you any idea of where he might take Harry?" Vernon shook his head quickly. "No. Just said the boy wasn't coming back. Told us we'd never see him again." Dumbledore's face softened slightly, though the worry remained in his eyes. "I see. Thank you for your time, Mr. and Mrs. Dursley. We will find Harry." The Dursleys, pale and trembling, said nothing as Dumbledore and Snape stepped outside, the door closing behind them with a soft click. Outside, the evening sky darkened and the air was still. "We must act quickly," Dumbledore said. "If Grindelwald has Harry, he will not be easy to track." Snape's expression was unreadable, though there was a sharpness in his voice. "And are you going to explain why you don't seem surprised that Grindelwald is not imprisoned in Nurmengard. Dumbledore nodded solemnly, his mind already working through the possibilities. Yes, yes, I will explain the situation to you and the other teachers who must be involved in the search. That information is highly sensitive, but it cannot be helped. Still, now is not the time for history lessons. Harry must be found before Grindelwald's influence takes root, and I cannot do that alone. Explain the situation. Snape muttered darkly under his breath. He glanced at Dumbledore, his tone now carefully neutral. Any suggestions, Headmaster? Grindelwald will not advertise his presence like a more foolish wizard might. Dumbledore's gaze was distant, his thoughts racing. We start with what I know of Grindelwald. He has always respected the terms of his exile before, but my agents abroad haven't caught a glimpse of him in the past few decades. I thought perhaps he died. His interest in Harry, however, is deeply troubling. We must assume he has a plan. Snape nodded curtly. I can search the places where he is known to have hidden before, if you can provide a list. Indeed, let us return to Hogwarts with haste. I have some notes on Grindelwald's past movements in my office. With that, the two wizards separated, the hunt for Harry Potter beginning in earnest. The years passed quietly, but not without purpose. Grindelwald and Harry traveled far and wide, slipping through magical wards and barriers that would have stymied even the most skilled wizards. Grindelwald's mastery of ancient and exotic magics, honed during his long exile, allowed them to remain invisible to those who sought them. The protections Dumbledore had placed around Harry were little more than a quaint charm in the face of Grindelwald's knowledge. Harry, still young but growing rapidly in both mind and power, thrived under Grindelwald's tutelage. They wandered from continent to continent, immersing themselves in magical traditions far removed from the rigid British curriculum. In the deserts of North Africa, Harry learned the art of wandless magic, the ability to control his power with nothing but sheer will. In the mountains of South America, they studied ancient runes and spells carved into stone temples. In the deep forests of Southeast Asia, Harry learned how to commune with magical creatures and tap into the primal forces of nature itself. But it wasn't just magic that Harry learned. Grindelwald ensured that Harry's education extended beyond spells and potions. He was taught Latin and ancient Greek, the languages of the classical wizards who had shaped the world in their time. He studied arithmancy and astronomy under brilliant skies, learning to chart the stars and calculate the intricate patterns of magical energy that flowed through the universe. Potions were brewed under the guidance of herbalists and alchemists from distant lands. Magical history became a key subject, though it was always colored by Grindelwald's own perspective. Power and greatness, he taught Harry, were the true forces that move history. Through all of this, Grindelwald nurtured Harry's independence. He taught the boy to question, to seek knowledge on his own terms. Harry was no pawn to be manipulated, no child to be coddled. He was being shaped into something far greater. Grindelwald's protege, a great wizard in his own right. Yet, as Harry grew, something tugged at him, an insistent whisper in the back of his mind. Despite the rich education and powerful magic, he began to feel a pull toward England, a desire to understand his origins, to learn more about the parents who had died to protect him. The Potter name was a legacy he barely understood, and he wanted to know where he came from, to grasp the heritage that had been denied him all these years. One evening, as they camped in the highlands of northern Greece, Harry finally spoke his thoughts aloud. "I want to go back," he said quietly, staring into the fire. "To England. I want to learn about my parents, about my family." Grindelwald, sitting across from Harry with a contemplative expression, nodded slowly. He had sensed this moment coming. Harry's need to confront the past was inevitable. "You feel the need to understand what was taken from you," Grindelwald said. It wasn't a question. Harry nodded, feeling a mix of determination and trepidation. "Yes, but I also want to see Hogwarts. The school. I've read about it and I need to see it for myself." Grindelwald's eyes gleamed, pride swelling within him. "Hogwarts. Of course." He paused, considering the implications. "You wish to enter the world you left behind, to confront your heritage as a Potter. But you must know, Harry, that Dumbledore will see this as his opportunity to interfere once more. Harry's jaw clenched at the mention of Dumbledore. Over the years, Grindelwald had told him stories of the old wizard's manipulations, how he sought to control the magical world, and how he had kept Harry hidden and powerless under the thumb of the Dursleys. The thought of being subjected to Dumbledore's influence again ignited a fierce determination in him. "I won't let him," Harry said, his voice firm. "I won't let Dumbledore control me. I'll go to Hogwarts on my own terms." Grindelwald's smile was slow and approving. "Good. You've grown strong, Harry. You are ready to face him. But we must be clever about this. If you are to attend Hogwarts, you must do so in a way that protects your independence." For a long while, the two of them sat in silence, the fire crackling between them as the stars twinkled overhead. Finally, Grindelwald leaned forward, his expression thoughtful. "We will need to devise a plan," he said. "You will return to England, and you will attend Hogwarts. But you must be beyond Dumbledore's reach. He cannot be allowed to monitor your every move. Your freedom must remain intact." Harry's green eyes gleamed in the firelight. "How?" Grindelwald's lips curled into a cunning smile. "I have a few ideas." Chapter 4. Author's Note. Several reviewers have commented that Harry's behavior is unrealistic for a 12-year-old. My version of Harry is a genius raised by another genius a century his elder, who has had minimal social contact with anyone his age between leaving the Dursleys and coming to Hogwarts. So he is going to come across as much more sophisticated than the average 12-year-old. It's all he knows. As far as I'm aware, due to the random lottery of genetics, no genius has ever been personally mentored by another genius since the age of 6, so we don't actually know how intellectually adult they could seem by 11. I think my version of Harry is not unrealistic, given the historically unprecedented nature of his situation and how advanced some real-world geniuses have been at that age. The portkey dropped Harry just outside number 4, Privet Drive, with a subtle, almost inaudible whoosh. His feet touched the ground lightly, and he stood for a moment, surveying the familiar, dreary surroundings. The neat, identical houses, the trimmed lawns, the monotony of suburban life, it was all exactly as he remembered it. But Harry himself was different. He was no longer the frightened, small boy the Dursleys had tormented. He had grown in more ways than one. Tanned from years spent under the sun in distant lands, Harry stood tall, his posture confident, chin lifted. His outfit was unlike anything the Dursleys or anyone on Privet Drive had ever seen. A blend of robes, silks, and rugged travel gear, woven in the styles of the various magical cultures he had lived among, made him look otherworldly. His hair, longer and wilder than before, framed his face, and his green eyes calmly appraised his childhood abode. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled slowly, feeling the weight of his past pressing against him. This was the place that had once confined him, where he had felt small and powerless. But now, he was back ready to reclaim his identity. He stepped forward and knocked on the door without hesitation. His knuckles rapped confidently against the wood 3 deliberate strikes that echoed through the quiet street. It took only a moment before the door was flung open. Petunia Dursley stood there, pale and stiff, her eyes widening in shock as she took in the sight of him. "Harry," she whispered, her voice trembling. He didn't respond immediately, simply looking at her with a detached, almost clinical gaze. She looked friendlier than he remembered, her face pinched with the same sourness that had always defined her. But now, that bitterness seemed tinged with fear. "Yes, Aunt Petunia," Harry said calmly, stepping forward, forcing her to back up as he entered the house. "I'll come back." She blinked, still in shock, as if trying to process the change in him. Vernon Dursley came barreling into the hallway a moment later, red-faced as usual, with his blustering anger already in full force. "What's this? You've come back here, after all these years?" Vernon barked, his voice booming. "We told you you're not welcome here, boy." Harry's eyes flicked to Vernon, and he smiled faintly, a smile that held no warmth. "I don't recall asking for your permission." Vernon's mustache twitched furiously, but something in Harry's voice gave him pause. There was an edge to it, something that hadn't been there before, and it made the large man hesitate. "You've always thought you could boss me around," Harry continued, his tone still calm, almost conversational. You thought because I was a child, because I didn't understand who I was, that you could keep me beneath you. But things have changed. I've changed. Petunia's lips pressed into a thin line as she stared at Harry, her eyes darting nervously between him and Vernon. Now, Harry said, taking a step closer to them both, you can either treat me with respect, or I can make you. The choice is yours. Vernon puffed up his chest, clearly unwilling to back down. You think you can just come in here and order us about? We're not afraid of your freakishness, he spat, his face turning an even deeper shade of red. Harry's eyes narrowed slightly. I see you've forgotten what magic can do, he said softly, raising his hand. With the slightest flick of his fingers, the entire house seemed to vibrate, a low hum of power filling the air. Petunia gasped, stepping back, her hand clutching her chest. Vernon's bluster faltered as he glanced around, suddenly unsure of himself. Let me remind you, Harry said, his voice low and commanding. The light fixtures in the hallway began to flicker wildly as he extended his invisible magical aura, casting eerie shadows across the walls. Dudley, who had been peering from the stairs in wide-eyed silence, gave a startled yelp and scrambled to hide behind the banister. Harry didn't need a wand for what he did next, either. With a mere thought, a few loose items around the housebooks, picture frames, a vase floated gently off their shelves, hovering in midair as if held by invisible strings. Vernon's eyes bulged, his bravado crumbling as he looked around in terrified confusion. What are you doing? Stop this. Harry's gaze remained fixed on him. I told you. You will never speak to me the way you did before. The hovering objects began to spin slowly, as if caught in a whirlpool of magic. Vernon and Petunia stumbled back further, their faces pale with fear. Dudley whimpered from behind the stairs, too scared to even look. And if you ever try to treat me like you used to, if you ever think you can control me again, you will learn exactly what I am capable of, Harry said coldly, his voice carrying an undeniable weight of authority. With a wave of his hand, the spinning objects dropped softly back to their places. The oppressive atmosphere lifted, and the lights returned to their normal, steady glow. The house fell silent, the tension so thick it could have been cut with a knife. Vernon and Petunia stood frozen, still trying to process what had just happened. Harry regarded them coolly for a moment, then took a step toward the stairs. I don't plan to stay long, he said, his voice quiet but firm. But while I'm here, you will treat me with the respect I deserve. Understand? Vernon, for the first time in his life, had no response for his nephew. He merely nodded, his mouth opening and closing as if trying to find words that wouldn't come. Good, Harry said simply. He turned and made his way toward the stairs, leaving the Dursleys standing in the hallway, trembling in silence. This was not the boy they had once mistreated. This was a wizard who had come into his own, a wizard who would not be controlled, not by them, and certainly not by fear. In his office at Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore stared intently at the cluster of enchanted instruments on his desk. The delicate devices, which had flickered weakly for years, were suddenly responding as they once had. The readings were clear. Harry Potter had returned to the Dursleys. Dumbledore's brow furrowed. For years, the boy had been hidden, his whereabouts beyond their reach. Now, just as abruptly as he had disappeared, Harry had reappeared. Why? But there was more. The magic radiating from the instruments was altered, stronger, more controlled. Dumbledore knew it wasn't just the return of a boy, it was the return of a wizard, one who had been trained far beyond what was expected of a child Harry's age. And if Gellert had indeed been behind Harry's disappearance, then they were facing a dangerous situation. Dumbledore stood swiftly, his expression grave. He moved toward the fireplace and cast a handful of flue powder into the flames. Minerva, he called. Seconds later, Minerva McGonagall's sharp face appeared in the green flames, her eyes widening at the sight of Dumbledore's urgency. Come to my office immediately, Dumbledore said briskly. Bring Severus and Filius with you. We may be facing something serious. Without waiting for her response, he moved to his desk, his hand resting lightly on the edge as his thoughts raced. If Grindelwald had indeed trained Harry, Then Harry had become a pawn in a game far larger than any of them had anticipated. And if Grindelwald was at the Dursleys now, a confrontation was inevitable. The door to his office swung open moments later, and Minerva McGonagall, Severus Snape, and Phileas Flitwick entered, their expressions a mix of concern and curiosity. "Albus?" Minerva asked, her tone clipped with worry. "What's happened?" Dumbledore gestured to the instruments on his desk, the readings now steady and bright. "Harry Potter has returned to the Dursleys' house." McGonagall's brow furrowed in confusion. "But how? We haven't been able to trace him for years." "Exactly," Dumbledore said, his voice low. "For years, the protections we placed around him failed. They were tampered with, distorted. Someone powerful was keeping Harry hidden from us." Severus Snape's eyes narrowed, his black robes billowing as he crossed his arms. "Grindelwald," he muttered darkly. "The old fool's been playing with the boy." Phileas Flitwick, standing beside Minerva, paled at the mention of Grindelwald's name. "You think he's still involved, Albus?" "I'm certain of it," Dumbledore replied grimly. "The magic that has shielded Harry for all these years is too complex, too foreign to be anyone else's. And if Gellert has returned with Harry, we may be facing more than just a reunion." McGonagall's face tightened. "You believe Grindelwald is there now? At the Dursleys?" Dumbledore nodded slowly. "It is highly likely. The wards we placed around Harry's residence have been reactivated, but the magical signature is different. Stronger. I believe Harry himself has grown significantly in power trained, no doubt by Grindelwald." Flitwick's eyes widened. "If Grindelwald is there, we must be prepared. Dumbledore égale not, which is why I asked you to join me. If Gellert is there, we cannot afford to underestimate him. He was once a force to be reckoned with, and while I would hope that battle is unnecessary, we must be ready for anything." Snape's face was as unreadable as ever, but his lips thinned. "Potter has been under his influence for years. Even if Grindelwald is not physically present, the boy is clearly under his influence. He could be dangerous." Dumbledore's eyes flickered with a hint of sorrow. "Perhaps, but Harry is still Harry. We must hope that James and Lily's little boy is still in there somewhere." With that, Dumbledore turned toward the door, his robes sweeping the floor behind him. "We depart for little whinging at once." The four of them stepped outside into the cool Hogwarts night, the gravity of the situation weighing on them all. With a synchronized crack, they disapparated, vanishing from the castle grounds and reappearing in the quiet neighborhood of Privet Drive. Dumbledore's eyes immediately swept over number 4. The house looked as it always had, ordinary, unremarkable. "We must proceed carefully," Dumbledore whispered, his voice barely audible. "Grindelwald is not to be taken lightly. Be prepared for anything." The group approached the front door, their wands at the ready. The atmosphere inside number 4, Privet Drive, was thick with tension. Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, and Flitwick stood in the cramped living room, their eyes taking in the scene before them. The Dursleys were huddled together, pale and trembling, clearly shaken by recent events. But the real focus of the room was Harry, who stood at the center, tall and confident, with the air of someone entirely in control. Harry Potter had returned, but this was not the same child who had left years ago. He was tanned, muscular, and his exotic clothing spoke of travels far beyond England's borders. The Dursleys seemed utterly terrified of him, their eyes darting nervously between Harry and the visitors from Hogwarts, but Harry himself was calm, coldly calm. He met their arrival with an expression of polite indifference, as though he had expected them all along. "Harry," Dumbledore said, his voice gentle but filled with curiosity, "it is good to see you." Harry nodded once in acknowledgement, his eyes meeting Dumbledore's with a flicker of respect, though there was no warmth. "Professor Dumbledore," he replied, his voice smooth and measured. "I see you brought a few of my future teachers." The corner of Dumbledore's mouth twitched slightly, but his expression remained serious. "We were concerned for you, Harry. You disappeared without a trace for many years." "I've been well," Harry said simply, his gaze shifting to Snape, McGonagall, and Flitwick in turn. "In fact, I've learned a great deal." Snape's eyes narrowed immediately, taking in the confidence in Harry's tone. "Learned what?" "Exactly," he sneered. "From whom?" Harry smiled faintly, but it didn't reach his eyes. "I've traveled," he said vaguely, avoiding the question entirely. "I've seen the world, studied under wizards from many cultures. And now, I've returned to claim what is rightfully mine." Dumbledore's eyes sharpened slightly. "And what is that, Harry?" Harry met his gaze without flinching. "My place at Hogwarts. As a Potter, I am entitled to an education there. Am I not?" "Of course," Dumbledore replied, his voice measured. "But your absence has raised concerns. We must know where you've been, who you've been with." Harry's smile faded slightly, replaced by an expression of mild annoyance. "I'm here now. That should be enough. I will attend Hogwarts as is my right, but what I do outside the school is my business." Snape, who had been observing the exchange with mounting suspicion, stepped forward, his dark eyes gleaming with disdain. "You sound remarkably arrogant for someone who disappeared." "Without a word," he said, his voice dripping with contempt. "Just like your father." Harry's gaze flickered to Snape, but there was no anger in his eyes, just calm indifference. "Interesting," Harry murmured, filing the information away. Grindelwald had never told him much about his family, but he had always suspected there was more to learn. "I'll keep that in mind." Snape's lip curled, but Harry didn't rise to the bait. Instead, he turned his attention back to Dumbledore. "I've returned to England to learn more about my heritage as a Potter, but I will not tolerate interference in my life outside of school. Hogwarts is where I belong, and that is all you need to concern yourselves with." McGonagall, who had been silent until now, stepped forward, her voice gentle but firm. "Harry, we want to help you, but we need to understand what's happened where you've been, who you've been with." Harry's expression remained carefully neutral. "I've been with someone who has taught me a great deal," he said, refusing to mention Grindelwald's name. "I'm not here to threaten anyone or cause problems. I'm here for an education, nothing more." Dumbledore regarded him carefully, his eyes searching Harry's face for any sign of deception. But Harry was too well trained, too composed. The years of instruction under Grindelwald had made him a master of his emotions, and he gave nothing away. "I see," Dumbledore said softly. "And you understand that we are responsible for your safety, Harry. We cannot simply ignore what has happened." Harry inclined his head slightly, a gesture of acknowledgement, but not submission. "I understand, Professor, but I am no longer a child. I have my own life now. My presence at Hogwarts will not be a disruption, as long as my life outside the school is respected." Snape's scowl deepened, his suspicion only growing. "And if it's not?" he asked pointedly. "What will you do then, Potter?" Harry's green eyes turned to Snape, cool and unbothered. "I think you'll find, Professor Snape, that I am not easily controlled. But I'm not here to cause trouble. If everyone respects the boundaries I've set, there won't be any problems." Snape sneered, clearly interpreting Harry's words as a veiled threat. "Arrogant. Just like Dash." But Dumbledore raised a hand, cutting him off. "That will do, Severus." Snape fell silent, though his dark eyes still burned with contempt. Dumbledore turned back to Harry, his expression one of cautious understanding. "Very well, Harry. You will attend Hogwarts as you wish. But know this, we are here to support you. Should you ever need guidance, you are welcome to seek it." Harry inclined his head again, this time a touch more respectfully. "Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. I will keep that in mind." Without another word, Harry turned and left the living room, moving up the stairs. The Dursleys, still huddled together and pale with fear, said nothing. Their silence told Dumbledore all he needed to know about the hold Harry now had over them. As she softly closed the front door behind her, McGonagall turned to Dumbledore, her face tight with worry. "Albus, are we just going to let him go like that? He's clearly nothing like James or Lily." Dumbledore's eyes remained on the door for a long moment, his expression unreadable. "No, he has led a very different life than either of his parents. But he is still Harry Potter, the boy who lived. And we must tread carefully. Pushing him too hard will only drive him further away." Snape snorted. "He's already gone, Albus. His arrogance is insufferable. You heard him, he'll do whatever he pleases." Dumbledore glanced at Snape, his gaze gentle but firm. "Arrogance or not, Severus, We must remember that Harry has been influenced by powers beyond our reach. But he is still young, and there is time. We will give him space. For now, back at Hogwarts, the atmosphere in the staff room was heavy with concern. Dumbledore sat at the head of the long, dark wood table, his fingers steepled beneath his chin as the other teachers settled into their seats. Minerva McGonagall's usual stern composure held hints of strain, while Phileas Flitwick sat quietly, his sharp mind clearly processing what they had just witnessed at Privet Drive. Severus Snape, on the other hand, leaned back in his chair, his arms crossed over his chest, his expression as unreadable as ever, though the disdain in his dark eyes was unmistakable. Dumbledore cleared his throat, breaking the tense silence. We have all seen today that Harry Potter is not the same child we knew. Minerva nodded, her lips pressed into a thin line. He is far more advanced than any first year I've ever seen. His control over magic, the way he carries himself, it's not natural for a boy his age, Albus. I agree, Phileas chimed in, his soft voice edged with concern. He's learned things no child should know. His magical control was impressive, yes, but it was also unnerving. The way he dealt with the Dursleys cold, almost calculating. McGonagall nodded gravely. He was calm, but there was something about him. The way he looked at us, it was as though he believed himself our equal. Snape scoffed, his lip curling. Our equal? He believes himself our superior. Did you see the arrogance in him? The entitlement? I've seen that before in another Potter, his father. Dumbledore's eyes flickered to Snape, but he remained calm. Severus, we must be careful not to project our past grievances onto Harry. He has been through much that we do not fully understand. Snape's scowl deepened, but he said nothing. Dumbledore turned to the rest of the group. I do not believe we should deny him a place at Hogwarts. No matter what has happened, Harry is still a part of our world, and Hogwarts is where he belongs. However, we must be mindful of how we approach him. Minerva nodded slowly. He's not like any other first-year Albus. We can't treat him the same way. No, we cannot, Dumbledore agreed. But neither should we isolate him. He needs to be a part of the Hogwarts community, and that starts with us offering him the same opportunities as the other students without pressing too hard. Phileas shifted in his seat, his brow furrowed in thought. Perhaps we should make the first move, extend a hand, so to speak. Dumbledore's eyes brightened slightly. Precisely what I was thinking, Phileas. We will send you to Harry with his Hogwarts letter and Gringotts key. You can offer politely to accompany him to Diagon Alley for his supplies, though we will not force the issue if he prefers to go alone. And if he refuses? McGonagall asked, her voice tight. Dumbledore's expression remained calm. Then he refuses. We will give him space, Minerva. Harry has been taught to be independent, but we must show him that he is not alone in this world. Snape shifted slightly in his chair, his tone dripping with disdain. And what are the others? You cannot expect Potter to simply slot into the school as if nothing has happened. He is far more dangerous than any of us would like to admit, and he has no intention of playing by our rules. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened, though his tone remained gentle. Severus, Harry is still a boy. He has been influenced by someone we do not fully understand, but he is not beyond our reach. He has returned to Hogwarts for a reason, and we must guide him as best we can. McGonagall spoke up again, her voice more measured this time. What if Grindelwald is still influencing him? Dumbledore sighed softly, the weight of the question settling on him. It is possible, but I believe Harry is strong enough to make his own choices. We must trust that his time at Hogwarts will help him rediscover who he truly is. Phileas nodded. Then I shall go to him with the letter. We must show him that he is welcome without demanding too much of him. Dumbledore smiled, the faintest glimmer of hope in his eyes. Thank you, Phileas. And be sure to remind him that he is invited to board the Hogwarts Express with the other students in September. McGonagall and Flitwick exchanged glances, both clearly uneasy but resigned to the course of action. Only Snape remained unmoved, his cold eyes fixed on the table as if lost in thought. After a moment, he spoke again, his voice low and bitter. He will refuse. Mark my words, Potter's arrogance will not allow him to be a mere student at Hogwarts. one bound by the rules of the school. He will do as he pleases, and you will regret allowing him to return." Dumbledore's expression softened as he looked at Snape. "Perhaps, but we cannot turn him away. Harry deserves the chance to find his place here." With the meeting concluded, Dumbledore rose from his seat, his mind already turning to the months ahead. Whatever Harry had become, whatever had transpired in the years since he vanished, the boy was returning to Hogwarts. Chapter 5. Harry sat cross-legged on the floor of Dudley's spare bedroom. He claimed it as his for this sojourn in his former prison. His exotic robes woven from materials gathered in far-off lands seemed out of place against the dull, beige walls and worn furniture of the Dursleys' home. Surrounding him were a few of the trinkets he had collected during his travels with Grindelwald, small, magical objects that hummed with latent power, each holding memories of a place he had been or a lesson he had learned, but none of them could hold his attention now. The room felt stifling, suffocating in its mundanity. Harry drummed his fingers against the floor, glancing at the window. He had hoped for anything to happen. His thoughts wandered to Dumbledore and his staff. What was taking them so long? Surely, they weren't just going to let him sit here. Harry's eyes drifted to the television in the corner of the room. He had tried watching it earlier, flipping through channel after channel, only to find the shows idiotic and meaningless. The colors and sounds had grated against him, so far removed from the intellectual rigor of his studies with Grindelwald. It seemed laughable now how easily Muggles were entertained. Their world felt small and hollow. He let out a long breath, standing up and pacing the room. For the first time in years, he found himself bored. It was an unfamiliar feeling, one that gnawed at him. Grindelwald had always supplied him with books rare, ancient texts that expanded his mind and sharpened his magical prowess. There had never been any need to seek out entertainment. He had been too busy absorbing everything. But here there was nothing. The knock at the door broke the silence, its sound cutting through Harry's frustration like a sudden gust of wind. His head turned sharply, his curiosity piqued. The Dursleys had remained as terrified as ever since his return, rarely venturing near him. So who could it be? Harry strode down the stairs, his movements deliberate and composed. When he reached the door, he opened it without hesitation. Standing there was Professor Phileas Flitwick, a diminutive figure with a kind smile that barely reached up to Harry's chest. Flitwick's twinkling eyes shone with warmth as he looked up at the young wizard. In his hands, he held a familiar-looking envelope, sealed with the crest of Hogwarts, and a small, gleaming key. "Ah, Harry." Flitwick's voice was high and cheerful, though it carried a certain gravity. "I'm sure you've been expecting this." Harry blinked, his face carefully neutral, though his eyes betrayed a flicker of interest. "Professor Flitwick," he acknowledged, stepping aside to allow the charms professor inside. "I wasn't expecting you to deliver it personally." Flitwick chuckled softly as he stepped into the house. "Well, this is a bit of a special circumstance, isn't it?" He offered the envelope and the key to Harry. "Your Hogwarts letter and your Gringotts key. You'll be needing those soon enough." Harry took them, his fingers brushing over the envelope's fine parchment. He could feel the weight of it, the significance. Still, his face remained impassive. "Thank you." Flitwick's smile didn't waver, though he seemed to sense the distance in Harry's tone. "There's one more thing," he added. "I've been sent to offer you the chance to visit Diagon Alley to gather your school supplies. If you like, I'd be happy to accompany you." For a moment, Harry didn't respond. He studied Flitwick, the professor's open, unassuming demeanor a stark contrast to the intense, commanding presence of Grindelwald. But there was something genuine in the small wizard's manner, something Harry found unexpectedly appealing. He could have gone alone, of course. He didn't need anyone's help. And yet, almost to his own surprise, he found himself nodding. "I accept," he said, his voice as calm and controlled as ever, though a small part of him was intrigued by the idea of having the professor's company. Flitwick beamed, clearly pleased with the response. "Excellent. We can leave as soon as you're ready, Harry. I'll show you the finest shops in Diagon Alley." "I'm ready now," he said simply, stepping out the door with Phileas, the wind shifting around him as they departed. Though outwardly aloof, Harry couldn't help but feel a strange, cautious sense of anticipation as he followed the kind-hearted professor down the road toward a world that had been waiting for him all along. Diagon Alley bustled with witches and wizards going about their daily routines, their robes swishing as they passed shop fronts filled with colorful wares. The cobblestone street, lined with its crooked buildings and flickering lanterns, seemed charming to most first-time visitors, magical in its own right. But as Harry stepped through the archway, with Professor Flitwick beside him, he found the scene underwhelming. Compared to the places he had seen, the magical marketplaces in Cairo, the towering spires of South American wizarding cities, the hidden, ancient magical enclaves deep in Southeast Asia, Diagon Alley felt provincial. Quaint, if he were being generous. Still, he maintained a polite facade, his expression calm, though inwardly he found the bustling street to be nothing more than a pale imitation of the wider magical world. Flitwick, however, was unfazed by Harry's lack of enthusiasm. He chattered happily as they walked, pointing out various shops with a childlike glee that was almost infectious. "Almost. There's Ollivander's," Flitwick exclaimed, gesturing toward the old wand shop. "The finest wands in all of Britain. I dare say they've been making wands there for nearly 2,000 years. You'll need to get fitted for one before the term starts." Harry nodded, glancing at the narrow shop window where wands were displayed like dusty artifacts. He already possessed several wands, each taken from his travels, each with a different history. But for now, he'd play along. Ollivander's was a name that carried weight in the magical world. The family of artisans had been here when the city was Roman Londinium. Even Harry found that impressive. "And over there, Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions," Flitwick continued, his eyes twinkling. "You'll find your Hogwarts uniform there, but they also have some wonderful everyday robes if you're looking for something more casual." "Casual robes?" Harry thought with a hint of amusement. His attire, collected from all corners of the world, was far more interesting than anything he had seen here so far. Still, he nodded again, maintaining his aloof politeness. Let Flitwick have his moment. The professor seemed to enjoy playing the role of guide, and Harry saw no reason to interrupt his enthusiasm. As they made their way through the crowd, Harry caught sight of various magical items in shop windows: quills, potions, broomsticks, but none of it sparked the excitement that Diagon Alley was no doubt supposed to evoke. To him, it all seemed quaint, as though the British magical world hadn't quite caught up with the rest of the global wizarding community. They soon arrived at Gringotts, the grand, white marble building towering over the street with its imposing doors and stern-looking goblins guarding the entrance. Harry had heard of Gringotts before, of course, but Grindelwald had never considered it necessary for him to make use of the bank during their travels. Banks were for common wizards. Grindelwald would simply pull whole ingots of gold forth from deep underground. In the rare instances, it was more convenient to use coinage than magic to accomplish some task. Usually, there was a pile of change left over after whatever purchase Grindelwald made, which Harry always gathered up for himself, as he couldn't dredge up gold bars from a mile underground himself. Not yet. Harry showed no outward reaction as they entered the cool, marble-lined interior of the bank. Flitwick escorted him toward one of the goblins, chattering away about the history of the building and its importance to the British wizarding world. "Ah, here we are," Flitwick said cheerfully as they approached the counter. "Time to make a withdrawal from your family vault, Harry. I'm sure you'll be wanting to do some shopping after this." Harry nodded again, stepping up to the goblin at the counter. "Potter, Harry," he said smoothly, handing over the small Gringotts key that Flitwick had given him. The goblin took it with a sharp, calculating glance before nodding and motioning for Harry to follow. As they were led down into the depths of the bank, Harry remained composed. He had no need for the gold in his vault. He had acquired far more during his travels, stored in expanded pouches and pockets in his robes, along with a few hidden caches in remote locations he'd created during his travels. But he saw no reason to reveal this. Let Dumbledore and his lackeys think he had a need for these resources. Being underestimated always made things simpler. The goblin eventually stopped in front of a large vault door, tapping it with a long, spindly finger. The heavy door swung open with a low groan, revealing piles of gleaming gold, silver, and jewels within. Harry stepped inside, his eyes sweeping over the treasure, though his expression remained neutral. He casually gathered a few handfuls of galleons into a small pouch, enough to last him for his immediate shopping needs. He didn't take more than necessary. There was no point in drawing attention. Stepping out of the vault, he met Flitwick's expectant gaze with a calm nod. That should be enough. Excellent. Flitwick beamed. Now, off to get your school supplies then. There's plenty to see, and I imagine you'll want to have everything ready well before the term begins. As they ascended back into the bustling street, Harry allowed himself a small, private smile. He had played his part well, and though he wasn't impressed by Diagon Alley or the quaintness of British wizarding society, there was something satisfying about moving unnoticed through it. Let them think what they would. He had other plans. The hum of Diagon Alley shifted subtly as Harry and Professor Flitwick made their way through the bustling crowd. It started with sideways glances, curious stares lingering a moment too long. Harry, dressed in his exotic blend of magical robes, part South American, part Southeast Asian, with hints of North African craftsmanship, stood out like a beacon amidst the more conservative British wizarding fashions. He had been accustomed to standing apart in many parts of the world, but here, the attention was different. The stares began to linger, and soon Harry noticed hushed murmurs spreading through the crowd. That scar. Is that Dash? Harry Potter? Within moments, the murmurs turned into exclamations, and the crowd that had once bustled with everyday errands now gravitated toward him. Harry felt the shift in the air as more and more witches and wizards stopped to look, their eyes wide with astonishment and awe. Professor Flitwick, walking beside Harry, noticed the commotion as well. He frowned slightly, moving closer to Harry's side, clearly concerned about the growing crowd. "Excuse me, everyone," Flitwick called, his voice polite but firm as he raised his hands, the effectiveness of such a gesture limited by his diminutive stature. "Let's give Harry some space, shall we?" But the crowd wasn't listening. The name Harry Potter had always carried weight, and now, seeing him in the flesh alive and returned after so many years was too much for the onlookers to ignore. Harry, however, was not fazed. He had been taught by Grindelwald how to handle attention, especially from those beneath him in the magical hierarchy. These were common witches and wizards, after all. They had their place, and as a great wizard, his role was to accept their adulation with grace. It was expected. He turned toward the crowd, his expression calm, but his gaze intense. He raised a hand gently, a silent command for quiet. The murmurings died down instantly, and the crowd watched him with bated breath. "I see many of you recognize me," Harry said, his voice clear and even, carrying easily over the hushed street. "I am Harry Potter, but this moment is not about me. It is about all of you. You are the ones who keep the magical world alive. You are the ones who, through your strength, courage, and unity, continue the legacy of our world. I may be the boy who lived, but I lived so you could thrive." The crowd shifted slightly, pleased murmurs rippling through the gathered witches and wizards. Harry saw their expressions change from shock to pride. They wanted to believe in something bigger than themselves, and Harry understood how to give them that, even if he considered his own words meaningless tripe. He had been trained not to make the moment about him, but rather to reflect their hopes and desires back to them. "You are what makes this magical world what it is," Harry continued, his voice warm but commanding. "And I am honored to stand among you today." A ripple of applause started from somewhere in the crowd, quickly spreading until everyone around him was clapping and cheering, their faces alight with admiration. A brief chant of boy who lived, rippled through the crowd like a wave. Fools, Harry thought, putting on a smile like a mask. He gave a small, graceful bow, the way he had been taught to do, accepting their praise with quiet dignity. As he straightened, he made a slight gesture with his hand, encouraging the crowd to disperse. Slowly, they began to move away, satisfied, many still murmuring to one another about how extraordinary it was to see Harry Potter returned. Professor Flitwick, who had watched the entire exchange in quiet amazement, was at Harry's side again as the last of the crowd thinned out. His expression was a mixture of admiration and something that bordered on concern. "That was very impressive, Harry," Flitwick said, his tone warm but careful. You handled that crowd with more grace than many wizards twice your age. Harry glanced at him, a small smile playing on his lips. It's a matter of understanding what they need, he replied smoothly. People are easily reassured when you give them something to believe in. Flitwick chuckled softly, though Harry could sense the unease behind his laughter. Indeed, though I must admit, it's not often we see such composure from someone your age. Harry simply nodded, letting the comment pass without further response. He could tell that Flitwick was impressed perhaps even more than he was willing to admit, but there was also a flicker of something else in the professor's eyes. A hint of worry, perhaps, or wariness. Harry had seen that look before. It wasn't uncommon for those who saw power displayed so casually to feel unsettled by it. He didn't mind. It was their place to be unsettled. The bell above the door of Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions gave a soft chime as Harry stepped inside. The cool air of the shop was a welcome contrast to the bustling street outside. It was quieter here, away from the watchful eyes and murmurs of the crowd that had gathered earlier. Harry preferred the calm, at least for now. Madame Malkin approached him with a warm smile, her measuring tape already in hand. "Hogwarts, dear? Come for your school robes?" Harry nodded, stepping up onto the stool without a word. As Madame Malkin began her work, Harry let his thoughts drift. His gaze roamed the shop, taking in the robes and materials with little interest. The door chimed again, and another boy entered the shop. His platinum blonde hair caught the light as he strode confidently inside, his sharp, aristocratic features and perfectly pressed robes marking him as someone from a wealthy family. Harry didn't give him much thought at first, until the boy's eyes fell on him, and he saw the recognition flash across his face. The boy's gaze lingered for just a second too long on Harry's forehead, clearly having spotted the scar. There was a flicker of surprise, but it was quickly masked by the boy's practiced composure. Harry could almost see the thoughts racing behind the other boy's gray eyes, but to the boy's credit, he didn't immediately say anything. Instead, he approached the stool beside Harry with a carefully measured smile. "You're here for Hogwarts too, I see," he said, his voice smooth, every bit as polished as his appearance. He didn't introduce himself right away, clearly giving Harry the chance to respond first. Harry turned slightly, studying him with an impassive gaze. He could feel the weight of the other boy's curiosity, the expectation behind the polite exterior. This boy knew exactly who he was, of that much, Harry was certain, but he was waiting, following the etiquette he had been trained in. Harry could almost respect that. "Yes," Harry replied simply. The blonde boy's smile widened a fraction, the confirmation settling something in his mind. "I'm Draco Malfoy," he said, giving a small nod as though it were a mere formality. There was no arrogance in the introduction, only a sense of assurance that came from knowing exactly who he was speaking to. Harry took a moment before responding, letting Draco wait just a little longer. "Harry Potter." Draco's eyes gleamed with satisfaction at hearing the name spoken aloud, though he masked it well. "Of course," Draco said, as if he had expected nothing less. "I'd heard you'd be starting this year." Harry said nothing, only watching Draco with that same calm, unreadable expression. He knew Draco knew far more about Hogwarts, probably even about Harry's own parents, than he did, but he didn't mind. Information was a weapon, and Harry had learned to wield it carefully. Draco continued, his tone conversational, but there was a hint of calculation beneath it. "My father's mentioned you, of course. It's hard not to, given everything that's happened. You must have had an interesting upbringing." Harry raised an eyebrow slightly. "You could say that." Draco's eyes flickered with curiosity, clearly hoping for more, but Harry didn't offer any further details. He wasn't about to discuss Grindelwald or his travels with anyone, least of all someone like Draco. Instead, Harry let the silence linger, watching as Draco shifted slightly, trying to find another angle. "I suppose it must be strange," Draco said after a pause, "coming back to a world you've never really known." Harry's gaze sharpened. Draco was more perceptive than he had given him credit for. "It has its moments," he replied coolly. Draco nodded, still maintaining that polite exterior. "I imagine you'll get a lot of attention at Hogwarts. People are always curious about the famous, aren't they?" Harry could feel Draco testing the waters, trying to gauge how he felt about his fame. But Harry wasn't interested in playing along. Fame, like bloodlines, meant little to him. Power came from understanding, not from the expectations of others. People are always curious about things they don't understand, Harry said, his tone calm but pointed. Draco blinked, caught off guard for just a moment. True, he agreed after a beat, though there was a note of confusion in his voice. He hadn't expected that response. But understanding can come from knowing the right people, don't you think? Harry turned to him fully now, his green eyes locking onto Draco's with quiet intensity. Understanding comes from the mind, Malfoy. Knowing the right people won't change that. Draco's confident smile faltered slightly. Of course, but Harry didn't let him finish. A wizard's strength comes from his ability to understand and shape the world around him. Magic is just an extension of that understanding. Bloodlines, connections, they mean nothing without the mind to wield them. Draco stared at him, clearly thrown off by the sudden shift in the conversation. He had likely never heard someone dismiss the importance of bloodlines so easily, and certainly not Harry Potter. Madame Malkin returned at that moment, oblivious to the tension between them, her cheerful voice cutting through the silence. All done, dear. You're all set for Hogwarts. Harry stepped down from the stool, his expression unchanged, but there was something final in his tone as he gave Draco a last, cool look. Maybe one day, you'll understand. Without waiting for a response, Harry turned and left the shop, leaving Draco standing there, stunned and uncertain for the first time in his life. The narrow shop for trunks was dimly lit, the musty scent of old wood and leather greeting Harry as he stepped inside. Flitwick followed behind him, silent but observant, his sharp eyes taking in the various displays as if mentally cataloging anything Harry might need. But the professor, true to his nature, hung back, content to let Harry lead the way. Harry glanced around, his gaze sweeping over the rows of trunks stacked high on shelves, each boasting its own unique enchantments and features. Some were extravagantly designed, gleaming with polished brass corners and intricate carvings, while others looked more practical, built for durability. After the suffocating days at Privet Drive, his first order of business was clear. He needed books. And lots of them. The thought of collecting a proper library for himself made the idea of the trunk more essential. He would need something large enough to carry everything, but without unnecessary frills. Good day, young man. The shopkeeper, a wiry man with a wide smile, hurried over, clearly eager to make a sale. I can tell you're in the market for a trunk. And you've come to the right place. We've got everything from the standard Hogwarts models to more advanced version self-cleaning compartments, built-in featherlight charms, even an automatic organizer for all your books and belongings. Harry nodded politely, his eyes drifting over some of the fancier trunks. But he didn't need a featherlight charm, and the idea of an automatic organizer was laughable. He had been taught the importance of self-reliance, of doing things for oneself. Grindelwald had emphasized that a wizard's true power came from their understanding and mastery over their tools, not from letting the tools think for them. Still, Harry let the shopkeeper continue his pitch as a courtesy. This one here, the man said, gesturing to a particularly elaborate trunk, has 6 hidden compartments, all charmed with extension spells. And this model, he moved to another dash, includes self-locking mechanisms and an alarm spell for added security. Flitwick, who had been perusing a nearby display, raised his eyebrows, amused by the enthusiasm of the shopkeeper. Quite a variety of features, don't you think, Harry? Harry smiled faintly at the professor's remark, but shook his head. They're all well made, but I'd prefer something simpler. The shopkeeper seemed slightly crestfallen, but recovered quickly. Oh, of course. We do have simple models, but you wouldn't want to miss out on some of these features. They make life so much easier. Perhaps, Harry said, his tone thoughtful but firm. But I don't mind doing things myself. The shopkeeper moved toward a more modest trunk, one that looked sturdy and well-crafted, without the excessive ornamentation of the fancier models. He opened the lid, displaying the interior. It was plain but spacious enough. Then, with a practiced flick of his wrist, the shopkeeper activated a mechanism that caused a hidden trapdoor to swing open at the bottom. This one's equipped with a magically extended room under the trapdoor, the shopkeeper explained, trying to salvage the sale. You could fit quite a collection of books or other belongings down there. It's a bit more bare bones than the fancier trunks, but still very practical. Harry knelt to inspect the trapdoor and the expanded compartment below. It was exactly what he needed: space to store a growing library and the essentials for Hogwarts without the unnecessary bells and whistles. Grindelwald had taught him caution when it came to advanced magical enchantments like extension charms. They were powerful but dangerous to experiment with, especially without a full understanding of their complexities. The rest he could do himself. "This will do," Harry said, standing up and nodding at the trunk. The shopkeeper hesitated, still clearly hoping to push a more expensive model, but Harry's tone left no room for negotiation. "A fine choice," the man said quickly. "Very durable. You'll have more than enough room for everything." Flitwick, watching quietly, seemed impressed by Harry's decisiveness. "A wise selection," he remarked, his voice kind. "You'll find that trunk to be quite reliable. And if you ever need help expanding it further down the line, I'm sure Hogwarts Library will have plenty of information on safe enchantments." Harry nodded in acknowledgement, appreciating the professor's subtle offer of guidance without intrusion. "I'll handle it when the time comes," he said calmly, his mind already turning toward the books he would soon acquire. The thought of having access to Hogwarts Library along with the freedom to build his own filled him with a sense of purpose. No more idle days of boredom. After making the purchase, Harry and Flitwick left the shop, the trunk following obediently behind them, levitating gently at their heels after a flick of the professor's wand. Flitwick glanced at Harry with a thoughtful expression. "You know, Harry," he began, his tone light but perceptive, "I expect a boy like you, a curious, intelligent boy, will want to spend quite a bit of time in Flourish and Blots looking for books. Perhaps it would be best to finish the rest of your shopping first, so you can take as much time as you'd like in the bookstore without feeling rushed." Harry considered this for a moment. Flitwick's suggestion was reasonable, and Harry found that he appreciated the professor's understanding. After days of boredom at Privet Drive, having ample time to browse through a collection of books sounded like exactly what he needed. Nodding, Harry replied, "That sounds sensible. Let's get the other items out of the way first." With that, they continued down the cobblestone streets of Diagon Alley, quickly and efficiently gathering the necessary supplies. Harry moved with purpose, wanting to finish the shopping as quickly as possible so he could focus on the books later. Flitwick, true to his word, took a back seat during the purchases, only offering directions and information when Harry asked. Their first stop was the stationery shop, where Harry picked out high-quality parchment, quills, and ink. No need for extravagance, just solid and reliable materials. Next, they visited the apothecary for potion supplies, gathering a standard set of ingredients along with a well-made set of brass scales and glass files. At the astronomy shop, Harry acquired a telescope and a set of star charts. Each stop was quick, with Harry selecting what he needed without hesitation. Finally, they made their way to their penultimate stop of the day, Ollivander's. Chapter 6. The wand shop was dimly lit, with tall, narrow shelves stacked from floor to ceiling, each filled with long, thin boxes. The air was thick, with the scent of wood and varnish, and there was a palpable sense of something ancient and powerful about the place. Grindelwald had spoken of Ollivander before. He had told Harry that while Ollivander wasn't a great wizard by any means, he was an extraordinarily skilled artisan, someone whose expertise in wand-making was unparalleled. Because of this, Harry entered the shop with respect in mind, though not deference. He was on his best behavior, but he remained composed, knowing that he was not beholden to anyone. From the shadows at the back of the shop, Garrick Ollivander appeared, his silver hair wild, his pale eyes gleaming as they locked onto Harry. He approached with a kind of deliberate grace, as though every step he took carried a weight of centuries of knowledge and skill. "Ah," Ollivander said softly, his voice carrying an almost ethereal quality. "Harry Potter, I wondered when I would be seeing you." Harry nodded slightly, his face composed as he met the older man's gaze. "I've come for my wand." "Indeed," Ollivander whispered, his eyes never leaving Harry's scar. "I remember every wand I have ever sold, Mr. Potter. And I remember your parents' wands well. Your mother's wand was 10 1/4 inches, Willow, swishy and excellent wand for charms. Your father's was 11 inches. Mahogany, pliable a powerful wand for transfiguration. Harry's attention sharpened, his curiosity piqued at the mention of his parents. Grindelwald had told him little about them, and the Dursleys had never acknowledged their existence at all. Ollivander's words were the first real details he had ever heard about his parents beyond their names. "You sold them their wands?" Harry asked, his voice calm, though there was an edge of curiosity. Ollivander nodded, his pale eyes watching Harry closely. "I did. They were both remarkable wizards in their own right. Your mother had a remarkable gift for charm work, and your father brilliant in transfiguration. Their wands chose them well." The mention of his parents' talents caught Harry off guard. He had always imagined them as figures of mystery, but now they were becoming real people with skills and accomplishments that defined them. It was a lot to process, but Harry remained outwardly composed. Flitwick, standing nearby, overheard the conversation and stepped forward. "Your parents were some of the brightest students I ever had, Harry," he said warmly. "Your mother's charms work was extraordinary. And your father, well, his mastery of transfiguration was something to behold." Harry glanced at Flitwick, taking in the added details. His parents' legacy seemed much more tangible now, more than just names whispered in stories. But Harry wasn't quite ready to explore his emotions about it. Ollivander, meanwhile, had already begun pulling wand boxes from the shelves. He handed Harry a wand, but as soon as it touched his hand, it felt wrong. There was no connection, nothing that sparked any sense of belonging. "Give it a wave," Ollivander instructed. Harry flicked the wand, but nothing happened. Ollivander quickly retrieved another, offering it to Harry. Again, the connection was off. Several more wands followed, but none of them felt right. Harry remained calm throughout the process, though a flicker of frustration began to rise. "Curious," Ollivander murmured, his pale eyes narrowing. He turned and reached for a box from a higher shelf, this one older and more worn than the others. He opened it carefully, revealing a wand that seemed to shimmer faintly under the dim light. "Holly, 11 inches, phoenix feather core," Ollivander said softly, holding the wand out to Harry. "This wand," Ollivander continued, "was made with a feather from the same phoenix that gave its feather for the Dark Lord's wand. A curious bond indeed." Harry took the wand, and immediately he felt it a warm, powerful connection that seemed to pulse through him. The balance was perfect, the fit natural. This was the right wand. A soft, golden light filled the room as Harry gave it a small wave. "Ah yes," Ollivander whispered, his voice barely audible. "A powerful match indeed." Harry studied the wand in his hand, feeling the resonance of its magic. The mention of its connection to Voldemort didn't unsettle him. If anything, it intrigued him. A wand was simply a tool, a powerful one, certainly, but it was the wizard who commanded it. Flitwick, standing nearby, seemed more concerned by this revelation than Harry. "Harry," he said gently, stepping forward, "there's no need to worry about that connection. A wand is just a wand. It doesn't define who you are or what you will become." Harry glanced at Flitwick, sensing the professor's concern, but he wasn't worried. "It's just a wand," Harry said calmly, his tone even. "A good match, that's all." Ollivander gave a small nod, clearly impressed by Harry's composure. "It has chosen you, Mr. Potter, and I trust it will serve you well." Harry thanked Ollivander politely, tucking the wand away with care. The experience was significant, but he wasn't one to dwell on it. The wand had chosen him, and now he had what he needed. As they stepped outside, the sunlight of Diagon Alley greeted them once more. Flitwick gave Harry a measured glance, still trying to gauge how the boy felt about the wand's connection to Voldemort. But Harry remained as composed as ever. "Shall we head to Flourish and Blots?" Flitwick asked, his tone lightening. Harry nodded, a rare flicker of excitement crossing his face. "Yes, let's go." With that, they made their way toward the bookstore, leaving behind the quiet shop where Harry had claimed his wand and, perhaps, a deeper connection to the magical world than he had anticipated. Harry wandered through the aisles of Flourish and Blots, his initial excitement quickly dampened by the quality of the books on display. His expectations had been high. Grindelwald had shown him the power of knowledge, and Harry had hoped to find tomes filled with wisdom, spells, and insight. Instead, the first few books he picked up felt shallow. British wizards seemed to have an odd fondness for flowery language and fanciful writing, particularly the more modern works. One section in particular caught his eye. A whole row of books featured the same smiling, winking blonde man on the cover, apparently the author named Gilderoy Lockhart. His books had titles like Wanderings with Werewolves and Gaddying with Ghouls, which sparked Harry's curiosity for a moment. But a quick skim through the pages revealed the truth-floored descriptions, ridiculous anecdotes, and the kind of over-the-top writing that did little more than inflate the author's ego. There was no real magic here, no knowledge to be gained, just empty words. Harry put the book back on the shelf with a soft sigh of disappointment and moved to another part of the store, hoping to find something more substantial. His patience was rewarded after a few minutes of searching. There, tucked away in the less frequented aisles, were older volumes, their spines worn and the titles embossed in faded gold. These books, while written in a somewhat dated style, carried a weight that the others lacked. The language was more formal, but Harry didn't mind. He knew how to read between the lines, to extract the real value from even the most archaic of texts. He quickly began to amass a pile of books, each one offering a deeper dive into subjects that intrigued him: advanced spell work, magical theory, ancient runes, potions beyond the basics. As he skimmed through them, one name stuck in his mind from a book he had briefly glanced at: Hedwig. It had a certain elegance to it, and he filed it away, unsure of why the name resonated but knowing it would come in handy. By the time Flitwick returned, having left Harry alone to browse while he attended to some errand, Harry had gathered several dozen books. The clerk had already levitated them into his trunk, the stack carefully packed alongside his school texts. Flitwick approached with a soft smile, holding a snowy white owl, its feathers gleaming even in the dim light of the shop. "Happy early birthday, Harry," Flitwick said excitedly. "I thought you might need a companion at Hogwarts, and every wizard needs an owl. This one here is a beauty, isn't she?" Harry looked at the owl, her sharp eyes watching him with intelligence. He wasn't surprised by the gift after all. It seemed fitting that someone of his stature should be presented with something so fine. Still, he accepted it with a small nod of gratitude. "Thank you, Professor. She's perfect." Flitwick beamed, clearly pleased by Harry's reaction. Harry looked at the owl for a moment, the name from earlier springing to mind. "I'll call her Hedwig," he said, his voice calm and assured. The owl tilted her head, as if acknowledging the name, and Harry felt a strange sense of satisfaction. He had come to Diagon Alley to prepare for school, but in the process, he had gained much more: a library, a wand, and now a companion. He was ready. As they left the bookstore, his new collection of knowledge safely stored in his trunk and Hedwig perched on his shoulder, Harry felt a sense of quiet anticipation for what lay ahead. The world was his to conquer, one spell at a time. As the day in Diagon Alley came to an end, Harry and Professor Flitwick stood outside the leaky cauldron. The sky was starting to darken, and the busy energy of the day had begun to fade into the evening calm. Flitwick, always perceptive, glanced up at Harry. "I'll escort you home, Harry," Flitwick said, his voice kind but firm. "It wouldn't be right to leave you on your own." Harry didn't argue. He knew better than to push back when it came to safety, especially with Flitwick. And while it was true that Harry had learned to navigate the world on his own, he also understood that appearing too independent, too aloof from the structures around him might draw unwanted attention. Besides, Flitwick was acting out of responsibility. The professor held out his hand, and Harry accepted it, feeling the pull of sidelong apparition as the world around him spun and twisted. Within seconds, they landed on the front path of number 4 Privet Drive. The familiar, dull sight of the Dursleys' house stood before them. Flitwick released his grip and gave Harry a warm smile. "There you are, safe and sound." Harry straightened, adjusting his robes with a calm nod. "Thank you, Professor." Flitwick hesitated for a moment, then cleared his throat. "Before I go, Harry, about the train on September 1st. Do you need assistance getting to King's Cross? I'd be happy to help, perhaps side along. Apparate you again, if it's easier." Harry smiled politely, though inwardly, he knew the importance of maintaining his independence from Dumbledore and his network. It would be all too easy to accept Flitwick's offer, but that would signal reliance on the wrong people. That's very kind of you, Professor, but I have arrangements already, Harry replied smoothly. My uncle will drive me. Flitwick studied him for a moment, then nodded, though there was a flicker of hesitation. Very well, Harry, but if anything changes, don't hesitate to reach out. I will, Harry said, his tone respectful. Thank you again for everything today. I hope you enjoy the rest of your summer. Flitwick's face brightened at the polite farewell. And I wish the same for you. I'll see you at Hogwarts soon enough. With a final nod, the small professor stepped back and, with a flick of his wand, disappeared with a soft pop. Harry turned back to the house, his mind already shifting to his plans for the weeks ahead. The Dursleys, as always, were of no consequence. Vernon would drive him to the station without complaint when the time came. He would see to that. Chapter 7. As Vernon Dursley's car disappeared into the throngs of London traffic, Harry Potter stood outside King's Cross Station, watching the taillights fade into the distance. There was no fear or tension in his chest as he once might have felt in the Dursleys' presence. No lingering sense of dread at being left to his own devices in a city full of muggles. That fear had belonged to a different Harry, a child from what now felt like a distant life. Now, standing here in the heart of London with Hedwig's cage in one hand and his trunk in the other, Harry felt a calm sense of control. He was no longer that small, terrified boy who cowered at the Dursleys' whims. That part of him had been discarded long ago, somewhere between his first lesson with Grindelwald and his growing understanding of the real order of things. He had power now, and that power made everything simpler. The city around him bustled with life, muggles moving about in their usual hurried, chaotic fashion, oblivious to the unseen world of magic that coexisted alongside them. Harry, in his foreign-looking robes, with his owl and large wooden trunk, caught more than a few curious glances from passers-by. Some muggles slowed as they walked by, their eyes lingering for a moment longer than normal before they hurried off, clearly uncertain what to make of the strange sight. Harry didn't mind. He had grown used to the idea of standing apart from others, of being different. The muggles might not understand, but they didn't matter. If one of them were foolish enough to approach him, they would quickly learn their place in the hierarchy of the world. He could command them if necessary. With hours left before he needed to be on platform 9 3/4, Harry decided to explore. The city had always held a strange fascination for him. It was a world he had only observed from a distance, his time spent either in the Dursleys' suffocating home or, more recently, in magical enclaves far removed from Muggle life. Now he wandered freely, taking in the sights. He passed a row of small shops, their displays reflecting the mundane needs of Muggles' clothing, food, gadgets, none of which held any real appeal to him. A group of children passed him, laughing as they ran down the street, clearly on some Muggle adventure. Harry's thoughts drifted briefly to what it would be like to be surrounded by children his own age at Hogwarts, after spending so long with only private tutors. It was an unfamiliar concept. Grindelwald had always ensured Harry's education was of the highest standard, delivered by skilled tutors in private, far from the distractions of others. Being at Hogwarts would be different, surrounded by other children, other wizards. It was a challenge Harry was ready for, though he wondered how many of them would understand his perspective, how many had seen the world as he had, learned what he had. Likely none. His wandering brought him back toward the entrance of the station, where the large clock ticked away the minutes until it would be time to board the train. As Harry approached the entrance, he paused for a moment, letting his eyes scan the crowds one last time. He was prepared for whatever came next. Hogwarts was just another step in his journey, one he would navigate with the same calm, measured focus that had brought him this far. And if anyone thought to challenge him, well, they would quickly learn what they were up against. Harry made his way to platform 9 with ease. The magical portal stood out clearly to him, almost like a beacon, its magic calling to him in a way that seemed obvious to his well-trained senses. He didn't need any of the assistance or guidance that other, less experienced wizards might have required. He merely stepped through the barrier, his mind calm and collected, feeling the slight ripple of magic as he crossed from the Muggle world into the hidden domain of wizards. The Hogwarts Express, gleaming in red, stood waiting on the platform. Students bustled around, families gathered to say their goodbyes, and the air was filled with the excited chatter of children ready for the school year ahead. Harry barely registered the activity around him as he moved with quiet purpose. He wasn't here for reunions or goodbyes. This was merely the next step in his journey. Boarding the train, Harry found an empty compartment toward the back and settled himself inside. The door slid shut behind him with a soft click, sealing him away from the noise of the platform. For a moment, he allowed himself to relax, setting his trunk aside and placing Hedwig's cage by the window. The owl blinked at him, seemingly calm, her feathers almost glowing in the dim light of the train compartment. But as Harry sat down, a feeling crept into his chest, something unfamiliar. Nerves. He almost scoffed at the idea. Why should he feel nervous about something as trivial as starting school? After all his experiences with Grindelwald through intense personal tutelage, the arcane lessons and dangerous trials Hogwarts should feel like nothing more than a small stepping stone. And yet, the uncertainty gnawed at him. Closing his eyes, Harry leaned back in his seat and began to meditate, focusing on clearing his mind. He needed to push the nerves aside, regain his control. But as he calmed his breathing and centered himself, the thoughts persisted. He wondered if Grindelwald had ever felt this way, so uncertain, so off balance. Gellert had always seemed invincible, above the concerns of common wizards. He carried his power with a kind of natural authority, knowing exactly who he was. But that confidence came from experience, from years, nearly a century of bearing it. Harry, despite his achievements, knew he was still young. He had potential, enormous potential, but potential wasn't the same as mastery. Grindelwald had told him to embrace who he was, to step fully into his power. But Harry wasn't sure if that was the right approach here. He could easily make enemies by acting like a great wizard among his peers. And while he had little fear of opposition, he knew that subtlety could be a more powerful weapon than arrogance. No, he decided, he would not present himself as the heir to greatness. Not yet. The wizarding world wasn't ready to see him for what he was, or, rather, what he would become. Here at Hogwarts, he would need to tread carefully, bide his time. He could still excel, still rise above the others, but he would do so quietly, without drawing unnecessary attention. He was a wolf among sheep, and wolves were patient. They watched, they learned, and when the time was right, they struck with precision. Harry opened his eyes, his decision made. He would focus on his studies, both in and out of the classroom. He would grow stronger, smarter, and more prepared for the challenges ahead. The rest would come in time. Hogwarts was just another stepping stone in his journey, one that he would use to its full advantage. Harry's meditation was interrupted by the compartment door sliding open. He opened his eyes slowly, his calm demeanor already in place, though his mind immediately shifted into alertness. A tall, gangly, red-headed boy stood in the doorway, looking a bit sheepish but wearing a friendly smile. "Do you mind if you sit here? Everywhere else is full," the boy asked, rubbing the back of his neck awkwardly. Harry's first instinct was to dismiss the boy. He had hoped to maintain solitude for the remainder of the journey, especially while he sorted through his thoughts. But then, almost against his own nature, he found himself reconsidering. He had resolved to blend in, to act more like a normal student at least to a degree, and here was an opportunity to start that process. He gave a small nod. "Go ahead." The boy grinned in relief and dragged his trunk into the compartment before collapsing onto the seat opposite Harry. He glanced around briefly, his eyes catching on Hedwig, and he grinned again. "Brilliant owl. Is she yours?" Harry nodded again, watching the boy curiously. "Her name's Hedwig. I'm Ron, by the way. Ron Weasley." He extended a hand, which Harry eyed for a moment before accepting. "Harry Potter." Ron's eyes widened at the name, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. "No way. You're Harry Potter? Blimey, I didn't even recognize you. I mean, I'd heard all the stories, but I wasn't expecting to actually meet you." Harry suppressed the flicker of annoyance that rose in his chest. He had forgotten just how much weight his name carried among the general wizarding population. Grindelwald had warned him of this, but dealing with it in person was another matter. Still, he maintained his composure, reminding himself that this was part of blending in. Yes, Harry said, his voice calm but not unfriendly. "But I'm just here to be a student like anyone else." Ron looked a bit awkward for a moment, but seemed to accept Harry's statement. Right. Just didn't expect to meet the boy who lived on the train, that's all." Harry inwardly cringed at the title, though he showed no sign of it. This was precisely the kind of attention he wanted to avoid. He knew he couldn't stop people from recognizing him, but he could at least control how he responded. "So, are you excited about Hogwarts?" Ron asked, clearly trying to change the subject. Harry leaned back slightly, allowing a small smile to form. "I'm looking forward to it. I've already learned quite a bit, so it'll be interesting to see how the school compares." Ron looked impressed. "Really? I thought Hogwarts was supposed to be, the best. Have you been taught by private tutors or something?" Harry hesitated briefly. There was no need to divulge the details of his past education, especially not about Grindelwald. Instead, he gave a more measured response. "I've had some education before coming here, yes." Ron nodded, clearly unaware of the understatement. "Lucky you. My brothers all went to Hogwarts, so I've heard loads about it. I just hope I don't mess things up too badly. I'm the youngest, so there's a lot of pressure. Harry studied Ron for a moment, noting the boy's genuine worry about his position in the world. It was strange to see someone so concerned about something that seemed so trivial. Harry had always been focused on greater things: power, knowledge, purpose. But here was someone whose biggest concern was living up to his family's expectations. "I'm sure you'll do fine," Harry said, his tone more neutral than reassuring. Ron grinned. "I hope so. What house do you think you'll be in?" Harry hadn't given much thought to the houses. It was a system of division, something that, to him, seemed quaint and unnecessary. But he knew it was important to the school and its traditions, so he played along. "I suppose I'll find out soon enough," he replied. "Do you have a preference?" "Gryffindor," Ron said immediately, his eyes lighting up. "All my brothers were in Gryffindor, so I really want to be too. It's supposed to be the best, brave, and all that." Harry nodded, though he didn't share the same enthusiasm. Courage, while valuable, wasn't the most important trait in his mind. Power, knowledge, cunning, those were the qualities that mattered. But he kept those thoughts to himself for now. There was no need to alienate his new companion on the first day. The compartment door slid open again, and a woman pushing a trolley of sweets poked her head in. "Anything from the trolley, dears?" Ron's face lit up. "Oh yes, please." He dug through his pockets but came up empty-handed, his expression falling. "I don't actually have any money." Harry, who had more than enough gold in his trunk from his vault at Gringotts, nodded at the trolley. "I'll take some," he said, pulling out a few coins. He handed them over to the trolley, and received a pile of sweets in return. Ron stared in awe as Harry set the sweets down between them. "You didn't have to do that." "It's fine," Harry said, picking up a chocolate frog and tearing it open. He passed one to Ron, who took it eagerly. As they ate in companionable silence, Harry's earlier tension began to ease. Perhaps this wouldn't be so difficult after all. He could be circumspect, keep his true self hidden, and still maintain control. He would blend in, but on his terms. Ron's chatter continued, mostly harmless, and Harry allowed himself to listen with half-interest, filing away useful information about the school, the houses, and the students who awaited him at Hogwarts. The compartment door slid open, and a round-faced boy hesitantly peeked inside. "Excuse me," he said in a nervous voice. "Have you seen a toad?" "I've lost mine. His name's Trevor." Ron, who had been lazily waving his wand over his rat, Scabbers, glanced up. "Haven't seen any toads," he said. Then, as if remembering something, he added, "But check this out. Fred and George taught me a spell to turn Scabbers yellow." He pointed his wand at the rat again, muttering a few words. Nothing happened. Scabbers remained his usual, disinterested self. Before anyone could react, a girl with wild brown hair stepped past the boy in the doorway. "That's not a real spell," she said with a brisk certainty as she entered the compartment. "You're probably pronouncing it wrong. Color-changing spells are difficult, and I doubt your brothers could have taught you something that advanced." Ron flushed. "It's real. It worked for them." He glared at the girl, clearly frustrated by the interruption. Unfazed, the girl gave him a skeptical look before turning her attention to the rest of the compartment. Her eyes landed on Harry, and her expression changed instantly. Her gaze darted to the scar on his forehead, and her eyes widened in recognition. "You're Harry Potter," she exclaimed, her voice full of awe. The boy with the toad shifted awkwardly next to her, clearly wanting to leave, but too shy to say anything. His eyes flickered toward Harry, but he stayed silent. The bushy-haired girl, undeterred, launched into a rapid string of facts. "I've read all about you. You're in Hogwarts, a history, and I've seen your name mentioned in countless books about the dark arts, and dash." Harry, still calm, but now slightly weary of the attention, raised a hand. "I appreciate that," he said, cutting her off gently. "But it's polite to let people introduce themselves first." She stopped mid-sentence, blinking as if she hadn't considered that. Her cheeks flushed lightly as she processed his words. "Oh," she said, clearly flustered. "I didn't mean to. Well, everyone knows who you are." Harry's gaze softened. "That may be true, but it's still better to let someone introduce themselves, even if you already know who they are." She stared at him for a moment, the weight of his words settling in. Slowly, she nodded. "You're right. I didn't think about that. I'm sorry." The boy, who had been standing quietly behind her, suddenly spoke up, his voice barely above a mumble. "Yeah, it's always good to let people, say who they are. I'm Neville Longbottom." Harry gave Neville a small nod, appreciating the boy's quiet support. "Thank you, Neville." Hermione, now more thoughtful, extended her hand. "I'm Hermione Granger, by the way." Harry shook her hand, a small, polite smile forming. "Harry Potter. Nice to meet you." Ron, still looking a little disgruntled from the earlier exchange, muttered, "I'm Ron Weasley, but I guess no one's heard of me." Hermione gave him a wry smile. "Well, no, but I suppose not everyone has to be famous." Ron huffed, though his expression softened slightly. "Yeah, well, at least I'm not going around correcting everyone's spells." Hermione's face twitched, but she didn't respond to Ron's comment. Instead, she glanced back at Neville, who was still anxiously gripping the door handle. "We should keep looking for Trevor," she said, her voice more subdued now. "He's got to be somewhere." Neville nodded, clearly relieved to be moving on. "Right. Thanks for your help. Anyway," he said to Harry and Ron, his voice barely above a whisper. "Good luck finding him," Harry said, watching as the two left the compartment. Once the door slid shut behind them, Ron let out a long breath. "Blimey, she's intense," he muttered. Harry leaned back in his seat, his thoughts still lingering on the brief interaction. "She's just eager," he replied after a moment. "There's nothing wrong with that." Ron gave him a dubious look. "If you say so. Bet she'll be in Ravenclaw with all the other bookish types." Harry didn't respond, but his mind was already turning. Hermione Granger was sharp, and that kind of drive could be useful. Still, for now, it was enough to observe. The train rumbled onward, and Harry's thoughts drifted back to Hogwarts. There would be much to learn in the months ahead, and not just from the classes. Chapter 8. As the train pulled into the station, the first years scrambled to catch a glimpse of Hogwarts. The castle loomed in the distance, towering over the grounds with its stone spires and flickering lights. Harry took it in with a mild curiosity, noting the details without the awe that gripped his peers. Compared to some of the ancient magical sites he had visited with Grindelwald, Hogwarts was grand, but not overwhelmingly so. The boat ride across the dark lake had been calm, the water eerily still beneath the towering figure of Hogwarts. The first years around Harry whispered to one another, craning their necks to take in the sight of the castle. Harry, however, remained unimpressed. He'd seen older, grander places during his travels with Grindelwald. Hogwarts was imposing, sure, but he was here for something more than architecture. When the boats docked, they were led into the vast entrance hall. It was impressive, if only for its size. As they waited, a chill filled the air, and suddenly, ghosts began to glide through the walls. Some of the students gasped, pointing at the specters in amazement. Harry narrowed his eyes, more intrigued than shocked. Ghosts? In most of the places he had visited with Gellert, the dead were treated with reverence, guided to rest. Yet here, they floated aimlessly, mingling with students as though they belonged. Restless spirits, just floating about? Harry mused quietly, suppressing a smirk. Strange, they'd never let this fly in Tibet or Cambodia. In Tibet, The monks chanted for days to ensure a soul's peaceful passage, their magic woven into the air itself, a harmony between spirit and nature. The dead moved on, their presence a fleeting echo. In Cambodia, he'd watched sorcerers bind spirits to sacred urns, their magic heavy with purpose. The dead remained guardians, tethered by duty to their families and lands. But here, the ghosts wandered freely. Harry's gaze followed one as it drifted past, its form pale, flickering in the candlelight. No ritual, no higher purpose, just an aimless shadow, as though forgotten by time. Hogwarts treated its ghosts like relics, remnants of something half remembered. Tibetan shamans would think this place is a den of necromancers, Harry thought, almost amused by the contrast. He shook his head. In the places he had been, spirits were tied to something greater, bound by powerful rites. Here, they felt like echoes with no guide, no destination. What's keeping them here? Soon after, they were led into the great hall for the sorting. The enchanted ceiling, the floating candles, none of it took Harry by surprise. He'd seen magic used in more creative ways before. Still, he noted everything, cataloging the intricacies for later. When his name was called, a murmur rippled through the hall. Harry didn't mind the attention. He walked calmly to the stool, sat, and felt the familiar weight of the sorting hat slip over his head. The hall seemed to grow quieter as the hat adjusted itself, slipping just over his eyes. "Ah, Harry Potter," the hat murmured, its voice low and thoughtful. "Curious, very curious. I've seen many minds over the years, but yours, yes, you are different." Harry sat still, eyes unfocused as he kept his thoughts deliberately guarded. He wasn't surprised by the hat's observation, nor did he allow himself to react. This was part of the ritual, and Harry knew how to play his part. "Different how?" he asked. "There's ambition in you," the hat continued. "Sharp, well-formed, much like those in Slytherin. But ambition for you is not an end in itself, is it? You see power as a tool, a means to something greater." Harry's lips quirked at the hat's circuitousness. "And what would that be?" The hat paused, as though weighing its response. "That's the question, isn't it? Most crave power for security, for control, but you have a different perspective. Power without purpose doesn't interest you. You want something more deliberate." "I know what happens when power lacks purpose," Harry thought, his mind briefly flashing to memories of lessons with Grindelwald, discussions of the great leaders of history. "Purpose is what defines control. Slytherin can't offer me that." The hat hummed in response. "Slytherin offers paths to power, direct paths, ones you could walk. But you've already seen their flaws, haven't you? There's no challenge in the obvious." Harry's mind sharpened. Subtlety wins where force fails. Slytherin's too obvious. "Indeed," the hat chuckled softly. "You'd be well matched with those who walk that path, the Malfoys, for instance. But their ways, predictable though they are, don't entice you." "I've no interest in playing their games." Harry's thoughts were cold, detached. He could respect ambition, but not if it was rooted in arrogance or short-sightedness. "They mistake influence for power." "And you don't?" the hat asked, its tone probing deeper now. "Influence can be fleeting," Harry countered. "Power is only true when it endures, when it's rooted in understanding, not just strength. Slytherin teaches control over others. I need control over myself." "Ah." The hat's voice turned thoughtful again. "Now, that's a subtlety Slytherin lacks. You see, Ravenclaw values knowledge above all true understanding. Not just to gain an edge, but to grow." "I've seen power fail," Harry countered, thinking of his travels with Grindelwald to the ruins of civilizations long forgotten. "Without understanding, power destroys itself." "A lesson learned young," the hat murmured. "Most take years, decades even, to grasp such a truth. But you've seen it already. Power untempered by knowledge collapses. You're seeking more than mere control, Harry. You're searching for balance." Harry's mind lingered on the word balance. It was something he had never quite put into words, but it resonated. He wasn't seeking domination, nor was he interested in reckless ambition. Power, in his view, had to be balanced with knowledge, with restraint. Balance doesn't mean weakness, Harry thought. It means knowing when to act and when to wait. The hat chuckled, darkly amused. Oh, you'll find Ravenclaw will challenge you. It will sharpen that mind of yours, give you the space to refine yourself. But knowledge is a double-edged sword. It can illuminate, but it can also consume. Many brilliant minds have been lost to obsession. What makes you think you can escape that fate? Harry's expression remained impassive, but inside, he weighed the warning. He'd seen obsession in others, perhaps even glimpsed it in himself. I've seen what obsession does. I've learned control. Perhaps you have, the hat conceded. But obsession comes quietly, doesn't it? Slowly, until it becomes everything. I'll manage. Harry's thoughts were firm, but there was an edge of caution there. He understood the risk, but he had learned from the best how to navigate it. Perhaps you will, the hat mused, its tone growing thoughtful again. Ravenclaw will help you become what you desire, even if you aren't sure what that is yet. Harry allowed himself a faint smirk. Then I'll find out. The hat chuckled softly once more, as if sharing in Harry's quiet ambition. Ravenclaw called out. The hat was lifted off, and Harry stood, making his way to the Ravenclaw table. Whispers followed him, faint and curious. The name Harry Potter was on everyone's lips, but as far as anyone knew, he was just a legend brought to life. No one here knew anything about him beyond the story. The boy who lived. Harry took a seat near the middle of the long Ravenclaw table, catching a few cautious glances from his new housemates. The great hall buzzed with the chatter of students and the clinking of silverware. Enchanted candles floated overhead, casting a warm glow that flickered off the towering stone walls. The rich smell of roasted meats and savory pies filled the air, mingling with the sweetness of pumpkin juice being poured into goblets. Across from him, a boy with sharp blue eyes leaned forward with a smirk. Harry Potter, huh? There was a casual curiosity in his voice, the kind of probing Harry had grown used to. They always wanted to know more than the name, to see if the legend lived up to the stories. Terry, Harry replied, nodding once, his tone as even as the boys. Terry blinked, a flicker of surprise crossing his face before he grinned. Terry Boot. Next to Terry, a girl with long, dark hair studied Harry with quiet curiosity. Padma Patil, she said, her voice calm. I guess we've all heard of you. Harry gave her a faint smile. So I've been told. A few seats down, a girl with reddish-brown hair leaned in, her grin mischievous. What's it like? She asked, gesturing vaguely. You know, being you? Harry met her gaze, weighing the question. Elsa Laird, he remembered from her sorting. She wasn't prying, exactly, but she wanted a reaction. He wasn't going to give her one. Same as being anyone else, I suppose. Elsa laughed lightly, a few others nearby chuckling with her. You're going to fit right in here. The conversation flowed around him as dishes of roast potatoes, Yorkshire pudding, and bangers and mash floated by on enchanted platters. Harry reached for a goblet of pumpkin juice, the sweet scent mixing with the warm air. He sipped it slowly, letting the conversation swirl as he listened more than spoke. Just then, a girl with long brown hair and a prefect's badge slid into the seat beside him. Penelope Clearwater, she said smoothly. 5th-year prefect. Ravenclaw's lucky to have you, Potter. You'll find we're all about learning, thinking things through, and asking the right questions. Penelope had an air of quiet authority, her words deliberate but not pressing. Harry sensed she was used to guiding conversations, subtly steering them. He tilted his head, curious. What kind of questions? Penelope's smile widened just a touch. The ones that matter, she replied, her tone leaving no room for doubt. A boy across the table, with curly reddish hair, jumped in next. Ravenclaw, though? Thought you'd be in Gryffindor for sure. Harry glanced at the red and gold table where the Gryffindors laughed and cheered, always the loudest in the room. He knew the assumptions people made about him. People make assumptions, he said lightly. Doesn't mean they're right. Terry chuckled at that. Looks like you know how to handle it. Harry just shrugged, letting the moment pass. The expectations were something he'd grown accustomed to, a background hum in every conversation. You get used to it. The red-haired boy who'd been sorted into Ravenclaw before him, Anthony Goldstein, wasn't quite done. Fair enough, he said, watching Harry closely. Just figured you'd follow in your parents' footsteps, you know? Harry set his goblet back down, brushing his fingers against the smooth wood of the table. "Maybe I'm here to make my own," he replied, his tone casual but pointed. There was a pause, the answer hanging just long enough for them to catch the weight of it. He wasn't about to be defined by anyone else's path. Across the table, a tall boy with dark hair leaned forward, a grin spreading across his face. "Roger Davies, 3rd year. You thinking about trying out for Quidditch? We could use someone like you." Roger's confidence was palpable, his tone friendly but with an edge that spoke of ambition. Quidditch wasn't just a game for him, it was a stage. Harry wasn't ready to commit to anything just yet. He needed to see how the players moved before joining the game. "Maybe," he said, deflecting. "Haven't decided yet." "You captain?" Roger's grin widened. "Not yet. Soon." Beside him, a pretty dark-haired girl introduced herself as Cho Chang, a 2nd year. With an easy smile, she nudged Roger, playfully. "He's always recruiting," she said. "Don't let him rope you into it if you're not ready." Roger raised his hands in mock defense. "Hey, I'm just saying we need fresh talent." A voice from further down the table cut in, calm and steady. "Robert Hilliard, 5th year prefect," the boy said, meeting Harry's eyes with a level gaze. "You'll find there's more to Ravenclaw than Quidditch. Plenty to learn outside the classroom." Harry nodded, noting the way Robert spoke serious, thoughtful, the kind who weighed his words carefully. Robert wasn't just curious. He was assessing, quietly gathering information, just like Harry was. A person worth watching. Roger shrugged, still grinning. "Yeah, we're not all bookworms. Some of us have other priorities. Like Quidditch strategies." "Exactly," Roger said, winking at her. Cho turned to Harry then, her expression curious, but more open than the others. "So, what about you? What's your thing?" The question felt inevitable. They were all waiting for the answer, watching him closely. Harry paused, taking another sip of pumpkin juice before responding. "I like learning things that are useful," he said, careful not to reveal too much. There was a beat of silence as they took in his response. Penelope and Robert exchanged a brief glance, while Roger looked intrigued, and Cho gave him a curious smile. They were still trying to figure him out, and that was exactly how he wanted it. Robert nodded thoughtfully. "You'll fit in well here, then. Ravenclaw's all about learning." Harry returned the nod, his mind already cataloging what he had learned. Penelope's kind leadership, Roger's good-natured ambition, Cho's easy charisma, Robert's quiet strength, they each had some potential to be useful in their own way. And as they watched him, trying to piece together the puzzle, Harry was content to let them wonder. He would learn more from this night than they would from him. Later, after the sorting feast, Harry found himself in the small sitting room attached to the first-year boys' bedrooms. The space was comfortable, with plush armchairs and a warm fire crackling in the hearth. It was a more intimate setting compared to the large common room they'd passed through earlier, the Ravenclaw library that only their house had access to, which Harry was eager to browse. 3 other boys shared the space with him: Terry Boot, Michael Corner, and Anthony Goldstein. They chatted amiably, asking each other the usual first-day-at-school questions: where they were from, whether their parents were magical, and what they thought of Hogwarts so far. Harry listened, but he couldn't shake the feeling that none of them had anything particularly interesting to say. Terry was friendly enough, though he seemed preoccupied with his academic goals. Michael, quiet but thoughtful, would likely focus on his studies, but there was little spark of curiosity beyond that. Anthony, for all his sharpness at the dinner table, appeared content discussing Quidditch more than anything else. "So, what do you think, Harry?" Terry asked, pulling Harry into the conversation. "Ravenclaw's got a lot of reputation to live up to. You nervous about it?" Harry shook his head, offering a polite smile. "Not really. I think I'll manage." Michael laughed quietly. "Guess that's to be expected from Harry Potter." Harry didn't bite at the comment, and the conversation drifted back to Terry and Anthony debating whether the Ravenclaw Quidditch team stood a chance this year. As the evening stretched on, Harry found himself losing interest. These boys were decent enough, but their conversations were mundane. Terry's talk of exams, even Michael's interest in magical theory, it all felt too childish, too unsophisticated. He was used to philosophical debates with Gellert Grindelwald, a wizard of famed intellect, and a full century older than Harry's current conversational partners. Eventually, Harry stood, stifling a yawn he didn't really feel. "I think I'm going to turn in for the night," he said, glancing around the room. "See you in the morning." As Harry stepped into his private room in Ravenclaw Tower, the quiet immediately welcomed him. The soft crackle of the enchanted fireplace, flickering gently in the corner, cast a warm glow across the dark wood and rich blue tones of the space. The bed, neatly made, sat waiting, his school trunk resting at the foot. But it was the windows that drew him in the expansive view beyond, where the night stretched endlessly over the black lake, stars scattered across the sky like shards of silver. He moved closer, his hand resting lightly on the cold stone sill as his gaze drifted upward, searching for something familiar. There it was, Orion. Harry's eyes traced the constellation's shape, and for a moment, the room fell away. He remembered lying under the stars with Grindelwald, far from everything he had known, his first true escape from the Dursleys. Gellert had spoken softly that night, pointing out the constellations one by one, teaching him their names there. Stories, his voice weaving the old myths as though they were still alive. "That's Orion the Hunter," Grindelwald had said, his tone both gentle and commanding. Blind, but never defeated. The stars had been the beginning his first real lessons. Harry hadn't understood all of it then, but the memory was etched deep, connected to the quiet peace that always came when he looked up at the night sky. Now, as the cold air pressed against the glass, Harry felt the same stillness settle over him. He leaned his forehead lightly against the window, the coolness grounding him as he let his mind wander. His housemates had been polite enough, though their conversations felt small, predictable. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. He already knew he'd have to look elsewhere for more stimulating company. But that could wait. For now, the stars were enough. Harry's gaze lingered on Orion, watching as the hunter stood frozen in his eternal pursuit. His fingers tapped lightly against the windowsill before he finally turned away, leaving the constellation to its own silent vigil. The quiet enveloped him as he lay back on the bed, the unfamiliar sheets soft beneath him. The fire's warmth flickered faintly in the corner, but Harry's thoughts were already drifting. Above, the blind hunter kept his vigil in the stars. Like Orion, Harry waited, his mind calm, letting sleep come when it would. Chapter 9. The dungeon classroom was cold, its stone walls trapping the chill in the air. Harry sat at his desk, waiting for the first potions class to begin. The other first-year Ravenclaws and Gryffindors around him whispered nervously, sharing rumors they'd heard about Professor Snape. Harry had heard plenty himself, but he was more curious than nervous. He wanted to see if Snape truly lived up to his infamy. His thoughts wandered to the other professors. Most had been competent enough, though Quirrell's unsettling aura hadn't escaped Harry's notice. That man practically radiated dark magic, something close to necromancy. Then there was Binns, the ghost condemned to endlessly teach a subject he no longer had any passion for. Harry would free him eventually, for Binns' own good, but also for his sanity. The door to the classroom slammed open, and Snape swept in, black robes billowing behind him. The whispers died instantly as his presence filled the room. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making," Snape began, his voice low and cold. His gaze swept over the class, lingering on Harry before moving on. "I don't expect many of you to appreciate the delicate power of the potions we will brew. Some of you," his eyes snapped back to Harry, "are here riding on the coattails of fame." Harry met Snape's gaze without flinching, the faintest of smirks tugging at the corner of his mouth. The Gryffindors across the room snickered, enjoying the pointed remark, but Harry remained silent. Snape stepped closer to Harry's desk, his black eyes narrowed. "Your father was much the same, arrogant, overconfident. Thought the rules didn't apply to him either." Harry's expression didn't change. He wasn't going to give Snape the satisfaction of a reaction. Snape sneered at the lack of response, clearly displeased. The tension in the room thickened. "Tell me, Potter," Snape continued, his voice dripping with disdain, "what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" "The draught of living death, sir," Harry answered calmly, his tone respectful but clipped. Snape's eyes flickered, but he pressed on. Correct. And where would you look if I asked you to find me a bezoar? In the stomach of a goat, sir. A muscle in Snape's jaw twitched. And the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? They're the same plant, sir, also known as aconite. The room fell silent. Snape's expression tightened, the familiar sneer returning. You're just like your father, Potter, he hissed. So sure of yourself. So. Before he could finish, there was a shift in Snape's posture, and Harry felt the sharp, intrusive press of legitimacy on the edges of his mind. It was a mistake. Harry had been trained in the mind arts since childhood, mastering not the Occidental art of occlumency, but a more exotic, purely offensive technique from the Orient. As Snape's mental probe pressed in, Harry didn't even try to defend. Instead, he struck back, his mind lashing out like a predator seizing its prey. Snape's eyes widened, but it was too late. Harry tightened his mental hold, slipping a command into Snape's psyche. You will treat me with respect. Snape's face paled. His defenses crumbled for just a moment, long enough for Harry's compulsion to take root. None of the students around them understood what had just transpired, but Harry could see the confusion in Snape's eyes. The professor pulled back, clearly rattled. And then Snape did something no one in the class had expected. Well done, Potter, Snape said, his voice respectful. There was still a trace of his usual coldness, but it lacked the venom it had carried moments earlier. You've answered correctly. The Gryffindors and Ravenclaws alike exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what had just happened. Snape's sudden shift in demeanor was jarring, to say the least. Snape seemed to fight it, his lips twitching as though he wanted to sneer, but he remained strangely composed. 5 points to Ravenclaw for precision. Harry gave a small nod, keeping his expression neutral. Inside, however, he knew what had just happened. His compulsion had held, at least for now. An occlumency of Snape's caliber would likely throw it off in a few hours, but for the moment, Harry had won. Snape turned away sharply, moving back to the front of the classroom, his shoulders tense. He seemed confused, as though some part of him couldn't comprehend why he was acting this way. The rest of the lesson continued, but Harry noticed Snape was oddly restrained, giving Harry no more of the pointed jabs or cutting remarks he had started with. The tension between them was still there, but it had shifted. Harry sat back, maintaining his usual expression of calm. For now, he would act as though nothing had happened. Let Snape stew in his confusion. It was a small victory, but a satisfying one nonetheless. The Ravenclaw common area had a warm, quiet atmosphere as the evening drew on. It was the kind of place where the hum of scholarly conversation never quite died, where students pored over books or discussed magical theory in low tones. It was also home to Ravenclaw's private librarian amenity that set them apart from the other houses. Harry sat near the back, his chair facing the fire. He could hear snippets of conversation around him, and more than a few glances had been cast his way since he'd arrived after dinner. Word had already spread about his unexpected victory in potions the 5-point Snape had awarded him. That alone had been enough to fuel the rumors, since Snape was notoriously stingy with points, especially when it came to non-Slytherins. He got points from Snape. He heard one voice whisper behind him. 5 whole points. Can you believe it? I thought only Slytherins ever got points in potions, another added. Harry allowed a small smile to touch his lips. The rumors were already working in his favor. He had no intention of revealing what had actually happened in class, of course. Let them wonder. It gave him an air of mystery, one that he could use. A group of older students sat nearby, engaged in what appeared to be a discussion on magical theory. Harry listened casually, picking up bits and pieces of their conversation. One of the students, a tall 6th year named Alex Blackwood, was leaning back in his chair, gesturing animatedly as he talked about advanced transfiguration. That's the thing with theoretical magic, Alex was saying. It's not just about knowing spells. It's about understanding the underlying principles. Once you get that, the possibilities are endless. Harry stood, making his way over to the group. Mind if I join? He asked, his tone polite, but carrying a confidence that suggested he expected a yes. Alex glanced up, clearly a bit surprised, but he nodded. Sure, Potter. Take a seat. Harry sat down, positioning himself where he could observe the others. He let the conversation flow for a few minutes before adding his own thoughts, weaving in subtle references to the advanced reading he had done on transfiguration and other branches of magic. "You've done your homework," Alex remarked after a while, raising an eyebrow. "Didn't expect that." Harry smiled slightly. "Ravenclaw values knowledge, right?" The older students exchanged impressed glances. Harry could tell they were intrigued not just by the rumors, but by his insight. It wasn't long before the topic shifted, and Alex leaned in slightly, lowering his voice as though discussing something more personal. "So, is it true," he asked, "you really got points from Snape in potions?" Harry shrugged lightly. "It happened." "How?" One of the others, a fifth-year girl named Penelope, Clearwater asked, leaning forward. "Snape never gives points to anyone but his own house. He practically hates every other student." Harry kept his expression neutral, his tone measured. "Let's just say I answered a few questions correctly." He seemed impressed. He left it at that, letting the vague answer hang in the air. The others exchanged knowing looks, but Harry could sense their curiosity deepening. They wouldn't push for more details, not now, at least, but the mystery was enough to keep their attention. And that was exactly what Harry wanted. He redirected the conversation, steering it toward the older students' experiences at Hogwarts. "I've been wondering," Harry said, glancing between them, "what it's like to navigate the school as you get older. There must be more to learn outside of classes, right?" Alex chuckled. "You're not wrong. There's a lot more going on behind the scenes once you know where to look. Certain teachers, certain opportunities," Penelope added, her voice thoughtful. "If you know the right people." Harry nodded slowly, filing that information away. He wasn't about to ask directly for guidance, but the feelers were there, and he could tell they were receptive. These were the kinds of connections he wanted to cultivate: students with knowledge, access, and ambition. They didn't need to know everything about him, but they could prove useful in time. He leaned back, letting the conversation continue around him, offering insights and observations when necessary. But mostly he was listening, absorbing the information, watching for the subtle cues that would guide him toward the right alliances. The next day, defense against the dark arts was just as Harry had expected, at first uneventful. Professor Quirrell stood at the front of the classroom, muttering and stuttering his way through an introduction to the course, looking like he could collapse under his own anxiety at any moment. The scent of garlic wafted faintly through the room, making several students wrinkle their noses. Harry, however, had no intention of letting the professor's nervous demeanor fool him. Snape's attack during potions had stirred something in Harry's memory, an old lesson from his tutors in the mind arts, from his time in the Himalayas. He had other ways to perceive things, to see beneath the surface of what appeared to be real. Quirrell's behavior had raised Harry's suspicions from the moment he saw him. There was something off about the man, something beyond mere cowardice. And now, Harry intended to find out what it was. As Quirrell continued droning on about dark creatures, Harry let his focus sharpen. Slowly, deliberately, he began to shift into a heightened state of awareness, something his tutors had called opening the third eye. It wasn't about literal vision, it was about seeing the magical energies around people, the hidden layers of magic that even skilled wizards might miss. Harry's senses began to adjust, the world around him softening into a subtle hum of magic and life. He turned his gaze on Quirrell, his perception probing beyond the jittery professor's surface. At first, he saw the expected, the usual aura of a nervous wizard, fluttering with anxiety like a flag in a breeze. But then Harry felt it, a dark pulse, buried deep beneath Quirrell's fragile exterior. The presence was ancient, sinister, and it seemed to curl tightly around the core of Quirrell's magical signature, like a parasite wrapped around its host. There it is. But before Harry could investigate further, the dark presence stirred, as if sensing his gaze. For a split second, Harry felt something heavy, cold, and watchful reach out toward him. His heart skipped a beat. In an instant, Harry closed off his third eye, withdrawing from the connection. The presence receded, but not before it left a chilling impression on him, like a shadow brushing against his skin. Something had noticed him. He quickly steadied himself, focusing on his breathing. Inhale slowly, exhale slower. His pulse, which had quickened at the contact, gradually settled back to its normal rhythm. He could feel the control returning as he slipped into the calming techniques he'd learned during his training. He would give no outward sign that anything had happened. But something had changed. Quirrell, who had been stuttering through his lecture only moments before, suddenly grew silent. The professor's posture straightened, and when he resumed speaking, the nervous tics were gone. His stammer had vanished, replaced by a smooth, clear voice that seemed to carry an undercurrent of sharpness. The students around Harry seemed too surprised by the shift to notice anything else, but Harry could feel the change in the air. Quirrell was no longer the bumbling wreck he had appeared to be. He was alert, his gaze sweeping the classroom with unsettling precision, as though he was searching for something or someone. Harry kept his expression blank, his hands relaxed on his desk. He avoided eye contact, but he remained acutely aware of Quirrell's movements, watching from the corner of his eye. The professor's newfound clarity seemed too sudden, too calculated. Was it possible that the dark presence had sensed Harry's intrusion? Or worse, had Quirrell realized that Harry was the one who had triggered the shift? The rest of the class dragged on, with Quirrell speaking in that unervingly smooth voice. Harry forced himself to remain calm, slipping in a slow, deliberate breathing to maintain his composure. In his mind, he could still feel the trace of that dark magic, the presence, lurking beneath Quirrell's skin. He couldn't risk drawing attention to himself now. By the time the lesson ended, Quirrell's sharp gaze had softened again, and he returned to his usual stuttering self. But the damage had been done. Harry knew now that something far darker was at play with Quirrell than anyone realized. As the students gathered their things and began to leave, Harry remained still for a moment longer, controlling his breathing, keeping his pulse steady. He had learned what he needed to know for now. But this wasn't over. The Hogwarts staff room was filled with murmurs as the professors gathered around the large, circular table, waiting for Dumbledore to begin the meeting. Fawkes perched on his stand near the window, watching silently as the headmaster took his seat at the head of the table. Dumbledore looked calm as always, his usual twinkle present behind the half-moon spectacles. But there was a certain gravity to his demeanor that hadn't gone unnoticed. Severus Snape, on the other hand, was anything but calm. "I demand something be done about Potter," Snape hissed, his dark eyes flashing as he slammed a hand down on the table. "The boy used mesmerism on me. Mesmerism, an art forbidden for good reason." The room fell into stunned silence. Several of the professors exchanged confused glances, and Minerva McGonagall arched an eyebrow in disbelief. Phileas Flitwick looked startled, his eyes darting between Snape and Dumbledore, while Pomona Sprout appeared more curious than concerned. Dumbledore raised a calming hand, but Snape pressed on. "The boy needs to be punished severely. His arrogance is intolerable, and he has no respect for authority." "What exactly happened, Severus?" McGonagall asked, her voice crisp and no-nonsense as ever. Snape turned toward her, his expression darkening. "During our first potions class, I questioned Potter. He answered correctly, but with an air of defiance. I attempted to read his mind, using legilimency dash. There was a sharp intake of breath from several professors, including McGonagall and Flitwick, but Snape ignored it. And that's when it happened. The boy turned the tables on me. His mind lashed out. Using some kind of compulsion to dash, Snape's lip curled, as if the words physically pained him. "Command respect. You used legilimency on a first year?" McGonagall interrupted, her eyes narrowing. "Severus, you know that's against the rules. And highly unethical." Flitwick added, his voice indignant. Pomona Sprout gave a small cough of disapproval. "Surely, you can't expect to invade a student's mind without consequence, Severus." The boy Snape started, but McGonagall cut him off, her voice sharp. "The boy," she said, "is 11 years old." Snape's face darkened further, but before he could speak again, McGonagall turned to Dumbledore. "Albus, this is outrageous. If anyone should be punished, it's Severus for using such magic on a child." There were nods of agreement around the table, and even Flitwick's small stature didn't stop him from chiming in. "I must agree. Legilimency on a first year is beyond the pale." Snape's knuckles whitened, but before the tension could rise further, Dumbledore raised a calming hand again. "Let us not rush to judgment." The murmurs quieted, though the tension remained palpable. Dumbledore turned his gaze to Snape, his tone patient but firm. Severus, I trust you know how serious it is to employ legitimacy on a student, particularly without cause? Snape's expression remained stormy, but he gave a stiff nod. Then let us consider both sides, Dumbledore said, his gaze sweeping the room. Harry did indeed defend himself with mesmerism, but it seems he was responding to an intrusion into his mind. We must address both actions, but I do not believe punishment is the answer. Snape's lips tightened, but Dumbledore continued. Harry has been through extraordinary circumstances before coming to Hogwarts, and while mesmerism is indeed a rare art, it does not surprise me that he has been exposed to it. The room quieted again, and Dumbledore shifted the conversation. I believe this incident highlights the need for us to better understand young Harry. So, let us hear your observations. McGonagall was the first to speak. As I mentioned earlier, he was sorted into Ravenclaw, and while I was initially surprised, it makes sense. He shows a great deal of composure, more so than I would expect from someone his age. There is a certain guardedness about him, though. It's as if he's always calculating. I'm concerned that he may be difficult to guide. Albus. Flitwick nodded. I've noticed the same, headmaster. He's made an impression in Ravenclaw, already sharp mind, quick to engage in conversation, particularly with the older students. But there's a maturity about him that doesn't quite fit an 11-year-old. It's impressive, but also curious. Sprout chimed in, her tone more neutral. I haven't had him in class yet, but I've heard the whispers among the students. His reputation precedes him. I'd be more concerned about how that's affecting the other first years than Harry himself. Snape remained silent, glaring at the table, but Dumbledore turned to him nonetheless. And you, Sivy? Snape hesitated, his pride clearly wounded from the earlier rebuke. He's capable, he admitted, his tone begrudging. But there's something unsettling about him. He reminds me of his father, arrogant, confident. But he's different, more controlled. He has no fear of me. There was a pause as Dumbledore considered the words of his staff. Harry had, as expected, made an impact on those around him. But it was clear the boy was an enigma, even to the teachers who had seen countless students pass through Hogwarts. Dumbledore leaned forward slightly, his voice quiet but carrying weight. Harry's journey will not be an easy one. He has already faced more than most children his age could bear, and he will continue to face challenges we cannot fully comprehend. But we must be patient. He will need guidance, not punishment, if we are to help him along the right path. The staff remained silent, but there was a shared understanding in the room. Harry Potter was not like other students. His future, and their roles in it, was something none of them could afford to ignore. Chapter 10. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the Hogwarts grounds as the first-year Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs gathered for their flying lesson. Harry stood among his housemates, the breeze stirring the grass as they made their way onto the Quidditch pitch. In front of them, a neat row of brooms awaited. Flying had never been something Harry had paid much attention to during his travels with Grindelwald. He had experienced far more sophisticated modes of magical transportation, enchanted carpets, winged beasts, and other methods that rendered broomsticks rather obsolete. Still, this was part of the curriculum, and Harry rarely dismissed an opportunity to observe and learn. Madame Hooch, her sharp gaze taking in the assembled students, approached with purpose. Her golden eyes flicked from one student to another. "All right, first years, line up by a broom," she commanded, her voice carrying easily across the open air. "Let's see how you handle yourselves in the sky." Harry stood beside his broom, a few Hufflepuff students lining up next to the Ravenclaws. He noticed the eager faces of some like Susan Bones and Justin Finch-Fletchley and the nervous ones of others. The Hufflepuffs were largely mild-mannered, but their curiosity about flying was palpable. Madame Hooch positioned herself at the front. "Extend your hand over your broom and say up. Let's go." A chorus of voices followed her command, filling the air with varying degrees of enthusiasm. Some brooms shot straight into their owners' hands, while others lay lifeless on the ground. A few wobbled as if caught in a breeze. "Up," Harry said calmly, extending his hand over the broom. His tone was steady, without a hint of the eagerness or anxiety others seemed to project. The broom responded immediately, rising smoothly into his grasp as though it had been waiting for him. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry saw a few students struggling. Justin Finch-Fletchley's broom rolled over on the ground like a stubborn log, while Michael Corner's twitched feebly, half-heartedly dragging itself into his grip. Madame Hooch nodded approvingly at Harry's effortless command of the broom. "Good control, Potter," she said, a note of curiosity in her voice. "Now mount your brooms, everyone. Firmly, but don't grip too tightly." The students mounted their brooms, some with more confidence than others. Harry settled onto his broom with the same calculated detachment. Just another task, another skill to master. On my whistle, kick off from the ground, fly for a moment, and then come back down steady and controlled. No showing off. The sharp trill of Madame Hooch's whistle cut through the air, and the students kicked off. The sky opened up around Harry as his broom lifted off the ground. For a moment, he hovered, taking in the sensation of flight. Despite his initial disinterest in brooms, there was something oddly freeing about it. The world below stretched out, the green fields a blur beneath his feet. It wasn't like flying on a carpet. This was more raw, more exposed. He noticed a few of the other students wobbling dangerously in the air. Justin, in particular, was struggling to keep his balance. Harry's broom remained perfectly steady, responding to the subtlest shifts in his body. Madame Hooch's voice called up from below, directing students to keep control and avoid jerky movements. Harry glanced at the other first years, his mind already assessing the situation. Most of them were doing poorly, flailing their arms or gripping the broom too tightly, trying to compensate for their lack of control. Then, unexpectedly, Justin's broom jerked wildly to the side, veering off course. He let out a yelp, his hands losing their grip on the handle. Before anyone could react, Justin tumbled off the broom, plummeting toward the ground. Without thinking, Harry leaned forward and shot toward Justin. His broom responded instantly to his command, cutting through the air with ease. The world blurred around him as he reached Justin just before he hit the ground. Harry grabbed the back of Justin's robes and pulled him up, slowing their descent until both boys touched down lightly on the grass. Madame Hooch blew her whistle again, storming over to them, her expression torn between shock and anger. What in Merlin's name was that? Harry dismounted calmly. "He fell," he said, as though it were the most obvious thing in the world. "I saw that," Madame Hooch snapped, but then her gaze softened as she looked at Justin, who was still trembling. "Are you hurt, Finch-Fletchley?" Justin shook his head wide-eyed. "Oh, I'm fine. Potter saved me." Hooch turned back to Harry, her eyes narrowing slightly, but there was no denying the boy's reflexes had been impressive. "That was risky," she said sternly, but quick thinking. 5 points to Ravenclaw. The Ravenclaws murmured amongst themselves, impressed, while the Hufflepuffs seemed relieved that Justin hadn't been hurt. Harry, however, remained indifferent to the points. He wasn't here for accolades. As the lesson wrapped up, Madame Hooch gave instructions for them to practice steady flying. Harry mounted his broom once more, rising into the air with fluid grace. The lesson was useful, after all. Control, balance, and awareness, all things that could be mastered, and Harry was always one to master a skill, no matter how mundane. Draco Malfoy walked briskly down the hall, his mind swirling with the rumors about Harry Potter. Snape had been humiliated in front of the entire class, and the leading theory was that Potter had confounded him, possibly wandlessly. Draco felt a surge of anger as he thought about it. Snape was his head of house, and no first year, not even the so-called boy who lived, had any right to pull that kind of stunt. Crabbe and Goyle lumbered along beside him, casting their usual intimidating shadows, but Draco barely noticed them. His thoughts were on Potter, on how he had looked so sure of himself at Madame Malkin's, how he had spoken with that insufferable calm. This time, Draco wouldn't let him get away with it. "There he is," Draco muttered, spotting Potter walking alone, just outside the Great Hall. "Potter!" Draco called, his voice sharp. Harry paused at the base of the stairs and turned, his face as composed as ever. His gaze flicked over Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle, but there was no fear or even surprise in his eyes. Just calm. Draco strode forward, his heart beating faster than he'd like to admit. "I've heard some interesting things about you in potions," he said, keeping his tone controlled. Harry raised an eyebrow. "Is that so? People are saying you confounded Snape," Draco said, his eyes narrowing. "How did you do it?" "Wandlessly." Harry didn't flinch. He didn't even blink. "What happened in potions is none of your concern." Crabbe and Goyle stepped closer, their large frames looming over Harry. Crabbe cracked his knuckles, while Goyle gave a menacing grunt, but Harry's attention barely flickered to them. Instead, he focused on Draco, as though they weren't even worth acknowledging. Draco felt a surge of frustration. This was supposed to be the moment where Potter realized he wasn't untouchable, where he learned that messing with Slytherins with his house had consequences. "You think you're so clever, don't you?" Draco said, stepping closer. "But you're not fooling anyone. You dash." Before Draco could finish, Harry's hand twitched ever so slightly, and suddenly, Crabbe's feet lifted off the ground. The large boy let out a startled yelp as he was jerked upward by invisible forces, his arms flailing helplessly. Goyle, ever the brute, moved as if to grab Harry, but before he could even take a step, his legs locked in place. He stumbled, looking down in confusion as his feet refused to obey him. It was as if the ground itself had turned to stone beneath him. Draco's heart leapt into his throat. What shocked him most wasn't that Crabbe was floating or that Goyle was immobilized. It was the fact that Harry hadn't even taken out his wand. He had done all of this without a single incantation, without more than a slight gesture of effort. And then it hit Draco. His hand hadn't even moved toward his own wand. How did I not think to take it out? Draco prided himself on not being a brute like Crabbe or Goyle. But here he was, standing empty-handed while Potter, who hadn't even broken a sweat, had already outmaneuvered all three of them. Harry stepped forward, his eyes cold and sharp. "Here's some advice, Malfoy," he said quietly, his voice deadly calm. "Don't try to pick fights with people you don't understand." Crabbe let out another helpless yelp as he wobbled midair, arms flailing, while Goyle struggled uselessly against the invisible bind holding his legs in place. Draco opened his mouth to retort, but the words caught in his throat. His hand twitched toward his wand, but now it felt pointless. The intimidation he'd planned had completely backfired. Potter was standing there, calm as ever, in complete control, without even drawing a wand. With a dismissive flick of his fingers, Harry released them. Crabbe dropped to the ground with a thud, and Goyle stumbled forward, regaining control of his legs. Both boys looked shaken and confused. Harry didn't spare them a second glance. He turned on his heel and walked up the stairs, leaving Draco standing there, his face flushed with a mixture of embarrassment and anger. Crabbe groaned, rubbing his back where he'd landed. What just happened? Draco clenched his fists. He had come here to confront Potter, but now all he felt was the sting of humiliation. The worst part wasn't that Crabbe and Goyle had been outmaneuvered, it was that Draco hadn't even thought to fight back with his own magic. He had been frozen, unsure, while Potter had acted without hesitation. This wasn't over. Next time, he'd be ready. But as Draco watched Harry disappear into the shadows, he couldn't help but wonder if he would ever be ready to face someone like Potter. That evening, Harry stretched back in bed, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. The encounter with Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle played back in his mind like a favorite memory, one that had ended with them thoroughly outmatched and scrambling to regain their dignity. He let out a quiet chuckle. Wandless confounding charm. Huh. He shook his head. Merlin's beard. I couldn't confront a toad. Wandlessly if I tried. He drummed his fingers on the armrest, remembering the wide-eyed look on Draco's face when Crabbe started floating and Goyle got stuck to the floor. Of course, none of them realized he hadn't used any actual spells. Just a bit of telekinesis he'd picked up in Africa, a skill that made wizards who were overly reliant on their wands look like children fumbling with toys. Wandless charms and jinxes, though. Harry grinned to himself at the absurdity. Perhaps in a decade, but he was still far too young, even with his prodigious talent. Let them think it, he chuckled. It amused him to no end how quickly the Hogwarts rumor mill spun its webs. One little nudge, and the whispers would soon turn into tall tales about how Harry Potter could cast spells without a wand by just twitching his fingers. And all it had taken was a trivial application of telekinesis to simulate levi corpus and locomotor mortis. The best part? They believe it, all because of his reputation, the boy who lived, and that one little incident with Snape. There was a gleeful satisfaction in letting the rumors fester, letting them fill in the gaps with exaggerated details. As far as anyone knew, Harry Potter had confounded Snape without breaking a sweat. He raised his hand, looking at it thoughtfully. Still wandless confounding charm, he mused, giving his fingers a theatrical wiggle. Maybe I should learn it, just to keep up appearances. The idea of actually mastering the spells that everyone thought he could do amused him to no end. His eyes gleamed mirthfully as he stood up, stretching. There was something delightful about playing the game, about being the puppeteer while the rest of Hogwarts tried to figure out what strings he was pulling. Honestly, Malfoy, he said aloud to the empty room, if you're going to confront me, at least have the decency to bring a wand to the party. He could almost imagine the look on Draco's face, that mixture of fear and indignation when he realized he'd never even thought to draw his own wand. A first year from a prestigious pure-blood family, frozen in place by his own ignorance. It was almost too easy, and yet Harry didn't mind easy now and then. It was a nice change of pace from the more dangerous games he'd played with Grindelwald. But still, he thought, his smile fading just a touch, there was no room for mistakes. Even in these small victories, Harry had to stay ahead. The rumors, the games had all worked in his favor for now. But Hogwarts was a different battlefield, and he wasn't going to underestimate anyone, not even Draco Malfoy. With a final glance out the window, Harry turned back toward the desk where his books waited. There was still so much to learn, and he wasn't about to let even the smallest opportunity slip by. All in a day's work, he muttered, a glint of humor still lingering in his eyes. Chapter 11. Author note, thanks for sticking with the story. And to everyone who has left a review. The Great Hall was alive with the buzz of students enjoying the Halloween feast, the floating pumpkins casting a warm, flickering glow over the sea of tables. The smell of roasted meats and sweet desserts filled the air, and laughter echoed from the students' revelry. Harry, however, barely noticed the festivities. His mind was elsewhere, his gaze drifting across the hall, but unfocused. He had already tuned out most of the evening. These kinds of events, though a welcome distraction for most students, offered him little. The term had been progressing well exactly as he had planned. He'd read all his first-year textbooks, slightly ahead of the rigorous schedule he'd set for himself. Harry allowed himself a small, satisfied smile. Now, with that out of the way, he could move on to more interesting reading for the next month. Topics that actually intrigued him. Some of the older Ravenclaws had pointed him to the restricted section of the main library, and while he hadn't been able to access it himself yet, that was more out of precaution than inability. Come January, he began working on next year's material. He'd already decided he'd visit Diagon Alley over the Christmas holidays to acquire the necessary books. Staying ahead was crucial. And then there were his extracurricular studies. The whispers of dark magic still clung to Quirrell, though the professor had slipped back into his jittery, stammering self. No more slip-ups like in that first defense against the dark arts class. Still, Harry remained on alert. The man was hiding something, something was lurking beneath the surface. And Snape. He was more predictable. His glares had become part of the scenery. Every time their eyes met, Harry could feel the simmering resentment. But it was all theatrics now. Snape was angry but careful. He hadn't made a real move since their first encounter. Whether it was fear or caution, Harry couldn't tell. Either way, Snape was no longer a direct threat. At least not for now. But Dumbledore? Harry's gaze flicked briefly to the head table, where the old wizard sat, chatting casually with Professor McGonagall. Harry had no illusions about Dumbledore's role at Hogwarts. The man sat like a spider at the center of his web, eyes and ears everywhere. He was certain that the headmaster had been monitoring him through Snape, through Flitwick, through every interaction. It didn't matter how subtle the man tried to be. Harry had grown up under the watchful eyes of others. He knew when he was being observed. His musings were interrupted by a sudden commotion at the staff table. Harry's head snapped up, his senses immediately sharpening as he caught sight of Professor Quirrell stumbling into the hall, his turban askew, and panic written all over his face. "Troll! In the dungeons!" Quirrell gasped, his voice trembling as he waved his hands wildly. "Troll, run!" The hall erupted in confusion. Students jumped from their seats, panic spreading through the crowd like wildfire. The staff rose quickly, trying to maintain order, but the words troll and dungeons had already sent most of the younger students into a frenzy. Harry stood calmly, slipping out of his seat as the prefects began organizing the students. His curiosity piqued. He had never seen a troll up close before. He wasn't particularly worried. The older students seemed more than capable of dealing with the situation, and Harry had little interest in playing the hero. But as he made his way through the crowd, something caught his eye. Just outside the Great Hall, he spotted a familiar figure too, in fact. Ron Weasley, looking panicked, was pulling Neville Longbottom down the hall, but not toward the Gryffindor dorms. In fact, they were heading in entirely the wrong direction. Harry frowned. What on earth were they doing? For a moment, he debated whether to leave it alone, but curiosity got the better of him. Something about the way Ron was dragging a very reluctant-looking Neville along, panic written on his face, but with a determination that suggested more than just a misguided escape plan, made Harry follow them. Slipping away from the crowd unnoticed, Harry moved down the corridor, keeping a safe distance. Trolls were dangerous, no doubt, but the prospect of seeing one up close was tempting. His mind flicked back to the many creatures he had encountered on his travels. But trolls? That was a gap in his knowledge, one he wouldn't mind filling. Quietly, Harry kept pace with the two Gryffindors, his senses alert and his wand at the ready just in case. The bathroom was a wreck of shattered porcelain and debris, the acrid stench of troll filling the air as the massive creature swung its club wildly. The ground shook with every step, and the walls buckled under the force of its blows. Water sprayed from broken pipes, mingling with the dust and rubble that covered the floor. Ron and Neville had burst into the room only moments before, intending to help Hermione, but they were woefully unprepared. Ron had managed to throw a feeble spell at the troll Wingardium Leviosa on the club, but it had been too little, too late. The troll barely seemed to notice them as it smashed its way through the remains of the sinks and stalls. Now, the three Gryffindors huddled behind the remnants of a broken partition, terror etched on their faces as the troll bore down on them. From the doorway, Harry watched with narrowed eyes. They were going to die unless he did something. He had initially thought about letting them figure it out on their own. After all, it was their mess, but one look at the sheer size of the troll told him they wouldn't last much longer. The club swung again, sending chunks of tile flying through the air, and the three students scrambled to stay behind the only bit of intact wall left. Harry stepped inside, his mind racing through his options. Trolls had a reputation for being dim-witted, easily manipulated by stronger minds, at least in theory. He'd mesmerized plenty of creatures before, even ones with rudimentary intelligence, but trolls were known for their magical resistance. He knew it was a long shot, but the easy way was always worth a try. He focused on the troll's mind, narrowing his thoughts and sending out the mental probe. It brushed against the troll's consciousness, primitive, chaotic, and utterly enraged. The creature's thoughts were a maelstrom of raw fury, its limited intelligence overwhelmed by its anger. Harry pushed harder, trying to plant the suggestion to stop, to calm down. But it was no use. The troll's mind was too wild, too basic. The rage coursing through it burned hotter than anything Harry's mental influence could touch. He glanced away, breaking the mental connection and cursing inwardly. So much for the easy way. The troll roared again, swinging its club toward the cowering Gryffindors. Hermione screamed as a chunk of wall crumbled above them. Fine, Harry thought, stepping forward. The hard way is more fun, anyway. He didn't bother with his wand. The troll was huge, and its hide was too thick for most spells to penetrate easily. But there was no need for that. He had other means at his disposal, and he knew just how to use them. With a flick of his fingers, Harry reached out with his telekinesis, gripping the debris scattered across the room. Shattered pieces of porcelain, broken bits of tile, and chunks of wood began to swirl around the troll, faster and faster. Water sprayed from the damaged pipes, turning the bathroom into a chaotic whirlpool of destruction. The troll in the center of the storm growled in confusion, its beady eyes darting around as the debris whipped past it. The whirlwind grew, the pieces of debris forming a rotating wall around the troll, keeping it trapped. Harry's lips twitched into a smirk. Troll hide might be resistant to magic, but physics was another story. He focused his control on the swirling storm, using the debris to push the troll backward, forcing it into the far corner of the bathroom, as far from the Gryffindors as possible. The troll snarled, more annoyed than threatened, trying to fight against the swirling mass of destruction. But Harry tightened his grip, keeping it contained. "Get up!" Harry shouted at the three Gryffindors, his voice cutting through the roar of the storm. Ron and Neville stared at him in shock, Hermione too stunned to move. Harry didn't have time for their paralysis. "Move!" he barked, pushing the debris harder against the troll as it tried to push back. "Now!" The urgency in his voice jolted them into action. Ron grabbed Hermione's hand, pulling her to her feet, while Neville stumbled after them. Together, they scrambled toward the door, casting nervous glances back at the towering creature still struggling against Harry's magical hold. But just as they reached the threshold, the sound of footsteps thundered down the hallway, and Harry's senses prickled with the arrival of powerful magic. The cavalry had arrived. The chaos of the Great Hall had sent the professors into action, but Severus Snape was already fearing the worst. He'd seen two Gryffindors rush out, followed by a skulking Potter. No doubt the boy, in his smirking arrogance, thought no one had seen him, just like his father and his band of hooligans always had. The troll in the dungeons was no small threat, and the idea of students loose in the castle with such a creature roaming about it put him on edge. Dumbledore had ordered them to head directly toward the source of the danger, and Snape, along with McGonagall and Flitwick, had followed without question. As they neared the bathroom where the commotion had been reported, the crashing sounds of destruction reached their ears. Snape's heartbeat quickened as his eyes narrowed in focus. They expected to find three terrified children Potter included at the mercy of a rampaging troll. They were prepared to step in, subdue the beast, and save the students. But when they rushed into the room, the sight that greeted them was unexpected. The troll was still there, towering and monstrous, but it wasn't smashing through the bathroom. Instead, it was contained within a swirling whirlwind of debris-broken tiles, shards of porcelain, and wooden splinters circled around it like a cyclone. The troll roared in confusion, swinging its club aimlessly, but the debris kept it pinned in place, forcing it back into a corner of the room. At the center of it all stood Harry Potter. Snape's eyes widened, his breath catching for the briefest of moments. The boy was not cowering or injured, he wasn't even remotely frightened. His hand was raised, his expression focused but calm, as though he had complete control of the situation. The debris obeyed his command, swirling faster with each flick of his fingers. It wasn't the sort of magic taught at Hogwarts. There were no incantations, no wand movements. It was something else, the provenance of foreign wizards and exotic lands. Telekinesis. Snape's stomach twisted in disbelief. Harry was controlling the entire scene, using nothing but his mind. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened as he took in the situation. McGonagall's gasp echoed in the room, but Flitwick, ever the quick thinker, already had his wand raised. The staff had expected to arrive in time to save the students, but it was Potter who had saved himself. And the others. Snape stepped forward, his wand raised in readiness, his mind reeling at the sight. Harry made no move to acknowledge their arrival. He simply kept his focus on the troll, making sure it remained contained. Snape felt a surge of frustration. This child was wielding powers that most wizards never even dreamed of mastering. And yet, Harry remained eerily calm. The troll roared again, smashing its club against the floor, sending chunks of stone flying. But Harry didn't falter. The whirlwind of debris swirled even tighter, pressing the troll back until it was completely cornered. Only then did Harry lower his hand, the whirling debris tightening to encase the troll in a prison of broken tiles and shattered toilets. For a moment, everything was still. Snape's wand was raised, ready to strike. But before he could move, Harry's eyes flicked toward Dumbledore. Only once Harry seemed certain that the headmaster and the other professors were ready did he drop his control over the whirlwind. The debris fell to the floor, and the troll, momentarily freed from its magical prison, roared in confusion, but it was too late. Dumbledore waved his hand, his magic crackling through the air as he froze the creature in place. The troll stopped mid-swing, its entire form locked in a stasis spell, its enraged expression frozen on its brutish face. The room fell silent, save for the ragged breathing of the three Gryffindors who had been hiding behind what little remained of the bathroom stalls. Snape's heart pounded in his chest as his mind processed what had just happened. Harry Potter had not only survived the encounter with the troll, he had contained it, single-handedly. And worse, he had done it without so much as lifting his wand. The air felt thick with tension as the professors exchanged glances, each of them trying to comprehend what they had just witnessed. "Potter," McGonagall began, her voice tight with disbelief. "How?" But Harry gave no answer. He simply glanced at the professors, his expression cool and unreadable, as if this was just another ordinary day for him. Dumbledore stepped forward, his eyes twinkling with something unreadable. "It seems we arrived just in time," he said softly, though Snape couldn't help but think there was something more in the headmaster's gaze as he looked at Harry. Snape, however, wasn't fooled by the boy's calm demeanor. He had seen something dangerous in those eyes, a level of control and power that no first year should possess. And what was worse, Harry had chosen to let the staff take over only when he had decided the moment was right. It was Potter who had been in control of the entire situation. Snape's grip tightened on his wand. Dumbledore might play his games with Potter, but Snape knew better. Whatever power the boy was hiding, it was far more dangerous than anyone else realized. And now, more than ever, Snape was determined to uncover the truth. The firelight flickered softly in Dumbledore's office, casting long shadows across the room as the gathered professors discussed the incident with the troll. Minerva McGonagall was sitting upright, her face stern, while Phileas Flitwick, still visibly unsettled, paced nervously by the hearth. Severus Snape stood by the window, his arms crossed, eyes dark with suspicion. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, his calm demeanor betraying none of the thoughts swirling in his mind. He had known from the moment Harry returned to England that this would not be simple. But the boy had already shown just how deep Gellert's influence ran. "What we saw today," McGonagall said, her voice low but sharp, "wasn't just control. It was raw power. No child, no first year should have that kind of mastery." Flitwick nodded. "The telekinesis, yes. That's what disturbs me most. It's rare enough to see it in fully trained wizards here in Europe. But for Potter to have wielded it as he did, at his age." Snape turned from the window, his voice cutting through the room. "It's not just the magic. It's how he uses it. Potter wasn't simply protecting himself. He was calculating. Cold, as if he'd done it all before." Dumbledore raised a hand to settle the room, his voice steady as ever. "What Harry demonstrated today would indeed be extraordinary for a first year trained in European traditions. But let us not forget that Harry was raised under very different circumstances." McGonagall frowned. "You mean Grindelwald?" The name hung in the air, heavy with history. Dumbledore's gaze remained calm as he nodded. "Yes, Grindelwald was not bound by the same conventions we hold dear here at Hogwarts. His understanding of magic was always more fluid. In Africa, where European wands are not traditionally part of magical practice, telekinesis is taught at a young age. What Harry displayed is not impossible in that context." The room fell silent as the professors processed Dumbledore's words. McGonagall's frown deepened, and Flitwick looked troubled. But Snape, as always, was far less charitable. "Grindelwald's influence," Snape muttered, "is more than evident. The boy's not just powerful, he's dangerous." Dumbledore watched Snape for a long moment, weighing his words carefully. He could not entirely dismiss Snape's concerns, there was truth in them. But there was more to this than Harry's power. In truth, Dumbledore had not been entirely surprised when Gellert had broken his exile to rescue Harry. After everything he had learned about how the Dursleys had treated the boy, and with Gellert's obsession with great wizards and portents, it was almost inevitable. Dumbledore's expression remained calm, but his thoughts drifted back to his follow-up visit to Privet Drive alone. He had used legilimency on Vernon and Petunia, carefully sifting through their memories, searching for clues about where Gellert had taken Harry. What he found instead had horrified him. Through Vernon's eyes, he had seen a frightened boy, locked in a cupboard, starved of affection, barely treated as human. Petunia's thoughts had been no better. Her jealousy of her sister had twisted her into something cruel. Harry had been little more than a burden, a freak, in her eyes. No wonder Gellert intervened. Dumbledore had known Gellert long enough to understand that he would have been deeply offended by the idea of a potential great wizard one who had survived a Dark Lord's killing curse being treated with such cruelty by Muggles. Gellert, though amoral, had always been obsessed with power and potential. The idea of someone like Harry Potter being mistreated by Muggles would have been intolerable to him. In a way, Dumbledore could almost excuse Gellert's actions. While it violated the letter of their agreement, Gellert's self-imposed exile did not violate the spirit. Harry had needed rescuing, and Gellert had done what Dumbledore had failed to do. But Dumbledore could never admit this to anyone, certainly not to the staff before him. The idea of defending Gellert publicly, even in this small circle, was unthinkable. He had fought too long and too hard to bring Gellert's reign of terror to an end to allow himself to appear lenient toward him. Still, Harry's upbringing could not be ignored. His calm, almost detached demeanor, his cold control, it all reminded Dumbledore too much of another boy he had once known. Tom Riddle. Dumbledore's thoughts turned dark for a moment. The similarities between Harry and Tom were undeniable. Both had been raised in difficult circumstances. Both had been isolated. Both had developed extraordinary abilities at a young age. And both had learned to rely on control. Too much control. But there was one key difference. Harry was still the subject of prophecy. Dumbledore's eyes flicked back to Snape, who was watching him with thinly veiled frustration. Harry's upbringing has shaped him, Dumbledore said carefully. But that does not mean he is beyond our help. He is still young, and he still has a path to choose. McGonagall looked skeptical, her lips pressed into a thin line. But Albus, do you believe we can reach him? After everything he's been taught by Grindelwald. Dumbledore hesitated. He had asked himself that question more times than he cared to admit. Was it too late to help Harry? Could he succeed in guiding Harry away from the dark path that Grindelwald had laid out for him? Or had the boy already chosen his path? Harry's fate is still his own to decide, Dumbledore said softly. Our task is to ensure that he knows he has a choice. But even as he said the words, the doubt lingered. Harry was not Tom, but the similarities were impossible to ignore. And if the boy had inherited Grindelwald's foul philosophies, what did that mean for the prophecy? In the end, Dumbledore knew the prophecy could not be ignored. Harry was destined to face Voldemort, one way or another. If Gellert's teachings gave him the strength to challenge Voldemort, then perhaps it was even better than what Dumbledore himself had planned. And yet, the fear remained. What would happen if Harry chose the same path as Tom? Would Dumbledore be forced to face another dark wizard of his own making? Dumbledore's face remained composed as he looked at his teachers, their faces pensive. But inside, the weight of his uncertainty grew heavier with each passing moment. Chapter 12. The library was as peaceful as ever, its shelves lined with the weight of centuries-old books, filled with knowledge both mundane and magical. Harry liked the quiet here. It gave him a chance to think, to strategize, away from the constant chatter of students still buzzing over the troll incident. He had spent enough time around Gellert to know that laying low after a public display of power was always the wisest move. Today, Harry was idly browsing through a selection of older tomes on magical theory. Some of the books here were archaic, barely relevant to the cutting-edge techniques he'd been trained in, but he knew better than to dismiss them entirely. There were always useful nuggets of information, hidden where no one else thought to look. As he flipped through a particularly dusty book on charms, he felt a presence behind him. He glanced up to see Hermione Granger, standing awkwardly in the aisle, clutching a stack of books to her chest, her face a mixture of determination and hesitation. "Potter," she started, her voice a little shaky, "I just wanted to thank you for saving me and Ron and Neville from the troll." Harry turned to face her, setting the book aside. He studied her for a moment, noting the nervous energy in her posture, the way she fidgeted with the edge of her sleeve. She was clearly uncomfortable, but there was something about her that intrigued him. Hermione was sharp, brilliant even, judging by the way she'd handled herself in classes so far. And yet, she was inexperienced, easily swayed. Harry had already decided that she could be useful. Whether as an ally or a follower, he hadn't quite worked out yet. "There's no need to thank me, Hermione," Harry said smoothly, offering her a warm smile. Anyone would have done the same. Hermione flushed, clearly not expecting his graciousness. "No, I mean, it was incredible what you did. I don't know how you did it, but dash," she stopped, looking embarrassed, her eyes wide as if she had just realized she was babbling. "You really are something else," she mumbled quickly, trying to correct herself. Harry chuckled softly, allowing just enough charm to soften the moment. "I've had a unique upbringing," he said, choosing his words carefully. "But it was nothing really. I'm just glad you're all safe. You handled yourself well too. Most would have frozen in a situation like that." She had, in truth, frozen, but Harry didn't see that fact as relevant to his goals. Hermione blinked, surprised at the compliment. "I didn't really do much," she said, looking down, her cheeks flushed pink. "But you kept your composure," Harry added, keeping his tone light. "That's more important than you think. It's a quality I admire." Hermione glanced up at him, her eyes wide with surprise. "You admire me?" Harry gave a small nod, maintaining his composed demeanor. "Of course. You're one of the brightest students in our year. You have potential, Hermione. Great potential." The words were chosen deliberately, and they had the desired effect. Hermione's face turned an even deeper shade of red, her posture stiffening slightly as she processed his words. It was clear she wasn't used to this kind of attention, least of all from someone like him. "I don't know what to say," she stammered, her voice barely above a whisper. "You don't have to say anything," Harry replied smoothly. "Just keep being yourself." Hermione blinked at him, clearly flustered. She opened her mouth to say something else, but then thought better of it. With a quick nod and a flustered, "Thank you," she turned on her heel and hurried off down the aisle, her books nearly toppling over in a rush to leave. Harry watched her go, a small smirk playing on his lips. She was exactly as he had expected, sharp, eager to please, and easily flustered. She would make an excellent ally if guided properly. Or perhaps a follower, should the situation call for it. Either way, she was a piece he could move, and he was always thinking several moves ahead. That evening, the Great Hall was buzzing with its usual dinner chatter, but Harry could feel the weight of curious eyes on him from all corners of the room. The story of the troll had spread like wildfire, and though no one had been brave enough to outright ask him for details, the students were clearly waiting for some kind of explanation. Harry wasn't in a rush to give it to them. He preferred to let rumors circulate for a bit, to see where the winds of gossip blew. But apparently, Neville and Ron had other plans. Harry had barely taken a bite of his food when Neville Longbottom, with Ron Weasley trailing behind him, approached the Ravenclaw table, both looking sheepish and eager at the same time. "Harry," Neville called out, loud enough to turn heads from nearby tables. "We wanted to thank you again." Properly this time, Ron nodded quickly, standing beside Neville. "Yeah, mate? You saved all our skins back there." The sudden attention from nearby students caused the hum of the Great Hall to shift, conversations dropping off as more and more people turned to watch the scene unfold. Harry's gaze swept across the hall. Practically everyone was watching now, Gryffindors, Ravenclaws, and even a few curious glances from the Slytherin and Hufflepuff tables. The time had come, it seemed, to address the elephant in the room. Rather than shy away from the spotlight, Harry decided to embrace it. He offered Neville and Ron a gracious nod and stood up slowly from his seat. "No need to thank me, Neville," he said, his voice carrying just the right balance of modesty and confidence. He did not need to project. The hall had fallen silent, everyone would hear. "You and Ron did your part too." Neville's eyes widened, and Ron looked surprised but pleased by the acknowledgement. The rest of the hall was now watching intently, the room growing quieter by the second. Realizing he had the attention of the entire school, Harry decided this was as good a time as any to address the growing curiosity surrounding the incident. He had known that this day would come. Better to control the narrative himself than let wild speculation run rampant. "Since I know many of you are wondering about what happened with the troll," Harry began, raising his voice slightly so it could carry through the hall, "I figured I might as well explain it myself." The room fell into a hush, students leaning in, eager to hear his story. "I have studied telekinesis since I was 7, Harry said simply, shrugging as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "It was, well, where I grew up, there weren't exactly a lot of adventure novels or even Muggle televisions to keep me entertained." He let the comment sit for a moment, allowing the students to absorb that strange tidbit about his past. The Ravenclaws, in particular, exchanged curious glances. They had never heard of a 7-year-old mastering telekinesis, but Harry's tone made it sound almost casual. "So, I practiced telekinesis instead," Harry continued. "It's something I picked up because it was fun and challenging. I didn't think it would ever come in handy for something like, well, a troll." He chuckled softly, his tone light, as if he hadn't been cornering a monstrous creature with ease mere days ago. He could see the wide-eyed stares from the younger students and the whispered exchanges from some of the older ones. Harry took note of their reactions, the awe in some, the intrigue in others. "But it's not as impressive as it sounds," Harry added, downplaying his ability while keeping just the right amount of mystique. "Telekinesis is all about focus and control. Anyone can do it with enough practice." He glanced over at the Slytherin table, where Draco Malfoy was sitting with a hard expression. Harry caught his eye for a brief second before turning back to his fellow Ravenclaws and Gryffindors. "It's just a skill? That's all." A murmur went through the hall as Harry finished his explanation, and he could tell the gears were turning in their minds. By downplaying his abilities, Harry had made it clear that while his skills were unique, he didn't consider himself better than anyone else. But at the same time, he had piqued their curiosity even more. How many other surprises did the boy who lived have up his sleeve? He sat back down, the attention still lingering on him, but now mixed with admiration and respect. Ron and Neville, still standing beside him, looked like they were unsure of what to say. "Thanks again," Neville mumbled, still looking slightly in awe of Harry. Ron, on the other hand, just grinned. "Blimey, Harry, you make it sound easy." Harry smiled back, though his mind was already elsewhere. This little moment of attention would serve its purpose for now. He had other plans, bigger moves to make. In the days following his impromptu explanation at dinner, Harry couldn't help but be amused by how quickly his housemates and many other students latched onto the idea of telekinesis. By the end of the week, it seemed that every corner of the school had students furrowing their brows in intense concentration, clutching pebbles or marbles as they tried to move them without a wand. The library, the common rooms, even history of magic everywhere Harry went, he saw students, mostly first and second years, focusing all their energy on making a pebble twitch. And to his quiet satisfaction, some of them were succeeding. He caught a few tiny stones quivering in midair when the students thought no one was watching. It was small progress, of course, but that didn't matter. Harry knew the power of encouragement. Whenever he observed a pebble move, even a fraction, he made a point to offer praise. A quick "well done" or "keep practicing, you're on the right track" was all it took. And each time, the students beamed, their confidence bolstered by the boy who lived himself. It was a simple way to build trust, and social capital came cheap when all it took was a few kind words. He was, after all, laying the groundwork for future allies, followers, or simply those who might owe him a favor someday. The next flying lesson had arrived, and this time he was determined not to have a repeat of the chaos with the rogue broom. Madam Hooch, with her usual no-nonsense demeanor, quickly lined them up, reminding the class of the basic rules. The lesson started off smoothly enough. Everyone mounted their brooms, kicked off the ground, and began practicing basic maneuvers in the air. Harry, for the most part, kept himself under control. At first, but soon, the thrill of flying something he hadn't fully appreciated until now took over. The freedom, the wind in his hair, the feeling of weightlessness, it was intoxicating. Before long, he found himself pushing the broom faster, testing its limits. He began weaving between his classmates, executing sharp turns and diving through the air with a fluidity that felt more natural than he'd anticipated. He started to try a few simple acrobatic moves. He didn't even realize he was doing it at first. A quick barrel roll here, a sudden loop there, until he noticed the startled looks on the faces of his classmates below. "Potter!" Madame Hooch's sharp voice cut through the air like a whip. "What do you think you're doing?" Harry slowed down, hovering in place as Hooch approached, her face stern. "That's enough showing off," she snapped. "You might have saved Finch Fletchley last time, but that doesn't mean you can go pulling stunts in my class." Harry offered her a sheepish grin, though inwardly, he was still riding the high of the flight. "Sorry, Madame Hooch. Got carried away." Hooch narrowed her eyes, but, to Harry's surprise, didn't seem truly angry. "I'm letting you off with a warning this time. But if I see anything like that again, you'll be in detention." Harry nodded, still grinning as he landed smoothly on the ground. "Understood." As the lesson wrapped up and the students began dismounting their brooms, Harry lingered for a moment, still riding the thrill of his earlier stunts. Flying was freeing. He hadn't expected to enjoy it so much. Before this, he'd always dismissed Quidditch and broom sports as frivolous distractions, nothing more than a waste of time, when compared to real power, to mastering magic. And yet, now that he had tasted the exhilaration of acrobatics in the sky, he found himself rethinking that stance. As he walked toward the broom shed, he overheard his housemates still chattering excitedly. "With moves like that, Harry would crush it in Quidditch," one of the boys whispered, glancing over at him. "Yeah, imagine him a seeker. There's no way anyone else could catch the snitch before him," another added, eyes wide. Harry gave a small, bemused smile, but didn't join in their conversation. His initial impression of Quidditch hadn't changed entirely. It was still a distraction, a game that had little to do with what truly mattered in the grander schemes of power and control. Yet, the thought lingered. It might be fun. Fun hadn't been high on his list of priorities for a long time. Gellert had always emphasized discipline, strategy, and purpose above all else. But perhaps the occasional distraction wouldn't hurt. And the social benefits of being on the team, of course, could be worth more than he'd initially considered. As Harry secured his broom, he mentally filed the idea away. He wouldn't commit to anything, yet there was too much to study, too much to learn. But maybe, just maybe, he'd see what Quidditch had to offer. For now, he reminded himself, there's no need to rush. Chapter 13. The crisp November air buzzed with excitement as Harry made his way to the Quidditch stands, following a small group of Ravenclaws who were already chattering about the upcoming match. The game today was between Gryffindor and Slytherin, a rivalry that, from what he gathered, always drew the largest crowds. Harry had been ambivalent about attending, but with so many students focused on the match, he'd figured it would be the best time to observe without too much attention on him. As he settled into a spot amidst his fellow Ravenclaws with a good view of the pitch, the teams were already assembling. The scarlet and gold of Gryffindor clashed with the emerald green of Slytherin, and the cheers from the respective house sections grew louder. Harry watched with a neutral expression, arms crossed as he studied the players. At first glance, Quidditch still seemed like a frivolous sport. His instincts told him that games were mere distractions, far removed from the real power that came with magical mastery. But as the players took to the air and the game began, Harry found his eyes drawn to the way the teams moved. The game unfolded rapidly, brooms shooting through the air with surprising speed. Chasers darted between each other in quick passes, while the keepers stood their ground in front of the goalposts, ready to deflect any attempt at scoring. It was chaotic, but there was a clear method to the madness. The way the players coordinated with each other, the subtle shifts in formation, and the sudden bursts of speed all hinted at something more calculated than Harry had expected. A flicker of interest sparked in Harry's mind as he watched the Gryffindor chasers Angelina, Alicia, and Katie work together to break through Slytherin's defense. Their teamwork was seamless, like pieces on a chessboard moving toward a common goal. Meanwhile, the Slytherin beaters, both hulking boys, focused more on brute force, trying to disrupt the flow of the game with powerful hits aimed at the Gryffindor seeker, a scrappy-looking second-year Harry didn't recognize. From the stands, it was clear that the Gryffindor team had an advantage in terms of coordination, but the Slytherins compensated with brute strength and a willingness to bend the rules. Harry narrowed his eyes, taking in the strategy. There was a balance of skill, speed, and tactics here that intrigued him. Quidditch was more than just a game of luck or brute force. It required an understanding of timing, positioning, and the psychology of opponents, things Harry could appreciate. He started to see parallels between the strategy used on the pitch and the way he approached his own challenges. He observed the Gryffindor Seeker, who was clearly less experienced than his Slytherin counterpart, weaving nervously through the air, always searching for the golden snitch, but without the same predatory confidence. On the other hand, the Slytherin Seeker, a seventh year, had a cold precision that reminded Harry of himself. A subtle smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. There was more to this sport than he'd given it credit for. He glanced at the students around him, catching sight of his fellow Ravenclaws, who were fully engrossed in the game. They cheered loudly for Gryffindor, though Ravenclaw had no stake in the match. It seemed they favored Gryffindor over the more aggressive Slytherin tactics. Harry also noticed how much weight Quidditch seemed to carry with his peers, especially the boys. The way they spoke about the game, the players, and the rivalry, it was a form of social currency he hadn't fully grasped before. The teams they supported were as nearly as dear to them as their own families. It would seem more so, in some cases. Harry leaned back, considering the implications. Expressing a greater interest in Quidditch might be a simple way to relate to his male peers, to fit in just enough to blend without sacrificing his edge. He wasn't going to become a Quidditch fanatic by any means, but if a few strategic flying moves or a well-placed comment could earn him favor, it might be worth the time. The game progressed, with Gryffindor gradually pulling ahead. The strategies employed by both teams fascinated Harry more than he'd expected. Perhaps there was a place for this in his plans after all. Suddenly, he realized something was off. He had kept an occasional eye on Snape and Quirrell throughout the game, suspicious of their odd behavior all term, their secret game of cat and mouse. But now both of them were now gone. The roar of the Quidditch crowd behind him faded as Harry moved swiftly toward the castle, his eyes sharp as he scanned for any sign of the two professors. The moment he stepped out of sight from the stands, Harry quickened his pace, breaking into a light jog as he neared the castle. Ahead, just at the entrance, he caught the fleeting glimpse of a teacher entering the school, but from behind, he couldn't tell who it was. The tall, sweeping black robes could have been Snape's or perhaps Quirrell's, although the latter always seemed to fidget, his movements uncertain. Harry's instincts kicked in. He would need to follow without drawing attention to himself, and he had just the skill for that. Shadow walking, a wandless art he'd learned from shamans in the Amazon and Cambodian jungles. Tutors hired by Grindelwald. Shadow walking allowed him to move unseen by wrapping himself in the very shadows that crept along the walls and corners of the castle. It was like stepping into the current of a river. The shadows would carry him, cloak him, make him all but invisible. A predator moving silently through the dark. With perfectly balanced, silent steps, Harry stalked closer to the nearest shadowy alcove, extending his magical aura as he did. He felt the shadows with his aura, let them mix together, combine, then pulled them back toward his skin. Cool shadows flowed over him, embracing him like a long-lost friend. His footfalls became weightless, his movements effortless as he shot forward, the shadows carrying him swiftly deeper into the castle. Even without magic, Harry had mastered the art of silent movement. Early balance, proper footwork, and Dudley's worn cast-off sneakers had been all he needed before Grindelwald had found him. Evading detection had always been a priority for him. Even then, now, with the aid of shadows, he moved like the wind. He glided through the corridors with ease, keeping his breathing steady, his senses sharp. Ahead, he caught sight of them, Snape and Quirrell, their figures just slipping into a corridor leading toward the dungeons. Harry slowed, maintaining a respectful distance, the shadows cloaking his approach. The cool stone walls of the castle seemed to close in as Harry crept closer, the shadows still cloaking him like a protective veil. He held his breath, careful not to make a sound as he strained to hear the argument between Snape and Quirrell. The faint murmurs of their voices drifted toward him, still somewhat muffled, but clearer than before. "Think I don't know what you're up to?" Snape's voice was sharp, his words slicing through the air. There was a venomous edge to it, colder and more dangerous than Harry had ever heard in class. "You've been trying to steal the stone, haven't you?" Harry's ears perked up. The stone? He'd heard nothing about any kind of stone until now, but Snape's tone was enough to tell him this was something important. Quirrell stammered in response, his voice as shaky as ever, though the usual fear in it seemed more forced than genuine. I don't know what you're talking about, Severus. I would never dash. Don't lie to me, Snape hissed, cutting Quirrell off sharply. You're a coward, but not a fool. You know very well what I mean. You've been sniffing around places you don't belong, doing things you shouldn't be doing. Quirrell tried to play dumb, his stammer returning in full force. I am just trying to do my job. You can't seriously think I'm capable of something like that. Harry narrowed his eyes from his hiding place. Even from where he stood, despite the dim light, it was clear that Quirrell's performance wasn't convincing Snape, and it certainly wasn't convincing Harry either. The man was trembling more than usual, his words desperate, but there was something calculated beneath the surface. It was an act, and a poor one at that. I'm not a fool, Snape growled. You think you can outmaneuver me, but you won't get far. Dumbledore may trust you, but I don't. So whatever was happening, Dumbledore was involved too. This stone, whatever it was clearly important enough to warrant such distrust between Snape and Quirrell. But what was it? And why? Would Quirrell want to steal it? The conversation continued, Snape's accusations becoming more pointed. If you try anything, Quirrell, you'll regret it. I'll make sure of it. Quirrell's response was quieter, more difficult to hear, but Harry caught fragments. I don't know what you're talking about. I swear, Severus, I've done nothing wrong. Snape let out a low, dangerous laugh. You'll regret it. Mark my words. With that, the conversation seemed to end abruptly. Harry quickly withdrew further into the shadows, pressing himself against the wall as Snape turned on his heel and stormed away, his robes billowing out behind him. Quirrell remained standing in place for a moment longer, his hands trembling slightly, though whether from fear or frustration, Harry couldn't tell. The corridor grew silent, and Harry's thoughts raced. He had heard enough to know that something was happening, something much bigger than a petty rivalry between professors. This stone was clearly important, and it seemed both Snape and Quirrell had their eyes on it for different reasons. But Harry wasn't fooled by Quirrell's act. The man's fear was too convenient, too overplayed. There was something darker lurking beneath the surface, something Harry would have to uncover. He waited until Quirrell eventually shuffled away down the hall, leaving the corridor empty once more. Only then did Harry step out from the shadows, his mind already spinning with plans. As Harry sat in History of Magic, barely listening to Professor Binns droning on about some goblin rebellion, his mind was far from the classroom. He had long ago learned to tune out Binns' monotonous voice. There were far more interesting things to think about. His thoughts drifted back to the conversation he had overheard between Snape and Quirrell. The stone, no, the stone. The way Snape had said it, the emphasis implied capitalization. Something important, something unique. Snape had accused Quirrell of trying to steal it. It wasn't the first time Harry had heard something peculiar about Hogwarts this year either. Dumbledore's warning during the opening feast had stuck with him. The third-floor corridor was strictly off-limits to anyone who valued their life. And now, it all seemed to be clicking into place. The Philosopher's Stone, Nicholas Flamel. Harry had come across numerous references to him during his lessons under Grindelwald. Flamel was the only known creator of the Philosopher's Stone, an alchemical object capable of turning any metal into pure gold and producing the elixir of life, granting immortality. Famously, he had lived for centuries and was rumored to be Dumbledore's mentor. Could Dumbledore be hiding the stone here at Hogwarts? Harry leaned back in his seat, absently spinning his quill between his fingers as he pieced it together. If the stone really was hidden in the third-floor corridor, it would explain Snape's suspicions about Quirrell. It would also explain why the headmaster had been so adamant about keeping students away from that part of the castle. But what Harry couldn't quite grasp yet was how Quirrell and Snape fit into it. Was Quirrell really after the stone, or was Snape the one plotting something? Or perhaps they both were, each with their own motives? More importantly, what would he do? Harry had always been taught to look for opportunities, and the stone represented the ultimate temptation. The elixir of life, immortality, the ability to shape his future without fear of death or aging. If Grindelwald were still in England, Harry had no doubt he would encourage him to take the stone for himself. It was, after all, power in its purest form, one of the greatest magical artifacts in existence. His eyes glazed over as Binns droned on, his voice barely a hum in the background. His mind was entirely focused on the possibilities the stone presented. He couldn't deny the allure of it. The question wasn't whether he wanted it. The question was how to get it. Harry smiled faintly to himself. He had time. Quirrell was clearly making his own moves, but Harry had no intention of rushing into anything. He'd wait, observe, and see how things played out. For now, he would keep his cards close to his chest. The Ravenclaw common room was quieter than usual, the late evening casting soft shadows over the shelves of books and the grand windows overlooking the castle grounds. Harry sat in one of the deep armchairs near the fire, glancing around at his housemates. His sharp eyes tracked their conversations and movements, though his mind was elsewhere. He had been mulling over the decision for days now whether to go back to the Dursleys for Christmas break or remain at Hogwarts. Initially, he had planned to return to Privet Drive. As much as he despised the Dursleys, the thought of having freedom from the eyes of Hogwarts staff and students had been appealing. At least there, he could move more freely without raising suspicion, and there was no chance of being closely watched. But then, the matter of the Philosopher's Stone had changed everything. Harry doubted Quirrell would try anything while the castle was still buzzing with students and activity. A move that bold would be too obvious. But during the Christmas break, when most students left Hogwarts, the school would fall into a quiet lull. A perfect time to slip past the remaining staff and make a play for the stone. Harry couldn't take the risk of leaving. If Quirrell, or anyone else for that matter, decided to act, he needed to be here to keep a close eye on things. Still, it was better to be certain who would be staying for the break. The fewer distractions, the better. Leaning back in his chair, Harry casually struck up conversation with a nearby Ravenclaw, an older student named Marietta. "You staying for Christmas, Marietta?" he asked, his tone light, as though he were merely making idle chatter. Marietta glanced up from her book and shrugged. "No, I'm heading home for the holidays. Most of the older students are, I think." Harry nodded thoughtfully. That was a good sign. Fewer older students around meant fewer eyes on him while he went about his own business. He continued listening to conversations around the room, piecing together who else was staying behind. A few first years, mostly those whose families were too far away or who had no desire to return home for the break, seemed likely to stay. They wouldn't be a problem. Harry doubted they'd pay much attention to him once the common room quieted down. Still, he didn't entirely dismiss the younger students. If Quirrell made a move, Harry would have to be strategic. Any eyes, no matter how young or distracted, could potentially be valuable witnesses to events that might unfold. Eventually, satisfied with what he'd learned, Harry leaned back into his chair, staring thoughtfully at the flickering fire. He would remain at Hogwarts. The quiet of the holiday break would give him time to peruse the library and study at his leisure, without the usual interruptions of classwork or his peers. More importantly, it would give him the chance to watch Quirrell and anyone else who might make a move for the stone. Perhaps it wasn't the freedom he had initially desired, but the ability to act without the constraints of the school term was worth the trade. He could practice his wand work, review his knowledge, and position himself to intervene if necessary. Yes, Harry thought to himself, he would stay. Chapter 14. Harry made his way up to the Orrery, the cold wind biting at his skin as he climbed the stone steps. It had been too long since he had visited Hedwig, longer than he'd like to admit. Between his studies, the mysterious happenings around Hogwarts, and keeping a close eye on Quirrell and Snape, his time had been stretched thin. Still, neglecting his faithful owl wasn't something he took lightly. As he stepped into the Orrery, the familiar rustling of wings greeted him. Hedwig, perched near the window, turned her head and gave him an almost reproachful look, her amber eyes piercing. I know, Harry said with a sigh, approaching her with a gentle hand. "I've been busy." Hedwig ruffled her feathers in response, but allowed him to stroke her softly. She gave a quiet hoot, as if accepting his apology but not entirely letting him off the hook. "Look, I've been thinking," Harry continued, leaning against the wall. Grindelwald was always hidden behind heavy magical protections, unreachable by owl, and Harry had few other contacts he could correspond with. Former tutors, perhaps. He filed that away for another time and returned his attention to his owl. I haven't given you much to do lately, have I? But that's going to change. Hedwig tilted her head, as if curious. Harry smiled. One of my classmates told me about the Flourish and Blot's owl order catalog. You know what that means, right? You'll have plenty of deliveries to make soon enough. He scratched Hedwig behind her head, her feathers soft under his fingertips. I can't leave the castle this year. Not with everything going on, but at least I'll be able to pick up some second-year material. Hedwig blinked at him, seemingly more content now that she had a promise of more work on the horizon. Harry's smile faltered for a moment as he thought back to the library. Despite his regular visits, he had been annoyed to discover that most of the texts for second year those he was keen to study ahead of time could only be used within the library itself. They were considered reference material, restricted from being checked out like the rest of the books. It made sense, but it was inconvenient. The restrictions only made his desire for those books grow stronger. I was hoping I could just borrow the books from the library, he muttered to Hedwig, but no, because they're class texts, they're considered reference material. I can only read them in the library. Hedwig gave a soft hoot, as if to sympathize with his plight. Anyway, Harry continued, feeling slightly better, at least I'll get what I need through owl order. You'll be busy again, and I'll have plenty to read over the break. I promise I won't keep neglecting you like this. Hedwig ruffled her feathers once more, her posture relaxing slightly as if accepting the peace offering. Good girl, Harry said, giving her one last pat. We'll make it up to each other. He stood there for a moment longer, enjoying the rare moment of calm in the Ollery before turning to leave. Plans were already forming in his mind. There was still much to do, and if the stone was really here at Hogwarts, he couldn't afford any missteps. The Great Hall was a vision of Christmas splendor, its high ceiling enchanted to show a gentle snowfall drifting down, disappearing just before it reached the tables. Holly, tinsel, and glittering baubles adorned every surface, and the scent of roasted turkey and warm spices filled the air. Harry found himself seated at the Ravenclaw table, but his attention kept drifting toward the boisterous Gryffindor table, where the Weasley boys were holding court. Fred and George, in particular, were up to their usual antics, each sporting identical mischievous grins as they chatted with their younger brother, Ron, and the other Gryffindors. Despite himself, Harry found their energy infectious. He was halfway through his second helping of Christmas pudding when Fred caught his eye across the room. With a gleam in his eye, Fred nudged George and pointed toward Harry. "Boy, Potter," Fred called out, leaning back in his chair with a grin. "What's a Ravenclaw doing sitting all serious like at a feast? Come on over here, we'll liven you up a bit." Harry raised an eyebrow, amused. He didn't mind the solitude at his table, but the Weasley twins were hard to resist when they set their sights on mischief. He stood, making his way over to the Gryffindor table, where a chorus of greetings met him. "Here he is, the man of the hour," George said with a mock bow as Harry approached. "Tell me, Potter, what's the secret behind all that brains and brawn? You've been giving the professors a run for their money." Fred leaned in conspiratorially. "But it's all those Ravenclaw study techniques, right? Don't tell me you've been holding out on us." "Or maybe," George added, "he's got his own secret training regime. You know, mind magic and all that fancy wandless stuff." Harry smirked. "If you spent more time in the library, you'd probably pick up a thing or two yourselves. But I'm guessing you'd rather spend it here, plotting your next prank." Fred, in exaggerated bafflement, turned to his twin. "Library, George? Have you heard of this place?" George scratched his chin thoughtfully. Perhaps. Percy may have mentioned it once." Harry chuckled, shaking his head as Ron shot him an apologetic look from across the table. "Don't mind them, Harry," Ron muttered between bites. "They're always like this." The twins continued to rib Harry, each joke more absurd than the last, and before long, the entire Gryffindor table was laughing. Harry found himself genuinely enjoying the easy banter, his usual cool demeanor lightening with the festive spirit of the evening. Even Percy, sitting further down the table, rolled his eyes good-naturedly at the twins' antics, though he couldn't resist smirking when Fred asked Harry if his glasses were enchanted to see through walls. Harry enjoyed the evening, but by the end of it was extremely glad he'd been sorted into Ravenclaw. Those two would be too much to deal with at every meal. The next morning, Hogwarts was blanketed in a peaceful quiet, with only the softest of sounds drifting through the dormitory windows. Snow had settled thickly over the grounds, and the students who remained for the holidays were likely still fast asleep. Harry, however, was already awake, his eyes drawn to the small pile of gifts at the foot of his bed. He hadn't expected much. He had rarely received any gifts for birthdays or holidays. Though Gellert had been a far kinder guardian than the Dursleys, he did not engage in pointless sentimentality. Still, it was strange to see even a few parcels there, a quiet reminder of how much had changed since he came to Hogwarts. But as his gaze drifted over the presents, one stood out almost immediately. Unlike the others, it wasn't wrapped in cheerful holiday paper or adorned with a tag. Instead, it was a simple, folded piece of shimmering fabric. Curious, Harry picked it up, letting the fabric slip through his fingers like water. The material was nearly weightless, smooth to the touch, and as he lifted it, the cloth shifted, disappearing against the backdrop of his bed. An invisibility cloak. His brow furrowed. Invisibility cloaks weren't exactly common, and receiving one, especially with no explanation, was strange. He had little need for such a cloak after all. He could shadow walk, a far more discreet method of moving unseen that didn't rely on any physical object, one that hid from nose and ear as well as eye. Yet this gift was intriguing in its own way. It was then that he noticed a small piece of parchment nestled in the folds of the cloak. He unfolded it carefully, scanning the handwritten words. "This belonged to your father. It was left in my care. Use it well." The note wasn't signed, and it didn't take a detective to see that. Whoever had sent this cloak wished to remain anonymous. But why? Harry sat back, the cloak still draped over his lap as he considered the implications. His father's cloak, that was something new. Despite all the time he had spent researching his past, there had been precious little he'd discovered about his parents, particularly about his father. But now, out of nowhere, a relic from his father's past had been handed to him, with nothing more than a cryptic note to go on. Who could have sent it? Dumbledore seemed the most likely candidate. His style was definitely enigmatic enough for something like this. But if Dumbledore had wanted to give him the cloak, why not do it directly? There was no reason for secrecy. Harry's fingers traced the edge of the cloak, the fabric practically vanishing against the background. He could already see its uses. While his shadow-walking abilities were superior for certain situations, nighttime, or poorly lit interiors, this cloak would give him another layer of stealth. There were always places where true invisibility might come in handy. Yet, its true worth, its connection to his father, was what intrigued him the most. Why now? Why, after all this time, was he being given something so personal, something tied to the man he had never known? Harry folded the note, tucking it away in his trunk alongside the cloak. Whoever had sent it clearly wanted him to use it, and he would. He didn't believe in coincidences. This gift had come at a time when the stakes at Hogwarts were growing higher by the day. Perhaps this cloak would prove more valuable than it seemed. He secured his trunk with a muttered colloportus. Whoever sent it, he had no doubt they were watching to see what he would do next. Harry would not make immediate use of the artifact. After all, Gellert had often quoted Kafka to him. Alle menschlichen Fehler sind Ungeduld. He would say whenever Harry's patience slipped during a task. The mistakes of all men stem from impatience. Let this watcher wait, Harry smirked. With the castle nearly deserted for the holidays, Harry had taken to honing his stealth abilities as a way to pass the time. He'd spent hours exploring the less frequented corners of Hogwarts, scanning for secret passages with his third eye, slipping through the shadows like a ghost. Yet, there was one pair of students who seemed to know far more about the castle's secrets than anyone else: Fred and George Weasley. The Weasley twins, known for their practical jokes and mischievous grins, had an uncanny knowledge of Hogwarts' hidden passages and chambers. Harry had noticed them slipping in and out of seemingly solid walls, disappearing for hours at a time. If there was anyone in the school who could rival his own knowledge of the castle's hidden intricacies, it was them. Curiosity got the better of him, and for the last couple of days, he had been shadowing them. Harry would follow silently from a distance, using his shadow-walking ability to remain unseen as they darted through corridors, exchanged knowing looks, and vanished into secret passageways. He thought he had them figured out, always staying far enough behind, always keeping just out of sight. But these Weasleys, it turned out, were more subtle than he had anticipated. Harry had been trailing them through one of the lesser-known corridors, his movements almost perfectly silent. Fred and George were ahead, glancing around with their usual mischievous energy, and Harry felt confident that they hadn't noticed him. Until, of course, they did. It happened so fast that Harry barely had time to react. One moment he was slipping through the shadows. The next he found himself yanked sideways into an alcove. Strong hands grabbed him, and before he could fully process what was happening, he was spun around to face the two grinning Weasleys. "Gotcha!" Fred declared triumphantly, holding Harry in place with a firm grip. "Took us a couple of days, but we figured you'd show yourself eventually," George added, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Harry blinked, momentarily caught off guard. He had been so sure of his own stealth. How had they noticed him? "You've been following us, haven't you?" Fred asked, his grin widening. There was no aggression in his tone, just curiosity and a hint of playful pride. "Trying to learn all our tricks?" Harry considered denying it, but decided against it. The twins didn't seem angry, more intrigued, if anything. He sighed, his usual cool demeanor slipping into something more casual. "Yeah, I was bored." Fred and George exchanged a look before breaking into identical grins. "Bored?" George said, letting go of Harry's arm. "You must be really desperate to be following us around. Don't you have books or something?" Fred added, smirking. "You Ravenclaws love that sort of thing." Harry shrugged. "I've already read all the interesting ones. Besides, you two seem to know your way around the castle better than anyone else." The twins looked at each other again, their smiles widening. "He's not wrong, Fred," George said with a laugh. "That's true, George," Fred agreed. "We do know our way around." They released Harry, stepping back and folding their arms in unison. "So, what's the verdict?" Fred asked, raising an eyebrow. "You've been following us. Find anything interesting?" Harry hesitated for a moment before responding. "You're more subtle than I thought. I underestimated you." Fred and George looked pleased with themselves, clearly taking the comment as a compliment. "Well, that's a first," George said, winking at his brother. "Someone thinking we're subtle." Harry couldn't help but smile. For all their jokes and pranks, there was no denying that Fred and George were clever, more clever than they often let on. And despite their carefree attitude, Harry realized that they were probably the best potential mentors he had encountered so far among the older students. Sure, they weren't the bookish type, but they had practical knowledge. They understood the castle in a way that few others did, and their sense of mischief could be useful in ways that most people wouldn't expect. "You're not bad yourselves," Harry said, relaxing into the moment. "I think I could learn a thing or two from you." Fred's grin widened. "Now you're talking sense, Potter." "Stick with us," George added, slinging an arm around Harry's shoulders. "We'll show you the ropes how to really have fun in this place." Harry chuckled, the tension from earlier gone. He had come looking for a way to practice his stealth and reveal the castle's secrets, but instead, he had found something unexpected, an unlikely alliance with the two most mischievous students at Hogwarts. The Weasley twins led Harry deeper into the castle, weaving through a series of narrow corridors and secret passages Harry hadn't even known existed. The walls grew older and more worn as they went, the air cooler and tinged with dust. Finally, they reached what seemed like a dead end, a stone wall with no obvious way through. Fred gave Harry a wink before tapping a specific stone in a quick rhythm. The wall slid aside with a quiet rumble, revealing a hidden chamber beyond. "Welcome to our humble abode," Fred said with a flourish as he stepped inside, George following with a grin. The room beyond was surprisingly cozy, given its hidden location. A few plush armchairs, clearly scavenged from some forgotten corner of the castle, sat haphazardly around the room, their upholstery worn but still comfortable. Shelves along the walls were stacked with an assortment of oddities, books, trinkets, and what looked like several half-finished prank projects. A small table in the center of the room had bits of parchment scattered across it, along with various tools and vials of unknown substances. Harry took it all in with a raised eyebrow. "You've been busy." George flopped down into one of the armchairs, his legs sprawled out as he leaned back with a smirk. "We've been doing this since second year. Hogwarts has more hidden gems than you'd think. Fred gestured for Harry to take a seat. Now, about that little game of cat and mouse. We want to know how exactly were you following us without us seeing you? Harry considered his answer for a moment, leaning back into one of the armchairs. He wasn't about to reveal his shadow-walking abilities. It wasn't a skill he was ready to share just yet, especially not with the twins, as much as he had come to respect them. But he needed to give them something. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Reaching into his robes, he pulled out the invisibility cloak he had received on Christmas morning, letting the shimmering fabric unfold over his lap. The twins' eyes widened in unison. "You've got an invisibility cloak?" Fred asked, leaning forward with sudden interest. Harry nodded casually. "It was a Christmas gift. It belonged to my father, apparently. I've been using it to slip around unnoticed." Fred and George exchanged a look, clearly impressed. "Well, that explains how you were following us," George said, his grin returning. "But I have to admit, Potter, you're better at it than most. Even with a cloak, most people would trip up." "Which brings me to my question," Harry said, his eyes narrowing slightly. "If you couldn't see me, how did you know I was following you?" The twins shared another glance before George stood up and walked over to a shelf, pulling out a well-worn piece of parchment. He returned to the table, tapping the parchment with his wand. "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good," George intoned with a grin. The parchment immediately sprang to life, lines of ink snaking across its surface until it formed an intricate map of Hogwarts. Harry leaned forward, intrigued. Tiny dots moved around the map, each labeled with a name. "This, my friend, is the Marauder's map," Fred said proudly. "Shows everyone in the castle, where they are and what they're doing. That's how we knew you were following us. You've been on the map the whole time." Harry's eyes widened as he studied the map. His own name was there, along with Fred and George's, as well as a few other students and staff scattered throughout the castle. "This is brilliant," Harry muttered, scanning the intricate details of the map. Fred nodded. "It's been our secret weapon for years. Lets us keep an eye on things and people." Harry was impressed. The map was far more powerful than any magical object he'd seen at Hogwarts so far, and it explained a lot about how the twins always seemed to be in the right place at the right time. "So, how about we call it even?" George said, leaning back into his chair. "Your cloak for our map." "An exchange of information," added Fred, clarifying they did not want to trade the artifacts themselves. Harry smirked. "Sounds fair. Perhaps we can study their enchantments together in the future." The three of them settled into a more relaxed conversation after that, sharing stories of their various exploits and exchanging ideas for future pranks. Harry mostly listened. Still, despite their vastly different personalities, Harry found himself enjoying the twins' company. Their mischievous nature was tempered by a cleverness that made them far more formidable than they appeared. As Harry left their hidden base later that night, the Marauder's map still fresh in his mind, he couldn't help but feel that Fred and George might be the most valuable allies he had found so far. Chapter 15. Christmas had been a nice break, but it hadn't dulled the questions that had been simmering in Hermione's mind. Something was hidden at Hogwarts, something important. The troll attack, the restricted third-floor corridor, the cryptic warnings from the professors, it was all connected. Now, sitting in the library, surrounded by books, she was determined to solve the mystery. She turned a page, searching for answers. "It has to be something powerful," she muttered to herself, pushing aside yet another book. "Something worth all the protection." Across from her, Harry sat quietly, reading his own book. He hadn't said much since they returned from Christmas, but he never seemed to miss anything. Hermione had learned to expect that calm, collected presence from him, even when she felt like she was going in circles. "There's something we're missing," she added, her frustration growing. "Something important, but nothing I've found so far makes sense." Harry didn't look up from his book, but his voice was soft, as if offering an observation rather than an answer. "Not all objects are recorded in books. Some are unique." Hermione stopped, her quill pausing mid-scratch. Unique. The word struck her like a key fitting into a lock. Something rare, singular, one of a kind. That made sense. She could feel the pieces starting to fall into place, though the final connection still hovered just out of reach. Her fingers tapped lightly against the table as she rifled through her thoughts. Something unique, she repeated, her voice quiet. She had read about powerful magical objects, but nothing seemed to fit. What could be so rare, so valuable, that it needed the level of protection Hogwarts had put in place? There was someone, she murmured, thinking aloud. Someone connected to Dumbledore. An alchemist, I think. Her brow furrowed in concentration, but the name wouldn't come. It was frustratingly close, yet just beyond her grasp. He created something important, she muttered. I've read about him before. I just can't remember his name. She rubbed her temples, trying to force the memory forward. The details were there, buried in the recesses of her mind, but they refused to surface. It felt like she was chasing a shadow. Harry glanced up briefly, his expression calm and composed. It'll come to you, he said simply, before returning to his book. Hermione gave a small nod, appreciating the reassurance, though she barely registered it. Her mind was already diving back into the books, her fingers flipping rapidly through the pages. She was close, so close. The name was right there, just out of reach, and she was determined to find it. Draco Malfoy had returned from Christmas break, feeling ready to reclaim his rightful place at Hogwarts. The holidays had been fine, filled with the usual Malfoy grandeur, but something had been nagging at him ever since term had ended. Something, or rather, someone he couldn't quite shake. Harry Potter. Draco's fingers tapped irritably on the filigreed arm of his chair, his gaze fixed on the fire as it crackled before him. Potter was everywhere. People couldn't seem to stop talking about him. The famous Harry Potter. The boy who lived. It was infuriating. I don't see what's so special about him, Draco muttered, glancing sideways at Crabbe and Goyle, who sat silently on either side of him. He's not that powerful. Or that smart. His words felt hollow, even to himself. Potter's quiet confidence irritated Draco, the way he seemed to navigate Hogwarts without even trying, as if everything was already under control, as if Draco didn't even matter. He clenched his jaw, the irritation bubbling up inside him. He had tried to be friendly at first, tried to show Potter the right side of things, but Potter had ignored him, choosing instead to associate with blood traitors and mudbloods. And worse than that, he was making a name for himself, building a reputation that should have been Draco Malfoy's. Draco's hands tightened into fists. He's been sneaking around, he muttered, narrowing his eyes. I've seen him, heard people talking. He's always disappearing into the shadows, always knows things before anyone else does. He's up to something. There was a note of bitterness in his voice now, one he couldn't quite suppress. How could Potter, of all people, manage to make such an impact in so little time? Draco had been raised for this, raised to command attention, to stand out, to be the one people looked up to. But now Potter, with his mysterious ways and his stupid scar, was taking what should have been Draco's. Crabbe grunted in agreement, though Draco doubted he'd followed a word of what he was saying. Goyle just sat there, expression blank, his hands resting on his knees like a statue. As usual, they were no help at all. Draco sighed, pushing himself up from the chair and pacing across the common room. His footsteps echoed on the stone floor. It wasn't just that Potter had ignored him, though, that was bad enough. It was the way he moved through Hogwarts, as though he owned it, as though he didn't need anyone, least of all Draco. He's too slippery, Draco said, his voice lower now, almost to himself. Always one step ahead. Draco frowned. He had to find a way to bring Potter down a peg, to show everyone that Harry Potter wasn't so special after all. But how? The boy had a way of staying out of trouble, always seeming to avoid direct confrontation. He was clever, Draco would give him that, but that just made him more dangerous. He paused, his eyes narrowing. Maybe there was a way to turn the tables. Maybe he just needed to get closer. He could use Crabbe and Goyle to track Potter's movements, to find out where he was sneaking off to. Catch him in the act. Whatever Potter was up to, Draco would find out, and he'd make sure the whole school knew about it. And then, once Potter's reputation was in tatters, Draco could take his rightful place. He would prove once and for all that he was better, smarter, and more powerful than Harry Potter. We'll start tonight, Draco said sharply, turning to Crabbe and Goyle. Keep your eyes open. Potter's always up to something, and this time we'll catch him. Crabbe and Goyle nodded, their faces blank as always, but Draco barely noticed. His mind was already spinning with possibilities. He could feel the tension mounting, the need to finally show Potter who really held the power at Hogwarts. Draco smirked to himself, the firelight flickering in his pale eyes. This was his school, his legacy, and Harry Potter was about to learn that the hard way. Harry sat in silence, studying the Marauder's map with the kind of focus he applied to most things. Fred and George might treat it like a toy, but Harry saw it for what it was, a tool. One that gave him an unparalleled view of Hogwarts, if used correctly. They've been letting him use the map for some time now, mostly when they were busy with their latest invention or concoction. Harry never asked for it, was always offered when their attention was elsewhere. He suspected they were waiting for the right moment to propose a trade. His cloak for the map, perhaps, if only temporarily. He wouldn't be the first to mention it, though. That would weaken his hand, and he had no intention of ceding any advantage. Patience was key, something Grindelwald had drilled into him. Control the board. Don't let the board control you. As his eyes scanned the map, something caught his attention. A familiar moving steadily toward the third-floor corridor. Quirinus Quirrell. Harry didn't react outwardly, but his thoughts sharpened. Quirrell had been under his observation for some time now. Nervous, trembling in public, but there was something darker beneath the surface. And now, as Harry watched it make its way to the forbidden section of the castle, he felt the quiet hum of opportunity. He leaned forward slightly, watching as another Severus Snape moved rapidly to intercept Quirrell. It was no accident. He'd seen this kind of interaction before, both of them slipping away from prying eyes, only to meet in places they weren't supposed to be. Something was happening, and this was his chance to draw Fred and George into his plans without arousing suspicion. "Come here," Harry said, his voice steady but low. He didn't need to shout to command their attention. The twins glanced up from their cauldron, exchanging a quick look before sauntering over. "What's got you so serious, Potter?" Fred asked, glancing down at the map. "Quirrell," Harry replied, tapping the moving dot. "He's heading to the third-floor corridor." George raised an eyebrow. "That's a no-go zone. What's he doing down there?" Harry didn't answer immediately. Instead, he let the silence stretch, a calculated move to draw them in further. Then, with a slight nod, he pointed out Snape's dot. "And Snape's going after him." The room seemed to quiet, the bubbling of their potion the only sound as the twins leaned closer. Fred's grin faded into something more focused, his eyes flicking between the two dots. "Interesting," Fred muttered, his voice taking on a new tone, one of cautious curiosity. "They've been doing this a lot lately," Harry continued, his voice measured. "Moving through the castle, sneaking off at strange times. This isn't a coincidence." George frowned, watching the map closely. "You think they're up to something together?" Harry didn't respond right away. Instead, he studied the twins, gauging their reaction. He didn't need to sell them on the idea. The seed was already planted, and their minds were racing ahead, trying to piece it together. "Maybe," Harry said finally, his tone deliberately ambiguous. "Or maybe one of them is trying to stop the other. I don't know yet, but it's happening often enough that I want to keep a closer eye on them." Fred straightened up slightly, his calculating grin returning. "And that's where we come in yet?" "Precisely," Harry replied, meeting their eyes. "I can't monitor them all the time. That would draw attention. But you two we can slip around without anyone noticing," George finished, nodding. "We know the castle better than anyone." Fred glanced at George. "We'd need to be subtle," he said, emphasizing the word with a wink at Harry. "If they catch on, we could lose the trail." Harry allowed himself a brief nod. "Exactly. You'll be watching them while I work from the shadows. Between us, we'll know what they're planning before they do." The twins exchanged another look, their usual mischievous grins replaced by something more serious. Fred spoke first, his tone even. "We're in. But what's the endgame here? What do we do once we know?" Harry's expression remained calm, though his mind was working several steps ahead. "We're not there yet. We gather information. Once we understand their goals, then we act." The twins nodded in unison, the quiet hum of excitement building in the room. "Consider it done, Potter," Fred said with a sharp grin. "We'll keep our eyes on them." George gave a firm nod. "And you'll know the second something interesting happens." Harry allowed himself the faintest of smiles. "Good. Later that night, Harry sat in meditation, the pillow from his bed cushioning him from the hard floor. The stillness of his room in Ravenclaw Tower this late at night contrasted sharply with the thoughts running through Harry's mind. The game unfolding around him was growing more complex, and Harry, as always, sought to understand the players and pieces at work. Fred and George were his pieces now. That much was clear. They enjoyed the thrill of it, the secrecy, the excitement, but they were predictable. Their curiosity was a tool, one he had already used to get them tracking Quirrell and Snape. Clever though they were, their motivations were simple, which made them easy to manipulate. They didn't need to know the full game, only the part that involved them. That was how Harry preferred it. Then there was Hermione. She was different, less of a simple pawn and more of a valuable piece. Sharp, diligent, capable of uncovering truths others missed. But even she didn't realize she was being guided. He had nudged her in the right direction, let her believe she was uncovering the mystery of Nicholas Flamel on her own. And soon her discovery would be useful. But it was important to let her believe it was hers. When she felt like she was solving puzzles on her own, she was far more likely to trust him. Dumbledore, however, was a player. There was no doubt about that. But Harry had no clear sense of his goals. He played the part of the wise old headmaster well, always watching from a distance, always positioning himself perfectly. But to what end? What did he want from all of this? Harry couldn't yet see the full picture, and that unsettled him. As for Snape, that was a different matter. Harry's brow furrowed slightly as his thoughts drifted toward the potion's master. Was Snape one of Dumbledore's pieces, or did he have his own agenda? It was impossible to tell. He moved too independently, too secretively. If Snape was loyal to Dumbledore, it wasn't out of devotion, it was out of something else. And if he wasn't loyal then, whose side was he on? Harry had been watching him closely, but even now, he couldn't be sure where Snape's true loyalties lay. Then there was Quirrell. Harry's mind shifted to the stuttering defense professor. Unlike Dumbledore, Quirrell was more of a mystery. Was he a piece in someone else's game? Or was he playing his own? The way Quirrell moved through the castle, nervous and furtive, seemed like a man trying to hide something. But there was also something deeper, something darker. Harry had sensed it from the beginning. There was a stench about him, the reek of necromancy. A dark presence lurking below the surface. But was he the one playing the game, or was he being played? Necromancy was dangerous, but Harry had studied enough of the theory under Grindelwald to understand its pull. If Quirrell had been dabbling in it, he could be more dangerous than Harry had anticipated. But what if he wasn't the one pulling the strings? What if he was merely a puppet? And if so, who was the puppet master? Voldemort? Harry had considered that possibility more than once. The Dark Lord's shadow still loomed large over the wizarding world, even if most believed him to be gone. Grindelwald had often spoken of Voldemort's cunning and the ways he manipulated those around him. Could Voldemort still be alive, operating through Quirrell? Was the professor a pawn in a much larger game? Or was there another player, someone Harry hadn't yet identified? The idea gnawed at him. He didn't like unknowns. They made the game harder to control. Harry's eyes opened slowly, his gaze settling on the moonlit window. The pieces were moving, but the board was far from clear. He had Fred and George, Hermione, and perhaps even Draco where he needed them. But Dumbledore, Snape, and Quirrell were still wild cards. And if Voldemort was involved, the stakes were far higher than anyone realized. He exhaled slowly, allowing his mind to quiet, though his thoughts continued to weave through the possibilities. There was still time. Patience, as Grindelwald had taught him, was the key. Control came to those who waited for the right moment to strike. Chapter 16, Author's Note. Almost through the first school year, note that Harry is extremely, perhaps excessively cautious this year, willing to mostly sit back and watch. That is going to change in a big way. He's just trying to get his bearings in a new environment this year. He'll be making some big moves next year. The butterfly has flapped its wings. The tornado is on its way. Fred and George had asked Harry to meet them after lunch, their usual cryptic smiles and nudging elbows suggesting they had stumbled upon something interesting. Harry agreed without much thought. The twins were proving to be useful allies, and when they hinted at information, it often turned out to be worth hearing. He found himself in their makeshift hideout, tucked behind a false wall, a space that was more a jumble of half-finished pranks and strange objects than a functional room. Fred and George were tinkering with something in the corner. A cauldron bubbled quietly, its contents filling the air with a faintly acrid smell. Fred glanced up from their project. "We got something for you, Harry. Might interest you." Harry leaned against the wall, hands in his pockets, watching them closely. "Go on, then." George wiped his hands on his robes. "We've been keeping an eye on Quirrell." Harry's interest sharpened, though his expression remained neutral. "And?" Fred sauntered over, pulling a stool and sitting across from Harry. "He's been sneaking out late at night. Heads toward the Forbidden Forest every time." "Weird, right?" Harry raised an eyebrow. "The forest? How often?" "3 times this week," George replied. "Always around the same time, just after curfew." Fred leaned in slightly. "We thought it might just be nerves. You know how jumpy he is. But then we heard about those unicorn attacks." "Unicorns?" Harry's eyes flickered with interest. This was the first real connection he'd had. "Yeah," George continued. "Hagrid's keeping it quiet, but word's going around. Unicorns being attacked in the forest. People are saying it's something nasty." Harry mulled it over, hiding the speed at which his mind raced through the possibilities. Quirrell sneaking into the forest, unicorns being attacked, it was starting to come together. Too perfectly to be a coincidence. "And you're sure it's him?" Harry asked. Fred nodded. "Saw him with our own eyes." Harry let out a thoughtful hum. "Keep an eye on him. Let me know if anything changes." Fred grinned. "You know us, Harry. Always watching." Harry offered a small nod, but didn't smile. He already had a new plan forming in the back of his mind. Whatever Quirrell was up to, it was about time he found out more. Later that day, Harry sat with Hermione in the library, sunlight filtering in through the tall windows, casting long shadows over the tables. Hermione was hunched over a particularly thick tome, muttering to herself. Harry wasn't really paying attention to what she was reading. His thoughts were still on what Fred and George had told him. But when Hermione finally sat up, looking excited, Harry focused. "I found something," Hermione said, her voice full of that characteristic spark when she uncovered something important. Harry leaned back slightly. "Go on." "Nicholas Flamel," she said, barely able to contain her excitement. "There's a mention of him in studies of recent developments in alchemy. He's connected to Dumbledore. That's why I couldn't find him before. He's a renowned alchemist. He created the Philosopher's Stone." Harry's expression didn't change, but inside, he was pleased. She was catching up. "And the stone," Hermione continued, "can grant immortality." Harry tilted his head, pretending to consider this information. "Immortality?" Hermione nodded eagerly. "Yes, that's what Quirrell and Snape must be after. Dumbledore's protecting it here at Hogwarts." Harry didn't let his eyes betray anything. "So, what now?" Hermione hesitated for a moment, glancing back at the book. "I've been thinking maybe we should try contacting Nicholas Flamel. He might know more about what's going on." Harry watched her for a moment, then offered an encouraging nod. Flamel was famously difficult to contact, but it could be a useful exercise for the girl. "Not a bad idea, Hermione. We'll need all the information we can get." She smiled, looking determined. As she returned to her book, Harry leaned back, satisfied. She would reach out to Flamel soon enough, and just maybe with a great deal of luck provide him with more insight into Dumbledore's motives. That night, Harry sat cross-legged on his bed, absorbed in a book he had borrowed from the private Ravenclaw library. The tome, entitled Basic Enchanting for the Inquisitive Mind, laid out the foundations of enchanting objects. It fascinated Harry how enchantments were essentially a series of highly specialized charms woven together. The key was the caster's skill and imagination, which dictated how flexible or complex the final enchantment could be, and how well layered charms could interoperate. The more versatile the caster, the more creative the results. As he skimmed through the section on modifying objects for durability, Harry sorted his thoughts. Much of magic boiled down to knowing which spell to cast and when to combine it with others. The intricacies felt logical to him, almost like solving a puzzle. But even the most advanced examples in the book seemed to lack the imagination Grindelwald had once demonstrated. There wasn't even a hint of what Harry knew was possible, having seen it with his own eyes. A sharp knock interrupted his thoughts. Harry's head jerked up, eyes narrowing in brief annoyance before he quickly pushed it aside. He closed the book and stood, moving toward the door. When he opened it, Robert Hilliard, the male fifth-year Ravenclaw prefect, stood in the doorway. The older boy had a bemused smile, leaning slightly against the doorframe, as though this errand amused him. "Harry, the Weasley twins have requested an audience." Harry's mind sharpened at the words. Requested an audience, that was the phrase they'd agreed on. It meant Quirrell was on the move. His heart leapt with adrenaline, and before he could fully respond, Harry was already halfway to closing the door. He barely remembered to say, "Thank you, Robert," before slamming the door shut in the prefect's face. The slight clatter of the door left Hilliard looking confused and slightly offended outside, but Harry wouldn't have cared even if he'd been able to see him. His focus had shifted to preparation. He threw his Hogwarts robes off in a hurry, tossing them onto the bed in a heap, and reached for his well-worn cloak, the one that had traveled with him through his time with Grindelwald. The cloak was spell-resistant, the perfect companion for situations like this that might escalate. He slid it over his shoulders, the familiar fabric settling against him like a second skin. Next, Harry grabbed his best sneaking boots with soles of soft, flexible leather and quickly tugged them on. In his haste, he almost forgot his wand, which still rested on the bedside table. He'd grown so used to relying on telekinesis and shadow walking over the years that he sometimes forgot about his newly acquired magical focus. He dug it blindly out of his piled-up Hogwarts robes on the bed, finding the cool wood with his hand. Ready to go, he thought. Pushing his door open again, he hurried through Ravenclaw Tower. His heart pounded in anticipation, knowing he was already behind. In through the nose, out through the mouth. His pulse slowed with a deep, steady breathing. Outside the entrance to Ravenclaw Tower, Fred and George stood waiting, their faces lit with mischievous excitement. George grinned as Harry approached. "Took your time, Potter. You'd better hurry," Fred added, his voice more serious than usual. Quirrell's already at the edge of the map. The Forbidden Forest loomed, thick with shadows and silence. Harry moved swiftly, his shadow-walking abilities not only keeping him unseen, but allowing him to slip effortlessly through the underbrush. He had been following the cloaked figure since it left the castle, having been tipped off by Fred and George that Quirrell was slipping out after dark. Now, deep in the forest, the figure stopped. Harry paused at the edge of a clearing. The cloaked figure knelt beside a fallen unicorn, its once pure coat tarnished with silvery blood. The unicorn's breath was shallow, fading. In the figure's hand, a vial glimmered as it filled with the precious substance. The cloaked figure was unmistakably Quirrell, though in the deep gloom of the forest at night, Harry could only be sure because he had tracked him all the way from Hogwarts. He was about to step forward when he heard the unmistakable sound of heavy footfalls approaching from behind. Without hesitation, Harry melted into the shadows once more, his form blending seamlessly into the darkness. Hagrid burst into the clearing, his massive form towering over the scene. Fong growled at his side, ears back. "Oi! What are you doing here?" he roared, his eyes darting to the unicorn. Quirrell tensed, clutching the vial tighter, but then dropped it in his panic. The vial shattered on the ground, and without a word, Quirrell turned and bolted into the forest. Hagrid rushed forward, kneeling beside the unicorn, his face twisting with grief. "Poor thing," he muttered. "Not a creature deserves this." Harry, hidden in the shadows, watched silently. Quirrell's desperation was evident, and the significance of Voldemort's proximity struck him like a cold wave. But before he could process further, a soft sound reached his ears, the unmistakable clop of hooves. Out of the trees, 3 centaurs emerged. Tall, powerful, their forms half-human, half-horse. Their eyes gleamed in the low light, scanning the clearing with purpose. Harry held his breath, certain they couldn't see him, but something in their gaze seemed to pierce the shadows he used for cover. All 3 fixed him with a haughty, disapproving stare. The lead centaur, golden-haired and regal, turned his head sharply toward the spot where Harry stood hidden. His voice was steady but commanding. "Reveal yourself, boy. We can see you." Harry tensed, but his cover was broken. Slowly, he stepped out of the darkness, the cold night air prickling his skin as the centaur's eyes followed his every movement. Hagrid, who had been focusing on the unicorn, straightened up, turning sharply to face Harry. "Harry Potter?" Hagrid's voice was low and cautious, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. "What are you doing out here? This isn't a place for students." The tension in Hagrid's tone was unmistakable. Harry knew the groundskeeper wasn't entirely comfortable around him. Harry suspected Dumbledore had informed the staff of his connection to Gellert, based on their guarded manner in his presence. Harry met his gaze coolly. "I was following him," Harry said, jerking his head in the direction where Quirrell had fled. "He's the one responsible." The centaurs remained silent, but their eyes never left Harry. Hagrid looked torn, his gaze shifting from the dead unicorn to Harry, suspicion creeping across his face. "You shouldn't be following anyone into this forest," Hagrid growled. "And how do I know you weren't part of this?" Harry's temper flared slightly, though he kept his voice level. "Do you really think I'd have stuck around if I were involved?" Before Hagrid could respond, the lead centaur stepped forward. "Enough. This is no place for bickering." His gaze shifted to the unicorn, and his voice became solemn. "A dark force haunts these woods tonight, one who seeks to defile what is sacred." Harry, however, was not ready to let the centaurs off the hook. He stepped forward, his voice cold. "And what have you done to stop it? You knew something was happening here, and you did nothing." The golden-haired centaur's eyes flickered with something unreadable. "We know many things, boy. The stars have shown us much, but not all. This darkness is deeper than you understand." "I understand more than you think," Harry shot back, his frustration rising. "This unicorn is dead because you chose to do nothing. You had the knowledge, and yet you hoarded it. If you'd acted, this wouldn't have happened." The black-haired centaur took a step forward, his nostrils flaring in anger. "You presume to know our ways, boy? You, who skulks in shadows like a predator seeking to ambush prey." Harry's fists clenched, but his voice remained steady, biting back his frustration. "My prey murdered this innocent creature. If stopping dark wizards from harvesting unicorn blood is questionable to you, then maybe your prey too." The clearing grew taut with tension. Bane glared at Harry, his muscles tensing as if ready to charge, but the golden-haired centaur raised a hand, silencing him. "Enough." Harry's eyes remained fixed on the leader, his frustration simmering. He wasn't about to let them off the hook. This unicorn didn't need to die. Your inaction, your passivity is what caused this. If you had shared what you knew with me, with Hagrid here, or with the headmaster, for example, this could have stopped this before it happened. The lead centaur regarded Harry steadily, though doubt flickered across his face for a brief moment. "Fate takes little account of the actions of mortal beings, child. The darkness surrounding Voldemort is deeper than you realize. There are forces beyond your control." "Maybe," Harry admitted, his voice low but firm, then gestured at the dead unicorn. "But doing nothing can't be the answer." The tension in the clearing was palpable. Bane's eyes were wild with rage, but he remained silent, kept in check only by the leader's raised hand. The golden-haired centaur's voice softened, though his words still carried a warning. "The fight will come, boy, but be careful. Darkness consumes those who believe they can control it." Harry met the centaur's gaze without flinching. "I won't be consumed by doing nothing." The centaur held Harry's gaze for a long moment before turning to Hagrid. "Take the boy and leave. The battle is not tonight." Hagrid, still visibly uneasy, gave Harry a sidelong glance. "We should begin back, Harry. This place ain't safe." Harry merely nodded, turning to leave the clearing. Hagrid's suspicion lingered in the air, but Harry's thoughts were already on the larger picture. If the centaurs weren't going to act, then it was up to him. As they moved deeper into the forest, Hagrid muttered, "This is bad, Harry. Merlin real bad." Harry said nothing, casting one last glance at the sacred creature's corpse before following Hagrid into the trees. His resolve hardened. He would act even if no one else would. Those with the strength had a duty to. Harry and Hagrid moved through the darkened forest in silence, the tension from their encounter with the centaurs still lingering in the air. The path ahead was uneven, and Harry kept his senses alert, though his mind was already racing with thoughts of the dead unicorn and the mysteries surrounding Quirrell. The night air was cold, which Harry appreciated. It helped keep his wits and senses sharp. As they continued, a soft rustling from the underbrush made Hagrid pause. "Hold on, Harry," he muttered, raising a hand to signal for quiet. Harry stopped beside him, eyes scanning the darkness. Something large was shifting through the trees ahead. A moment later, an enormous spider, easily the size of a small carriage, emerged into the clearing. Its dark, hairy legs moved slowly, and its many eyes gleamed in the faint moonlight. Harry tensed, though not out of fear. He was merely surprised that Hagrid made no move to defend them. The creature advanced, pausing only when it was a few feet from Hagrid. "Well, if it isn't Aragog," Hagrid said, his tone softer, almost fond. "Not often we see YEA I wandering this far out." Harry studied the creature, intrigued by the sheer size and power of it. He hadn't thought they could get this big. Acromantulas were considered dark creatures, forbidden by most magical laws. But Harry, unlike most wizards, was not bound by the same prejudices. What surprised him was that Hagrid, one of Dumbledore's loyalists, would befriend something so closely associated with dark magic. "An old friend of yours?" Harry asked, his voice neutral. Hagrid grinned, though it was clear he was still wary of the giant spider. "Aye, this here's Aragog, raised herself years ago." Harry's mind quickly shifted to a practical thought. Acromantulas were renowned for their spider silk, and while most wizards would run from a creature like Aragog, Harry saw an opportunity. Without missing a beat, he stepped forward, addressing the giant spider directly. "I've heard your kind spin the finest silk," Harry began, his tone respectful but calculated. "I'm in need of a supply for some projects. I'm sure we could come to an agreement." Hagrid looked startled for a moment, but didn't interrupt. Aragog, however, tilted its head slightly, its many eyes gleaming with curiosity. "What would you offer in return, young wizard?" Aragog's voice was rasping, slow, but held an unexpected intelligence. Harry didn't hesitate. "That depends on what you want. Surely there's something of value that a wizard like me could provide." His eyes gleamed slightly in the dim light, his offer genuine. He could trade knowledge, magical items, information, anything that might prove useful to an Acromantula colony. Aragog's legs shifted, the giant spider considering the proposal. "Perhaps," the creature said slowly. "I will think on it. When I have decided, I will tell Hagrid. He can pass the message to you." Harry nodded, satisfied. "Fair enough." Hagrid, who had been watching the exchange with a mixture of confusion and admiration, finally spoke. "Blimey, Harry. Never thought I'd see anyone try to strike a deal with Aragog." He chuckled, a rare note of respect entering his voice. "You're a bold one, I'll give ye that." Glancing at Hagrid, Harry nodded, his tone matter of fact. "I don't let opportunities slip by." The conversation had shifted the mood. Hagrid seemed less suspicious of Harry now, though the underlying tension still remained. After all, Hagrid knew where Harry's loyalties ultimately lay, and Harry knew Hagrid would always follow Dumbledore. But for the moment, there was a shared understanding, a small bridge between them built over mutual respect. "Well, I'll be sure to pass the message along," Hagrid said, giving Aragog a gentle nod. "We best be off now. Don't want to be lingering in the forest too long." Aragog stepped back into the shadows, its massive form disappearing into the underbrush. Harry and Hagrid resumed their walk, the silence between them less heavy than before. As they neared the edge of the forest, Hagrid glanced at Harry again, this time with a more thoughtful expression. "You're different than I thought you'd be, Harry." Harry shrugged, his gaze still focused ahead. "People usually are." They continued in silence, but the distance between them had narrowed, at least for now. Chapter 17. The Great Hall buzzed with laughter and chatter as students gathered for lunch. Today, the conversation at nearly every table revolved around Fred and George Weasley's latest round of pranks, and Harry couldn't help but smirk as he listened in. The twins had outdone themselves again. This time, Draco Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle had been the unfortunate targets again. "Did you see their faces?" one of the Ravenclaw students whispered, giggling as she nudged her friend. "I thought Malfoy was going to explode." Across the hall, At the Slytherin table, Draco sat with his arms crossed, face red with fury, while Crabbe and Goyle were both hunched over, embarrassed and trying to avoid attention. A set of enchanted plates had followed them all through the halls earlier, each one loudly proclaiming their greatest blunders of the week. Harry didn't catch all the details, but from what he overheard, it had involved some rather humiliating incidents and potions. Harry allowed himself a small, amused smile. They still hadn't given up trying to follow him, as if they ever had a chance. They probably fancied themselves great sleuths, but their efforts were laughable. He could stalk a jaguar through the Amazon. He had, in fact, and none of them looked like they'd set foot on anything wilder than a perfectly manicured lawn. His eyes shifted to Fred and George, who were basking in the attention of their classmates, faces filled with that trademark Weasley mischief. Harry had to give it to them, they were more than they appeared. Behind their prankster persona, they were sharp, clever, and more resourceful than most gave them credit for. Their loyalty, too, was something Harry had come to appreciate. The twins didn't ask too many questions, and when it came down to it, they could keep up with him at least where it counted. Fred caught his eye and gave a subtle nod, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. Harry raised an eyebrow in return, but said nothing. They'd talk later, when the hall wasn't filled with curious eyes. For now, it was enough to know the twins had his back. Harry's gaze flickered to the Slytherin table once more. Draco's frustration was almost palpable, even from across the hall. Crabbe and Goyle were still sulking, no doubt mortified after being made the laughingstock of the school yet again. For all their bravado, they'd never posed a real threat to him. Malfoy might be cunning, but he wasn't careful, and his henchmen were little more than blunt instruments. Harry's thoughts drifted briefly. In another life, maybe he would have taken the opportunity to humiliate Draco himself, but that was unnecessary now. The twins were more than happy to handle that front. Besides, there were bigger things to focus on. The Great Hall continued its lively hum around him, but Harry's mind was already elsewhere, turning over the next moves he'd need to make. Draco stalked through the dimly lit corridors of the castle, his hands balled into fists, fury coursing through his veins. The laughter from lunch still rang in his ears, mocking him. He could still feel the stares, the pointed whispers as he and his cronies had been humiliated again by the Weasley twins. Those blood traitors had made him a joke, and it was all Potter's fault. He was sure of it. Crabbe and Goyle trailed behind him, their heavy footsteps echoing in the empty hallway. They didn't speak. What could they say? They were as embarrassed as he was, but neither of them seemed to grasp the importance of the situation. It wasn't just the pranks, or even the humiliation. No, there was something much deeper at play here. Potter was up to something. He had to be. Draco had seen the way Potter moved through the castle, slipping away when no one was looking, disappearing for hours at a time. Always so calm, so collected, like he knew something no one else did. Draco's fingers twitched, his frustration building. It wasn't just his bruised pride at stake anymore. Potter had secrets, and Draco was going to find out what they were. "I've had enough of this," Draco growled, more to himself than to Crabbe or Goyle. "I'm done being made a fool of." Crabbe grunted in agreement, though it was clear he didn't quite understand the depth of Draco's anger. Goyle just shrugged, his eyes darting nervously as if half expecting another enchanted plate to appear out of thin air. Draco shot them both a glare, annoyed at their lack of initiative. "We need a new plan," Draco muttered, more determined than ever. He wouldn't let the Weasleys or Potter get the better of him again. "We're missing something, I know it. Potter's hiding something big." He clenched his jaw, replaying the events of the last few weeks in his mind. Every time he thought he had Potter figured out, the boys slipped through his fingers. And those blasted Weasleys, they were always there, always one step ahead, running interference before he could get anywhere close to Potter. How did they always know where he was? It didn't make sense. Draco's mind worked furiously, trying to piece together what he knew. Potter was good, too good. He wasn't just lucky, he was calculated, deliberate. The way he avoided Draco's traps, the way he always seemed to know when and where to vanish. And the Weasleys, there was something going on there. How were those two morons always ahead of him? He stopped abruptly, turning to face Crabbe and Goyle. "We're going to change tactics," he said, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. Forget following Potter. We're going to keep our eyes on the Weasleys. Crabbe frowned, clearly confused. The Weasleys? Yes, the Weasleys. Draco snapped, his patience wearing thin. They're always around him, always causing distractions. They know something, and if we follow them, they'll lead us straight to Potter's secrets. He smirked at the thought. The Weasleys might think they were clever, but they weren't nearly as slippery as Potter. Draco could outmaneuver them. He would watch them, wait for them to slip up. And when they did, he'd be there, ready to finally expose whatever it was that Potter was hiding. We'll wait until tonight, Draco said, his voice a low hiss. When they least expect it, they'll slip up eventually, and when they do, we'll be ready. Crabbe and Goyle exchanged a glance, but nodded obediently. They didn't need to understand the details, as long as they followed Draco's lead. And Draco would make sure they didn't fail again. He'd had enough of playing games. It was time to get serious. With a final determined glance at his followers, Draco turned back toward the Slytherin common room, his steps quickening. Tonight would be different. Tonight, he would be the one to get the upper hand. The library was unusually quiet that evening, with only a few students scattered among the towering shelves. Hermione sat across from Harry, the soft glow of the lamp casting shadows across the stack of books between them. In her hands was the letter from Nicholas Flamel. She had been studying it intently for several minutes, her brow furrowed in concentration. I can't believe he actually wrote back, Hermione said quietly, almost to herself. Nicholas Flamel writing to me. I wasn't sure if he'd even bother. Harry gave her a calm nod, though his mind was focused elsewhere. Flamel's words held more weight than Hermione could realize. She hadn't yet read the passage aloud, but Harry already suspected what was hidden within the cryptic message. Hermione cleared her throat and began to read. The stone is many things, but above all, it is a symbol one that draws seekers, as it always has. Albus has always known that the most valuable prize is not the stone itself, but what it reveals about those who seek it. In the right hands, its true purpose is fulfilled not through use, but through understanding. She lowered the letter, a puzzled expression crossing her face. I'm not sure what he means by that. The most valuable prize isn't the stone itself. Harry kept his expression neutral, though inwardly, the pieces were falling into place. Flamel's cryptic message was clear to him. Dumbledore wasn't merely guarding the stone, he was using it to draw out his enemies. The stone was bait, and Hogwarts was the trap. It made perfect sense. This was the kind of strategy Harry understood deeply. You lured your opponent into your territory, where you had the greatest advantage. But Hermione wouldn't see it that way. It wasn't in her nature. She still believed Dumbledore was a protector above all else, someone who wouldn't use such a risky tactic. Harry doubted she'd even consider the possibility that Dumbledore might deliberately draw Voldemort into Hogwarts. Hermione frowned, reading the passage again. Maybe Flamel means that the stone isn't just about immortality. Maybe Dumbledore thinks it's important for what it represents, like the pursuit of knowledge or something. Harry remained silent, letting her explanation hang in the air. She was reaching for a conclusion that fit her worldview, one where Dumbledore's actions were always for the greater good, and Hogwarts was a place of safety, not a battlefield. Her interpretation was logical for someone like her, who saw the world in ideals rather than power plays. I think you're right, Harry said finally, offering her a small nod. The stone could represent more than its power. Dumbledore must have his reasons for keeping it safe here. Hermione's face brightened slightly, as though she were satisfied with that conclusion. Exactly. Dumbledore wouldn't risk the school. He's probably trying to keep it hidden from anyone who might want to use it for evil purposes. He wouldn't let anyone dangerous get near it. Harry looked away, the corner of his mouth twitching into a faint smile. She didn't see it, couldn't see it. She didn't understand the deeper game being played, but Harry did. Dumbledore's always one step ahead, Harry said, his voice deliberately even. We just don't have all the information. Hermione nodded, relieved. I'm sure you're right. It's just the way Flamel wrote about the stone being more symbolic made me think there's more to it than we know. There usually is, Harry replied. As Hermione started jotting down notes, Harry leaned back in his chair, his mind already working through the implications. Dumbledore had set a trap, and the stone was the bait. To Harry, it was a brilliant move, a move he could respect. Dumbledore wasn't just playing defense. He was drawing his enemy in, right into the heart of his power. The castle was quiet. The usual hum of activity reduced to the faint creaks and whispers of an ancient building settling in the night. But in the shadowed corridors near the Gryffindor common room, three figures moved stealthily, or at least they tried to. Draco led the way, his wand gripped tightly in his hand, his face set in grim determination. Behind him, Crabbe and Goyle lumbered along, trying their best to stay quiet, but failing miserably. The three had been tracking Fred and George Weasley all evening, hoping to catch them in the act of whatever trick they were planning. This time, we're not going to let them slip away, Draco muttered under his breath, casting a glance back at his two companions. They nodded, though it was clear neither had any idea what the plan really was beyond following orders. They had followed the Weasleys as far as the third floor, where the twins had mysteriously disappeared. Now, as Draco prowled through the dimly lit corridor, he was sure he could still hear the occasional snicker echoing from ahead. "They've got to be around here somewhere," Draco whispered, his voice dripping with frustration. "Stay sharp." As if on cue, Crabbe tripped over something, an invisible wire that snapped taut with a sudden twang. A second later, a burst of confetti erupted from the ceiling, showering the trio in a flurry of glittering paper. Draco froze, blinking in disbelief as the confetti rained down around them. Crabbe stood frozen, his face completely obscured by a mess of sparkling confetti. Goyle just looked confused. "Bloody hell," Draco hissed, brushing off his robes furiously. "It's a distraction. Keep moving." But before they could take another step, the floor beneath them gave a low groan. Draco barely had time to react before the stones shifted, tilting beneath their feet. The entire section of the corridor tilted just enough to send all three of them skidding backward into a conveniently placed pile of old cushions. Draco's face burned with anger as he struggled to his feet, brushing dust and more confetti from his hair. "They've rigged the whole place," Draco growled, teeth clenched in frustration. "We can't let them make fools of us." Crabbe and Goyle hauled themselves upright. But just as they did, another trap activated. A series of brightly colored banners unfurled from the ceiling, each emblazoned with a cartoonish image of Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle, complete with exaggerated sneers and clueless expressions. Beneath them, a magically amplified voice echoed through the corridor, introducing the Slytherin sleuths, always one step behind. Laughter, muffled but unmistakable, echoed from further down the hallway. Draco's eyes blazed with fury. The twins were mocking him, publicly, once again. He could hear them snickering, their voices barely audible over the racket of the prank. The banners fluttered in the air, and Draco's patience snapped. "That's it," he shouted, grabbing his wand and pointing it toward the ceiling. "Reducto!" The spell blasted one of the banners into pieces, sending scraps of fabric fluttering to the floor. But the destruction only seemed to spur another round of laughter from the shadows. Fred and George were clearly enjoying this far too much. Crabbe and Goyle just stood there, looking bewildered and utterly useless as always. "Come on," Draco spat. "We need to dash." But before he could finish, a series of enchanted firecrackers exploded from the walls, sending colorful sparks and loud pops through the corridor. The noise was deafening, and Draco instinctively ducked as the air filled with smoke and flashing lights. Through the chaos, he could hear Fred and George laughing uncontrollably, their voices trailing off as they disappeared deeper into the castle. Draco stood in the middle of the corridor, surrounded by the wreckage of their latest humiliation. His face burned with rage and embarrassment, but there was little he could do now. The Weasleys had outmaneuvered him again. Behind him, Crabbe and Goyle had both hit the floor, trying to avoid the firecrackers. As usual, neither had managed to maintain any sense of dignity. Draco's hands clenched into fists, and he glared into the smoke-filled corridor ahead. This wasn't over. Not by a long shot. The library was quieter than usual, its usual hushed murmur reduced to the faint rustle of pages being turned. Harry sat in a secluded corner, his back to the towering bookshelves, having set aside the tome on advanced magical theory that he had been reading earlier. His thoughts wandered, far from the printed words in front of him. The school year was drawing to a close. The final confrontation was drawing closer, and he could feel the weight of it pressing in on him. He thought of Grindelwald's lessons, how every move, every piece on the board, must serve the ultimate strategy. Power was nothing without control. He leaned back in his chair, eyes narrowing slightly as he considered the events that had led him here. Quirrell had been moving more erratically. The signs were obvious to someone trained to notice them. Harry was now convinced his nemesis was pulling Quirrell's strings. The unicorn blood would have been necessary for Voldemort, letting his shade gather strength for a final play. The stone had to be a trap, a carefully laid snare designed to draw Voldemort into the open. The headmaster thought like a general, always 3 steps ahead. Harry admired that. Still, if someone was going to acquire the stone today, it would be him, not Quirrell or Voldemort. A soft footstep broke his thoughts. Hermione approached, clutching a thick book to her chest, her expression tense. She glanced around, clearly mindful of Madame Pants, before taking the seat across from him. "Harry," she whispered, her brow furrowed. "I've been thinking about the stone." He met her gaze calmly, saying nothing at first, letting the silence stretch. He knew why she was here. Hermione never did like being left out of the loop. "You've been quiet lately," she continued, lowering her voice even further. "And I can tell you're planning something. Don't you think we should be working together on this?" Harry tilted his head slightly, as if considering her words. In truth, he had already decided what to tell her before she even sat down. She didn't need to know the full picture. He would keep her close, just enough to satisfy her, but he couldn't let her interfere. "You're right," he said softly, his voice low enough to avoid drawing attention. "I've been thinking about the stone too. But we have to be careful. Hermione, there are things we don't fully understand yet." Hermione's eyes lit up, as though she had finally found an opening. "Exactly. That's why we need to be prepared. What if someone's already trying to steal it?" "Quirrell's been acting strange, Quirrell's just a distraction," Harry interrupted smoothly, leaning forward slightly. "There are bigger things at play here. We need to trust that Dumbledore has a plan." Hermione blinked, clearly caught off guard. "But you think Dumbledore knows?" "Of course," Harry said, his voice even. "He wouldn't leave something like the stone unprotected. He's Dumbledore." Harry tried to imitate Hermione's reverent awe when uttering the headmaster's name. Hermione nodded, but her brow remained furrowed. "Still, we should do something. If someone is after the stone..." Harry leaned back, letting her thoughts hang in the air. She was grasping for a conclusion that fit her worldview, where Dumbledore was the protector, always on guard. He wouldn't challenge that there was no need. She was smart, but she didn't see the game the way he did. To her, the world was still divided into right and wrong, protector and villain, and he could use that. "Dumbledore's protecting it," he said calmly, "and we should let him handle it. We don't need to act unless it's necessary." Hermione relaxed slightly, as though his reassurances had lifted a weight from her shoulders. "I suppose you're right. Dumbledore wouldn't let anyone dangerous get close to the stone." Harry allowed himself the barest hint of a smile. "Exactly." She seemed content with that answer, her mind already moving on to something else. She glanced down at the book in her hands, starting to flip through the pages. Harry picked up his own book and pretended to read alongside her, but was too preoccupied with his thoughts. The pieces were moving into place. Hermione was satisfied for now, but she didn't see the full picture, and that was how it needed to stay. Chapter 18. Author's note. Sorry, I know the pace slowed down a bit for the last couple chapters. I probably should have edited them down to a single chapter, but I'm too excited about where the story is going in second year to spend more time editing first year, which was all about setting the stage. Things are going to take a turn this summer during Harry's travels and his reunion with his mentor. The corridor was quiet as Harry made his way toward one of the lesser-used staircases in the castle, his footsteps echoing softly on the stone floor. He knew Fred and George would be waiting for him. When they sent for him, it usually meant they had some interesting news, and Harry had come to trust that their information, though often cloaked in mischief, could be valuable. As he turned the corner, he spotted them leaning casually against the wall near a suit of armor, identical smirks plastered on their faces. "Evening, Potter," Fred said, pushing off the wall with a lazy grace. "Got some good news for you," George added, grinning. Harry arched an eyebrow. "Something I should know?" Fred stepped forward, glancing around as though checking for eavesdroppers before leaning in slightly. "Dumbledore's gone." Harry's eyes narrowed. "Gone?" "Yep," George said, crossing his arms. "We noticed this morning he wasn't on the map. Thought maybe he was just holed up in his office or something. Then we heard the staff talking at lunch," Fred added, clearly enjoying the dramatic build-up. "Turns out he's been called away to the ministry. Something urgent." Harry kept his expression calm, but inwardly his mind was racing. The timing couldn't be a coincidence. Dumbledore, always the master strategist, wouldn't leave the castle without reason, not when something as critical as the Philosopher's Stone was at risk. It had to be part of a larger plan, a calculated move to draw Voldemort into the open. And now, with Dumbledore gone, the pieces were falling into place. Odd timing, don't you think? George continued, mistaking Harry's silence for mere curiosity. "Ministry business, right when everything around here is getting interesting." Fred chuckled. "But he's off dealing with some big magical crisis. He'll be back before long, I'm sure." Harry nodded slowly, letting the information settle. The twins hadn't connected the dots, not fully, but that was fine. They didn't need to know the bigger picture. Their role in his plan was clear enough, and their loyalty made them reliable allies. Dumbledore's absence, though, was the final confirmation Harry needed. This was it. The final move was close. "I appreciate the intel," Harry said quietly, glancing between the two of them. "Keep your eyes open for anything else." Fred grinned. "Oh, we always do." "Something tells me we're in for a bit more excitement," George added with a wink. Harry gave a small nod, turning to leave. "Let me know if you find anything else." As he walked away, his mind sharpened with focus. This was no coincidence. Dumbledore's absence was deliberate, part of a greater design that Harry had suspected for weeks. Now it was up to him to act before anyone else realized what was truly happening. The door to the third-floor corridor swung open silently, the enchanted harp's final note still hanging in the air as Harry stepped through. A Cerberus, an enormous three-headed dog, lay slumbering peacefully, its snores rumbling through the stone room. Any other student would have been shocked at the presence of such a dangerous magical creature in a school for children. To Harry, it was merely logical. Cerberus were incredibly effective guardians against those who did not know their susceptibility to song. His eyes flicked to the trapdoor beneath the creature's massive paws. He wouldn't have much time before the enchantment wore off. Moving quickly, Harry slipped into shadow walking, his form blending into the dim light. His steps were silent as he swiftly neared the trapdoor. A soft pulse of telekinetic energy nudged it open, and Harry leapt through without disturbing the slumbering beast. The fall was longer than he expected, and Harry braced himself as he hit the ground hard, driving the air out of his lungs. The impact was barely softened by some kind of vegetation. Thick vines slithered around his body almost immediately, their touch cold and constricting. Devil's Snare. He recognized it instantly from his time in magical jungles. The plant tightened around him as it sensed his movements. Harry forced himself to relax, going limp as the tendrils loosened slightly, enough to agonizingly slowly pull his wand from his sleeve. Squinting his eyes shut, he incanted Lumos Solum. The room was suddenly flooded with bright illumination, like noon on a cloudless summer day. The Devil's Snare recoiled with a hiss, shrinking away into the cracks in the floor. Harry wasted no time, pulling himself free and sprinting forward into the next chamber, wrapping himself back in shadows as the light from his spell faded. Devil's Snare had once been very dangerous to him. Telekinesis and shadow walking were both ineffective against it. Now, with a wand, one properly bound to him, it was no obstacle. In the next chamber, the flutter of wings greeted him. High above, dozens of enchanted keys darted around in the air, their silvery wings shimmering in the dim torchlight. Harry's eyes scanned the swarm, picking out the correct key in an instant. He knew enough about magical defenses to guess that a direct accio or telekinesis wouldn't work here. Whoever enchanted the keys flittic, he guessed it looked like Charm's work would have thought of that. Instead, Harry pulled a handkerchief from his cloak, focusing his telekinesis to guide the fluttering cloth through the air, and with a practiced mental contortion, wrapped it around the correct key. With a sharp pull on the fabric surrounding it, not the key itself, Harry brought it back to him. Without a pause, he inserted the key into the lock and pushed through into the next room. A large stone chessboard spread out before him, the pieces towering and imposing, each one radiating an air of magical power. McGonagall's handiwork, he presumed. Harry had played speed chess with Grindelwald on many occasions-time games that were as much about testing his nerves as they were about testing his mind. Sound tactics under pressure were second nature to him. The Black Knight bowed to him, and Harry stepped forward, taking the empty space reserved for the king. The pieces shifted into position as the game began. The battle was intense, with pieces clashing violently, shattering into stone fragments, without a moment of peace. The impassive expression on Harry's face did not match the aggression with which he played, sacrificing nearly as many pieces as he took, his moves made in a heartbeat, with no hesitation. Scant minutes after the game began, the White King lay toppled. The way forward was open, and Harry stepped off the board, ignoring the wreckage in his wake, and continued on. In the next room, a barrier of magical flame blocked the way forward rather than a door. A table stood in the center, with several vials of various sizes and colors lined up neatly. Snape's puzzle logic and potions. A roll of parchment lay beside the vials, detailing the clues Harry would need to solve the puzzle. His eyes skimmed the riddle, and he rolled his eyes at the simplicity, the solution immediately apparent. The correct vial, a small, clear one, was tucked near the edge of the table. Harry picked it up, uncorking it without hesitation. The bitter taste hit his tongue as he swallowed the potion, feeling the magic work through him. It was cold, a chill running down his spine. He realized this would grant him safe passage through the flames. With his path clear, Harry once more cloaked himself in shadow and stalked forward, his wand held at the ready. The air in the final chamber was thick with magic, the flickering torchlight casting long shadows across the stone floor. Harry stepped through the barrier of flames, his form cloaked in darkness as he entered the room. His wand was drawn, and his eyes immediately locked onto the figure before the mirror of Erist. Quirrell stood hunched, his back turned, muttering frantically as he stared into the mirror's gleaming surface. His hands trembled as they reached out, but the stone refused to reveal itself. Harry could feel it, the dark presence behind the professor's movements. Voldemort was there, lurking, controlling. Harry didn't hesitate. "You won't get the stone that way." Quirrell jerked around, eyes wide with surprise and fear. But behind the shock was something colder, more dangerous. His lips curled into a sneer. "Potter," he spat, the word dripping with venom. "You should have stayed out of this." Harry's eyes flicked to the turban wrapped tightly around Quirrell's head. He felt the dark magic radiating from it, thick and oppressive. "So you've finally revealed yourself," Harry said coolly, ignoring Quirrell and addressing the turban directly. "But it's already over. You've walked straight into Dumbledore's trap." There was a pause, and then a chilling voice, thin and hissing, emerged from the back of Quirrell's head. "Trap? You think Dumbledore's pathetic defenses will stop me?" Harry's smirk was sharp, mocking. "You're a fool if you think you're on the verge of victory. You've already lost." Quirrell's body stiffened, and the rasping voice of Voldemort cut through the room again, filled with disdain. "You're too young to understand, Potter. Power is not something given. It's taken. I will take the stone, and with it, my victory." Harry raised an eyebrow mockingly, his wand still pointed at Quirrell. "Victory? You're a parasite. Your host stinks of the rot of necromancy. Is that your idea of victory?" "Enough!" Voldemort hissed, his voice rising with anger. "Quirrell, take him." With a flick of his wand, Quirrell shot a stunning spell directly at Harry's chest. But Harry had anticipated the move. He sidestepped, his reflexes sharp, and raised his free hand, instinctively using his most favored ability in the heat of battle. He could not match Quirrell with a wand. With a burst of telekinetic energy, Harry hurled a broken chair from the corner of the room at Quirrell. The force sent it careening through the air, but Quirrell deflected it with a hasty shield, his expression twisted with frustration. Harry didn't let up. He summoned shards of wood, splintered pieces of stone, and anything loose in the chamber, sending them flying at Quirrell from all directions. Quirrell's wand moved rapidly, conjuring barriers, deflecting the barrage of debris. But Harry was relentless. He darted forward, dodging another curse as the pieces crashed into Quirrell's shield, one after another. "You think you understand power," Harry called, his voice cold and cutting. "But all your cruelty has made you irrational. A waste of talent. Power is control." Voldemort's voice roared, his fury barely contained. "Control through fear is the only way. It's how I've ruled, how I've conquered. And you've failed," Harry shot back, sending a jagged piece of wood flying at Quirrell's side with enough speed to pierce his lungs. "Fear never lasts. People grow tired of it. Real control comes from stability, from mastering the situation." Quirrell's shields were starting to falter. His movements became erratic, blocking Harry's attacks with growing desperation. "Your arrogance blinds you, boy." Voldemort's voice rang out, shaking the chamber. "Fear is stability. Fear bends the weak to my will." "You're wrong," Harry said, his voice calm despite the chaos. "Fear only works until someone stronger comes along. Someone like me." Quirrell's defenses collapsed under Harry's onslaught. He stumbled backward, panting as blood dripped from his nose from some bit of flying detritus that had slipped through his shields. Voldemort, enraged, forced himself to the surface, possessing his host. Quirrell's body convulsed violently as the Dark Lord took direct control, his eyes glowing with a deadly intensity. "You've wasted enough of my time, fool boy," Voldemort roared, his wand snapping up. "Avada Kedavra!" A flash of green light shot across the room, but Harry was already moving. He pulled half of a broken table into the curse's path, the killing curse shattering it into tiny splinters. Another curse came, and Harry intercepted it with a piece of stone. But Voldemort's attacks were relentless, each curse coming faster than the last. Every object big enough to block a curse was being obliterated one by one. He was running out of cover. Just as the pressure began to overwhelm him, and he readied himself for a tactical retreat, a brilliant flash of light filled the chamber. Dumbledore had arrived. The headmaster's power felt palpable as he stepped between Harry and Voldemort, the air growing hazy with arcane energy. With a single wave of his wand, he conjured a shimmering shield, absorbing Voldemort's curses effortlessly. Harry fell back, giving Dumbledore the space he needed to face the Dark Lord. "You will not succeed," Dumbledore said, his voice calm but commanding. Voldemort's fury boiled over, but his power was waning. The dark magic sustaining Quirrell was barely holding him together. Voldemort lashed out, casting curse after curse, but his power was fading too fast for him to employ unforgivables. Dumbledore's magic was unyielding in the face of the lesser dark spells the weakening Dark Lord could manage. Each curse splashed harmless against a shimmering barrier, or was deflected, and the onslaught's fury continued to wane, each spell coming further apart and with less force. Then, with a negligent flick of his mentor's former wand, Dumbledore disarmed Quirrell entirely. Quirrell collapsed to the floor dead. There was no surviving necromancy that far gone not for the host. Voldemort's presence dissipated into the air, a dark shadow fleeing into the void. The room fell into a sudden, heavy silence, broken only by Harry's steady breathing. He lowered his wand, watching as Dumbledore calmly stepped away from the fallen figure of Quirrell. "Well played, sir," Harry said, his voice smooth and untroubled. "I assume only someone who doesn't desire the stone can retrieve it?" Dumbledore turned to him, a hint of amusement in his eyes. "Indeed. How did you come to that conclusion?" Harry shrugged, his tone dismissive as he waved to the reversed letters inscribed in the mirror's rim. "It's the Mirror of Erist. Desire is its whole function. Enchantments built around desire would be the most compatible, and therefore the most effective." Dumbledore smiled, clearly impressed. "You see more than most, Harry. Come, let us continue this discussion in more comfort." Fox! A brilliant flash of light heralded the arrival of the headmaster's pet phoenix. Dumbledore and Harry each grabbed hold of one of the majestic creature's claws, then vanished in a fiery blaze. The circular office of the Hogwarts headmaster was dimly lit, casting long shadows across the shelves of ancient magical artifacts. Harry stood near the entrance, his posture relaxed but alert as Dumbledore sat behind his desk, studying him closely. The tension from the events of the night hung in the air, though neither of them had yet addressed the deeper conversation that was inevitable. Dumbledore's hands were folded neatly on the desk as he broke the silence. "You handled yourself well tonight, Harry," he said softly. "But I must ask, what would you have done had you succeeded in retrieving the stone?" Harry met his gaze evenly. He knew where this was going. Dumbledore was testing him, weighing his motives carefully. "I would have studied it," Harry replied without hesitation. "Tested its capabilities. Once I understood its properties, I'd have returned it to Flammel." Dumbledore's eyebrow arched slightly. "Returned it?" Harry nodded. "He would then have owed me a favor." Dumbledore's eyes flickered, a mixture of surprise and curiosity passing through them. "A favor from Nicholas Flammel," he murmured. "A calculated ambition." "Indeed," Harry said calmly. Dumbledore leaned back, his expression thoughtful but cautious. "Leverage control. And you believe that seeking such power carries no risk?" Harry tilted his head slightly. "There's risk in anything worth having, but the risk only grows if you don't understand what you're dealing with. That's why I wanted the stone to understand it." Dumbledore's gaze softened, but didn't lose its edge of suspicion. "You see, Harry, power, whether through the stone, a favor, or something else, has a way of controlling those who seek it, even with the best of intentions." Harry's lips twitched into a faint smile. "Most people are easily controlled, whether by power or other people. I refuse to be controlled by anything or anyone other than myself." Dumbledore regarded him silently for a moment. "And you believe you can maintain that control indefinitely?" "Why not?" Harry countered, his voice even. "I'm not like Voldemort, an unhinged sadist. He doesn't understand that fear is an unstable form of control. I constantly strive to be a rational thinker." "Perhaps," Dumbledore said, though his voice carried a note of caution. "But control, Harry, is a delicate thing. The pursuit of power, no matter how rational, has a tendency to twist the mind, even subtly. You may not see the cracks until it's too late." Harry shrugged. "Every tendency has its exceptions. Knowledge is power. How can you, a professor, tell me to pursue one and not the other?" The stone was just another path to the same destination. Dumbledore's gaze was steady, his voice quiet. "And you believe understanding the stone would have given you control over it?" Harry nodded. "Of course. How could I claim to understand it if my understanding granted me no control over it? But more importantly, it would have given me leverage, even if truly understanding it was beyond my present abilities. Having not any but the alchemist indebted to me is far more valuable than anything the stone itself could offer." Dumbledore's fingers drummed lightly on the desk. "You reason well beyond your years, Harry. But remember, not all leverage is as straightforward as it seems. Power, even in the form of a favor, has consequences that can reach beyond our control." Harry's smile returned, colder this time. "Maybe, but it's better than not being owed any favors at all, having no power or leverage over anyone. Remember, sir, that thanks to your efforts, I got to experience 6 years of that, too." Dumbledore had the decency to look guilty then, though the caution never fully left his expression, and he did not respond, merely staring at Harry consideringly. Harry let the silence stretch. Staying silent when you wanted someone else to talk first was a basic tactic, one Harry employed frequently. He would not fall for such an elementary ploy. Finally, Dumbledore broke the silence, speaking with an air of finality. "The stone remains safe for now, but you must understand, Harry, that true power comes not just from understanding powerful magic, but from the choices you make." Harry's expression didn't waver. "And that is why it is so important to evaluate things rationally, without naive sentimentality." He couldn't resist adding the last part, a jab Dumbledore ignored. Dumbledore's smile was faint, almost sad. "Indeed," was all he said. The headmaster's disappointed grandfather act might work on the common wizards he'd grown accustomed to leading, but Harry recognized the kabuki. The conversation was winding down, but he had one last point to make. He met Dumbledore's gaze with sharp clarity. "And tell me, Professor," Harry said, his voice smooth, almost mocking, "what makes you think I would have used the stone less generously than the Flammels? After all, they've kept its use strictly for themselves all these centuries. Think of all the good they could have done with the elixir for others instead of extending merely their own lives." For a brief moment, Dumbledore's expression flickered surprise, perhaps, or acknowledgement. He didn't respond immediately, though Harry could tell the remark had landed. When Dumbledore finally spoke, his voice was softer, but no less measured. "Perhaps that is the very lesson we all must learn. What we choose to do with power, and for whom." Harry gave a small shrug, unbothered. "An understanding we should all continue to refine as we gain experience." Dumbledore's eyes narrowed, but a faint twinkle of amusement was still visible. "Yes, quite so. What I hope, Harry, is that your choices will always be guided by more than just pure reason." Harry chose not to respond, though a sharp retort immediately came to his mind. Dumbledore clearly enjoyed playing these word games more than him. For now, Harry would let the old man have the last word. The adrenaline now gone, the weariness from his earlier battle had caught up to him, and the soft comfort of his bed was a rising siren call in his mind. With a final, respectful nod at the headmaster, Harry turned toward the door. "Good night, Professor," he said smoothly. Dumbledore's voice followed him, calm but thoughtful. "Good night, Harry." Chapter 19. Hermione settled into the train compartment, the rhythmic rumble of the Hogwarts Express lulling her into a rare moment of quiet reflection. The year had been long and eventful, but she felt a small sense of relief now that it was over. Cho Chang had just left to rejoin her friends, and though Hermione liked her well enough, she was glad for the shift in atmosphere. Cho was kind, but her presence often kept conversations from diving deeper into the kind of topics Hermione craved. Her gaze shifted to Harry, who sat by the window, staring out at the passing countryside with a quiet intensity. He had a way of observing without drawing attention to himself, but Hermione knew his mind was rarely idle. He was always watching, listening, processing. Across from him, Fred and George were engaged in their usual banter. "Wandless magic is all well and good," Fred said with a grin, "but I reckon the real test is whether you can summon a full treacle tart from the kitchens without a wand." George snickered. "Maybe summon a brain for yourself while you're at it, Fred. Probably less of a challenge." Their laughter was infectious, and even Hermione found herself smiling. But her natural instinct to correct misinformation kicked in before she could stop herself. "You can't just summon things willy-nilly with wandless magic," she said, trying to keep her tone polite. "It's not about brute force. It's about precision, control." Fred leaned back, raising an eyebrow. "So, no pie then?" Hermione rolled her eyes, though she was still smiling. "No pie." Anthony Goldstein, sitting beside her, nodded in agreement. "She's right. I've read about magical communities in South America where wandless magic is common. It's not about doing flashy spells. It's about intention, channeled through discipline." Hermione turned to Anthony, impressed. She hadn't expected him to know so much about magical practices outside the standard curriculum. "Exactly. They've been trained from childhood to do it. Wizards in Britain wouldn't be able to replicate it without years of practice." Michael Corner, sitting next to Anthony, added, "Yeah, but even a basic jinx without a wand could catch someone off guard in a duel. It doesn't have to be something big." Fred grinned. "Or it could be flashy. Imagine summoning a bunch of dung bombs at the perfect moment now that would catch someone off guard." Hermione shook her head at that, though Michael had made a valid point. Even small spells, used wisely, could make all the difference. As the conversation turned back to practical jokes, her gaze shifted toward Harry again, wondering what he thought. He hadn't said much, but Hermione knew better than anyone that Harry had more experience with magic than most of their peers realized. She had witnessed it firsthand his extraordinary control over telekinesis during the troll incident and the way he held his own in magical theory, even in advanced subjects. Finally, Harry spoke, his voice calm and measured. In most cultures where wandless magic is practiced, he began, his tone so casual it seemed almost effortless. It's not just about casting a spell. They don't rely on a wand as a conduit, they are the conduit. The room grew quiet as his words settled. Fred and George exchanged glances, the usual, joking momentarily forgotten. Anthony, intrigued, leaned forward. Becoming the conduit? Hermione echoed, curiosity piqued. You mean they merge their will with the magic itself? Harry nodded, his expression thoughtful. Exactly. In places like South America or parts of Africa, magic is woven into every part of life. It's not about memorizing spells. It's about understanding the flow of magic around you and letting it move through you. Fred tilted his head, his curiosity clearly piqued. So, it's not just about control, then? Control is a part of it, Harry said, meeting Fred's gaze. But it's more about sense. Awareness. Feeling how your magic responds to your intent. The best practitioners don't ever force their magic. They guide it. George whistled softly. Sounds like a lot more work than waving a stick around. Harry's eyes flicked back to the window, his voice casual as ever. It is. That's why very few wizards ever master it. It takes years of practice, discipline, and a lot of failure before you succeed. And even then, most only manage small spells without a wand. Hermione watched him closely, still trying to reconcile the boy she had met at 11 with the one who now spoke with such quiet authority. His education had clearly been different, broader, and deeper in ways she couldn't quite fathom. She knew he'd been raised abroad with private tutors, but there were moments like now when it felt like he had lived a whole other life before Hogwarts. You've really studied this, haven't you? She asked, more to herself than to him. Harry shrugged, his eyes distant. I've had good teachers. There was more to it than that. Hermione knew, but she didn't press. The others seemed equally absorbed in Harry's words. Anthony, in particular, looked like he was reevaluating everything he'd read on wandless magic. You know, Anthony said slowly, that makes a lot of sense. If you think about how wands work, they're really just amplifying your attention. So if you didn't need the amplification. Michael nodded. You just know how to do it. Instinctively. Hermione leaned back, her mind racing through the implications. Magic had always been more than just memorizing spells. She'd understood that for a while now. But the idea of becoming the magic, of not needing a wand to control it, was an entirely different level of understanding. And Harry, in the way he spoke about it so easily, made her wonder just how much more he wasn't telling them. Fred broke the silence, a grin returning to his face. Well, if wandless magic means I can summon food without moving, count me in. Start small, Fred, George added with a chuckle. Maybe try for a sandwich before a treacle tart. The compartment lightened with laughter again, but Hermione's mind was still turning over Harry's words. He wasn't just smart, she realized he was something else entirely. And while she wasn't quite sure what that meant yet, she couldn't help but be intrigued by the quiet power he didn't seem to flaunt but couldn't fully hide. Neville stumbled slightly as he entered the compartment, red-faced and awkward, clutching his bag with both hands. His gaze immediately found Hermione, like a lifeline in unfamiliar waters. Sorry, I was looking for you, Hermione. She smiled warmly. Hi, Neville. You can stay if you want. We're just talking about some interesting things. Neville hesitated, his eyes flicking between the faces in the compartment. Two prefects, Ravenclaws as well as Terry and Anthony, chatted together amiably on one side, while Fred, George, and Harry were having a more animated discussion. He shifted on his feet, clearly unsure if he belonged. Harry caught his eye, offering him a calm, encouraging nod. Sit with us, Neville, Harry said quietly, sliding over to make room. Fred grinned. Yeah, pull up a seat. We were just debating whether it's possible to prank an entire forest into chasing after Slytherins. Might need your expertise with dangerous plants for this one. George chuckled. Yeah, something with fangs or venom, preferably. You know, for educational purposes. Neville's nervous smile flickered, but he shuffled inside, his movements still hesitant. He sat down carefully, his bag resting on his lap like a shield. I'm not sure you'd want to mess with venomous plants. They're tricky, and some of them aren't easy to control. Fred leaned over and nudged him with his elbow. Sounds like a challenge to me. Hermione shot Fred a warning look, but turned back to Neville, her voice full of encouragement. Actually, Neville's brilliant at herbology. He could probably teach us all a thing or two about dangerous plants. Neville flushed, his hands gripping his bag tighter. I wouldn't say brilliant. I just really like plants. Harry, who had been quietly observing Neville, leaned forward slightly. What about Devil's Snare? Neville blinked in surprise. Devil's Snare? Harry's tone remained calm, thoughtful. Could it be trained to defend rather than attack? Neville paused, his brow furrowing as he considered the question. Well, in theory, yes. It responds to light and warmth, so you could charm it to avoid friendly fire, so to speak. But it'd take practice, and you'd need to be really careful not to dash. Strangle yourself, George finished with a grin. Exactly, Neville said, smiling faintly as the tension eased from his shoulders. You'd have to cast the right spells to charm it. Layer them carefully. Hermione leaned in, her eyes lighting up with curiosity. Layer them how? Neville glanced at her, then at Harry, who was listening intently. His grip on the bag loosened slightly, and he sat a little straighter. Well, you'd start with a basic protective charm to identify who you don't want it to attack. Then you could add a trigger charm for warmth, so it stays dormant unless it feels cold. Fred exchanged a look with George, his eyebrows raised. Told you he knows his stuff. Harry nodded thoughtfully, his eyes still on Neville. After a pause, he asked, Ever heard of the manchineel tree? Neville's eyes widened in surprise. Isn't that one of the most dangerous trees in the world? I read about it. Harry gave a slight nod. It is. Touch its sap, and it burns. Stand under it in the rain, and you'll blister. But it's not just dangerous. It can be useful. Neville leaned forward, the faint trace of nervousness replaced by genuine interest. Useful. Harry's words were measured, giving just enough to keep the conversation going. In potions, if you handle it properly, the sap can be used to make powerful antidotes. Wizards in South America use it all the time. Neville's posture relaxed further, his hands now resting at his sides as the conversation drifted into his area of expertise. I didn't know that, but it makes sense. Something so dangerous being turned into something good. Harry tilted his head slightly, watching Neville. It's all about understanding something's fundamental nature. You work with the nature of the thing rather than against it. Neville's eyes lit up as he nodded eagerly. Exactly. That's what I've always thought. Like with venomous tentacular, people think it's just dangerous, but if you know how to handle it, you can use its venom for healing salves. It's all about understanding the plant first. Fred grinned. Maybe we should start growing some of those. Could come in handy for future educational experiments. George laughed, shaking his head. Or maybe we'll leave the dangerous stuff to Neville. Neville chuckled, the sound more genuine now, a flicker of pride in his eyes as he realized the others were really listening to what he had to say. His hands, once clenched tightly around his bag, now rested easily on his knees. He wasn't just sitting with them anymore. He was part of the conversation. Hermione, watching him, smiled warmly. See? You do know your stuff, Neville. The compartment filled with laughter, the mood light but companionable. For the first time, Neville didn't feel out of place. He had found his footing, and as he glanced around the compartment, he realized he was being listened to and respected. Percy straightened his prefect badge as he strode through the narrow train corridor, his eyes scanning each compartment. Where were they? Fred and George hadn't been in their usual spot near the front of the train, and when his twin brothers weren't immediately in sight, it usually spelled trouble. After a successful year as a prefect, Percy had been looking forward to a peaceful journey home. Yet the nagging feeling that Fred and George were up to something gnawed at him. And then there was Penelope Clearwater. He found himself thinking of her often these days. They'd spent time together studying for exams, and he admired her intellect and, well, other qualities as well. He wouldn't mind running into her on the way, though he couldn't let that distract him now. As Percy approached the back of the train, he paused outside one compartment. Laughter filtered through the door, not the wild, chaotic kind he usually expected from Fred and George, but something more conversational, almost engaged. Curious, Percy peeked in. To his surprise, Fred and George were seated on either side of Michael Corner, deeply involved in a discussion. Terribot was lounging comfortably, listening with interest, while Anthony Goldstein flipped through a book on charms. Robert Hilliard, the Ravenclaw prefect, sat across from them, nodding in agreement. And there, next to Hermione, sat Harry Potter, his expression calm but focused. Penelope was there too, leaning forward as if caught up in the conversation. Percy blinked. What on earth was going on here? This wasn't the usual mayhem his brothers orchestrated. "Ah, this," Fred called out, noticing him at the door. "Come to join us for a bit of intellectual discourse, have you?" George grinned. "We're behaving, we swear. Wouldn't want to disappoint our esteemed prefect of a brother." Percy cleared his throat, trying to maintain his composure. "Yes, well, I'm just checking in." His gaze shifted to Penelope, who smiled briefly before turning back to the discussion. He stepped inside, hovering by the door, trying not to let his curiosity show too much. He glanced over at Robert, his fellow prefect. "Didn't expect to find you all discussing enchantments," Percy remarked, attempting to sound neutral as he sat next to Penelope. After all their shared prefect meetings this year, he and Robert had grown fairly familiar with each other. Still, this was far from the kind of mischief he'd braced himself for. Robert glanced up from a parchment he had been reading. "It's fascinating, really. We've been debating the ethical implications of advanced enchantments. It's not something we typically cover until Newts, but everyone's bringing in their own perspectives." Percy raised an eyebrow. "Ethical implications?" Penelope nodded, her eyes alight with interest. "Yes, we've been talking about how far we should go with enchantments, whether certain kinds of magic should be restricted, and if regulations actually hinder progress. It's been quite enlightening." "Yeah," Fred chimed in. "Turns out you can get away with a lot if you know the right loopholes." "That's not quite what we were saying," Harry cut in, his voice calm but firm. "It's about knowing when rules become a barrier to advancement, and when they serve a necessary purpose." Percy's attention turned to Harry. The younger boy's quiet presence commanded respect without being forceful, and yet there was something about Harry that made Percy uneasy. Not disrespectful, but not entirely bound by the same rules Percy valued either. "Rules are there for a reason," Percy said, leaning forward slightly. "Without them, there would be chaos. And sometimes chaos is the birthplace of innovation," Fred countered with a wide grin. Percy gave his brothers a pointed look. "I'd hardly call your pranks innovative. They do require a level of creativity," Penelope added with a teasing smile. Percy felt his ears heat up, but kept his composure. "I'm sure the professors don't appreciate your brand of creativity as much as you think. It's more than just mischief," Anthony Goldstein spoke up, finally pulling his attention from the Book of Charms in his lap. "Fred and George are right in one respect: enchantments, even simple ones, have the potential for great power if used creatively. The real question is, should we always follow the rules just because they're there?" "Exactly," George said, leaning back in his seat. "Take broomsticks. When they were first enchanted, there were no rules. Wizards just did it because it made sense. But now, there are rules for everything from the speed you can fly to the materials you use. And some of those rules are useful," Terry added, nodding. "But sometimes they just limit us." Percy frowned. "And what about when those rules protect people? Flying too fast or using dangerous materials could seriously hurt someone." Harry nodded slightly, acknowledging the point. "That's true, but it raises a question of control. Who gets to decide what's too dangerous? Wizards who understand magic deeply, those of us who study it, should have more freedom to experiment, as long as we understand the consequences." "And if you don't?" Percy asked, his tone sharper than intended. "What if someone goes too far?" "There's always a risk," Harry said, his voice steady. "But wizards who shy away from taking risks are usually the ones left behind." Robert leaned in, intrigued. "It's about responsibility. If you have the knowledge and skill, it's not just about blindly following the rules. It's about knowing when to break them and take calculated risks." Percy glanced around the compartment, feeling the weight of the conversation. This was different. He wasn't used to Fred and George being so serious, and that unsettled him. And Harry, there was something about him, something unspoken, that suggested he wasn't just talking about magic. Percy could feel a depth in Harry's words that made him uncomfortable, but also curious. "Calculated risks," Percy repeated, feeling the tension in the room. He wasn't sure how he felt about that. That's not how the Ministry sees things. No, Harry agreed, his tone calm but firm. But sometimes the Ministry's view is limited. Percy bristled at the subtle dig, but didn't rise to the bait. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Penelope watching the conversation. With interest, a small smile playing on her lips. Percy straightened in his seat, feeling the need to contribute more meaningfully. "I'm not saying rules should never be bent," Percy said carefully, aware of the eyes on him. "But we can't disregard them entirely. There's a reason for structure. Without it, we'd have chaos." "True," Harry replied, his tone thoughtful. "But chaos, as Fred said, can also bring about progress. It's about balance." The conversation shifted again as Fred and George dove back into their usual banter, though there was more depth to it than Percy had expected. He sat back, listening, though his thoughts lingered on the discussion. This was different. He hadn't expected Harry Potter to be so thoughtful. And Fred and George's brothers had surprised him. Maybe there was more to them than just pranks after all. As the train rattled on, Percy found himself wondering where this conversation might lead and what it might mean for the future. The rhythmic clatter of the train wheels filled the compartment, a steady hum that allowed Harry's thoughts to drift. He leaned back, arms folded, gazing out the window at the rolling hills, though his mind wasn't on the landscape. Cho had left first, smiling as she excused herself to catch up with her friends. Harry had enjoyed her company. She was pleasant, clever in her own way, but she wasn't central to what was unfolding here. Her presence hadn't been necessary. There were others more important who had stayed. Fred and George were deep in conversation with Michael Corner and Anthony Goldstein, their laughter weaving through the air as they bounced ideas back and forth. The twins had surprised him today. Everyone knew they were clever, but the way they approached problems with creative chaos that pushed boundaries was something Harry hadn't fully appreciated before. They weren't just pranksters. They had vision, a quality Harry respected. There was potential in that kind of unpredictable energy. Across from him sat Hermione, her nose buried in a book, as usual. He had nudged her in certain directions before, and her intellect made her a natural fit for many of his plans, even if she didn't fully realize it yet. The challenge with Hermione was her reliance on structure, her trust in authority figures like Dumbledore. That would be something to navigate. He could use it to lead her along a safe path, one that would gradually open her eyes, making it all seem like her own personal, independent intellectual journey. But her brilliance was an undeniable asset. For now, he would guide her carefully until the time came for her to choose a side. Neville sat by the window, gazing out at the countryside, his brow furrowed in quiet thought. He had grown over the past year from the painfully shy boy, missing his pet toad Harry remembered from his previous trip on the Express, in ways that were small but significant. His knowledge of herbology ran deeper than Harry had anticipated, his passion for a genuine. There was a dependable quality in Neville, loyalty rooted in conviction. Harry could sense it. With the right guidance, Neville could become something far more formidable. He wasn't a puppet, but that only made him more valuable. Harry knew he would need to handle him with care. At one point, the compartment door had opened to reveal Percy Weasley, no doubt expecting his brothers to be causing trouble. Instead, he had found Fred and George engaged in serious conversation, much to his bewilderment. Percy had lingered longer than expected, curiosity keeping him in the room. He'd even joined the discussion, mostly, Harry suspected, to impress Penelope Clearwater, the Ravenclaw prefect. Harry hadn't needed to interfere. Percy's ambitions were harmless for now, and his preoccupation with Penelope might even be useful one day. Percy wasn't a threat, but he could be a tool. Then there was Robert Hilliard, the other Ravenclaw prefect, who had observed the discussion in quiet thought, his sharp eyes tracking each turn of the conversation. Harry appreciated that. Robert wasn't the type to force himself into the spotlight, but his intelligence was clear. He understood power, influence, and when to speak, or more importantly, when not to. That kind of quiet awareness was rare, and Harry intended to keep him close, but at a distance for now. Robert had his place, though he didn't yet know it. Michael and Anthony had contributed well enough. They were bright, though still finding their place in the group. Harry saw potential in them, particularly as study partners for Hermione. They didn't need to be leaders. Sometimes those who worked best behind the scenes were the most valuable. Not everyone had to be at the center of the web. Harry's gaze shifted back to the window, the fields beyond blurring into a sea of green and gold. The conversation around him became distant as his thoughts wandered briefly to Grindelwald. The summer ahead would be challenging, but in a very different way from Hogwarts. Grindelwald was waiting for him, with new lessons, new tests. Still, there was potential in the people around him, in the alliances forming without anyone realizing it. He didn't need to push things too quickly. Everything would unfold in time. The important thing was that he had seen what he needed to. Each person had their place, their role in what was to come, even if they didn't know it yet. His path was clear, and he would let them discover theirs, at their own pace for now. The train rattled beneath him, the steady rhythm melding with his thoughts as a small smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 20. Author's Note. Thanks for reading this far. Hope everyone's excited for Harry's summer, where canon will take a back seat and he'll forge international contacts and delve into deep mysteries of magical theory and history. The black sedan rolled to a silent stop in front of number 4, Privet Drive. The polished exterior gleamed under the faint orange glow of the streetlights, its presence out of place in the quiet suburban neighborhood. The driver, tall and impeccably dressed in a dark suit, stepped out and moved with practiced precision, lifting a large trunk from the boot and setting it gently beside a cage containing a snowy white owl. His gloved hands touched both with careful respect, testament to his professionalism. Harry followed, stepping out of the car with quiet ease, his tailored coat shifting with the movement. He'd made a quick stop at a London shop for a Muggle outfit, then hired a car service at King's Cross once he looked presentable. The well-suspended Muggle vehicle had whisked him swiftly back to little whinging in comfort, smooth and silent as it glided down the streets. A curt nod passed between him and the driver, who tipped his hat and returned to the sedan, driving off without a sound. For a moment, Harry stood alone on the driveway, his green eyes sweeping over the familiar street. The neatly trimmed lawns, the identical houses, the soft glow from nearby windows, it was all exactly as he had left it. Yet it couldn't have felt further away. He was a visitor here, a specter from another world. His gaze shifted to the house. The curtains in the front window twitched, and a narrow sliver of light caught the edge of Aunt Petunia's face, her sharp features, watching from the shadows. Her eyes darted away as quickly as she had appeared. Harry's expression remained unchanged. There was no irritation, no nostalgia. He adjusted his grip on the trunk and Hedwig's cage, then made his way up the path to the door. He knocked once. The delay that followed was not unfamiliar. He could almost feel the Dursleys, frozen on the other side, unwilling to acknowledge him. When the door finally creaked open, it revealed Vernon, his massive frame blocking the doorway. His face flushed purple, eyes bulging slightly as he took in the sight of Harry, standing tall and calm on the threshold. "Well?" Vernon grunted, stepping aside without further word. Harry walked inside, his steps steady, purposeful. The house felt small now, suffocating in its sameness. His gaze drifted briefly to the cupboard under the stairs where he had spent years of his life, imprisoned in a world that had tried to make him small. But the sight stirred nothing in him now. That past had long since been left behind. Without a word, Harry turned his attention to the staircase, his mind already on the second bedroom, the one that had been Dudley's spare room until Harry had claimed it on his last stay. He hadn't asked for permission, and none had been offered. That unspoken understanding still hung between him and the Dursleys, the tension palpable in the silence of the house. He set down his trunk and Hedwig's cage lightly in the entryway. Vernon shifted awkwardly in place, clearly itching to close the door and retreat back to his armchair. "Staying long, then?" Vernon muttered, his gaze flicking nervously between Harry and the hallway, as if hoping to be rid of him as quickly as possible. Harry's lips curled into a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Just for the night." Aunt Petunia emerged behind Vernon, wringing her hands, her eyes avoiding Harry's as if not looking directly at him might make him disappear. Perhaps she remembered some lesson from his mother about the risks of meeting a wizard's gaze. She said nothing, offered nothing, and Harry didn't wait for her to. He began climbing the stairs without another glance in their direction, leaving the tension behind him as easily as he had the house itself. Upstairs, the air shifted, the silence less oppressive. Harry entered the second bedroom, Dudley's old room, still sparse and untouched since Harry had taken it. It was utilitarian, little more than a place to sleep, and he had never sought to make it more. His fingers brushed the latch of his trunk as he knelt, unpacking only what he would need. A few books, a wand holster, a small enchanted bag. Hedwig ruffled her feathers softly in her cage, her golden eyes tracking his movements with the quiet understanding they had always shared. Harry moved with calm precision, each motion measured. His thoughts weren't on the Dursleys downstairs. They hadn't been part of his life for years now. This house, these people, they were mere shadows, remnants of a past he had outgrown. He had learned long ago to strip away distractions, to leave behind what no longer mattered. That lesson had come from Grindelwald, taught early and reinforced over time. Real power lay in focus, in cutting through the noise and narrowing one's vision to what truly mattered. But not all lessons had come from Grindelwald. Another voice had shaped him, quieter but no less profound. Zuberi Chisula, the man who had tutored him after Grindelwald's rescue, a former prodigy of Wagadu, who had taught Harry more than just wandless magic. Zuberi's lessons had been about balance, not dominance. Control is more than strength, Harry. It's knowing when to act and when to hold back. Zuberi had said more than once during their long, methodical training sessions. Zuberi's calm, reflective approach had offered a counterbalance to Grindelwald's sharp focus on ambition and power. While Grindelwald had drilled into Harry the need to shed weakness, Zuberi had taught him the more subtle art of self-mastery, of aligning power with restraint. The two philosophies so different, yet both vital, had shaped Harry's thinking profoundly. He closed his trunk softly, the latch clicking into place. The window was open, the cool night air brushing lightly against his skin. It carried with it the quiet of the street below, a world he no longer belonged to. This house, these memories, they were distant now, irrelevant to the wizard he'd grown to be, the great wizard he strove to become. The room was dim, the soft glow from the desk lamp casting a narrow beam of light over the parchment in front of him. Harry sat at the old desk, quill in hand, the rhythmic scratching against the page blending into the stillness of the night. The list on the parchment grew longer, each item bringing the journey into sharper focus. An expanded rucksack. He needed something lightweight but enchanted, capable of holding everything without slowing him down. It must sit comfortably on his back, no matter how long the trek. Hedwig shifted in her cage, her amber eyes following his movements. "I'll need to pick up more food for you," Harry murmured, glancing at the space next to her cage. Owl treats went on the list. She'd need them for the long stretches ahead, when she might not always be able to hunt. His thoughts turned to the waterways he'd soon encounter. An enchanted kayak, one that could shrink down to the size of a toy and fit neatly into his pack. Perfect for slipping quietly along rivers and lakes away from prying eyes. His hand moved swiftly across the parchment, a familiar rhythm taking hold. Magical survival tent. That was next, something that expanded. Internally, a hidden refuge in the wild, far from any detection. The rainforest was unforgiving, and he would need more than a simple charm to keep him safe and hidden. A well-placed tent could be the difference between a successful journey and a disaster. He paused, considering his next move. Hunting would be a necessity. He scratched down another item in his list. Centaur-made bow weapon of subtle strength, finely crafted to hit its mark with arrows that carried natural enchantments to aid in flight. The bow would ground him, connecting him to the magic of the land itself, not just to the spells he wielded. Next came the magical fishing rod, a tool that would quietly ensure he could eat without drawing attention to himself. His reliance on magic would only stretch so far. Some things needed to be done the old-fashioned way. His quill hovered over the parchment again. Self-watering canisters. They would gather moisture from the air, keeping him hydrated without having to constantly search for fresh water sources. The Amazon's humidity could be an asset if harnessed properly. Harry sat back for a moment, feeling the weight of each item on the list. He glanced around the room. The small space no longer felt like a bedroom, but like a place of transition, just a stopping point on his way to something bigger. Something necessary. Portable cooking equipment came next. Compact and enchanted, it would allow him to cook whatever he caught while remaining hidden. He couldn't afford to rely on raw ingredients alone, and this gear would help him make the most of what he could hunt or fish. He might not need many of these supplies at all for his journey. Perhaps he would be able to buy all the food he needed along the way. After all, he had plenty of Muggle currency, stacks of bills stashed away in the deeper, extended pockets of his robes. Yet, Gellert had always taught him to prepare for the worst. Harry wasn't concerned about the expenditure, and these items would serve him well in the future, if not this summer. His thoughts shifted to navigation. Enchanted compasses would guide him through the unknown, whether deep in the rainforest or while traversing new territories in North and Central America. He had a sense of the land, but these would point him toward magical destinations, not just mundane locations. Finally, he noted down magical guidebooks not for the Amazon, which he knew well, but for regions he hadn't explored yet. North and Central America were unfamiliar, and he needed all the knowledge he could gather about the magical flora and fauna in those areas, as well as detailed topographic maps. The unknown wasn't a threat, but a challenge, one he had to meet prepared. Satisfied with the list, Harry folded the parchment and tucked it into his trunk, the steady hum of his thoughts quieting slightly. Each item was a safeguard, a reflection of the training Gellert had instilled in him. Strategy wasn't just about magic, it was about anticipating needs before they arose, about being 2 steps ahead of anyone who might follow. As he stood, the room felt almost empty, the detachment complete. Hedwig ruffled her feathers, watching him with quiet understanding. "Tomorrow," Harry whispered to her, "we move on." He cast one last look around the room before settling in for the night. Outside, the darkness stretched on, full of promise and the unknown, waiting to welcome him. The alley was bustling with life, witches and wizards flitting between shops, their robes sweeping in the air as they passed each other. The chatter of the crowd formed a steady hum, broken occasionally by the sharp call of a vendor or the creak of a shop's door opening and closing. Harry kept his head down, moving easily with the flow of people, blending into the rhythm of the alley without ever standing still for too long. He had entered through a quieter, back entrance, far from the main entrance of the Leaky Cauldron. The familiar brick walls and cobbled streets felt distant, almost foreign, like something from a life he had left behind. Diagon Alley hummed with the ordinary, but Harry wasn't part of that anymore. Today, he was just a shadow passing through. He adjusted his steps, aligning them with a group of shoppers ahead, their presence shielding him as they wandered from shop to shop. It wasn't magic that kept him hidden, but movement, the simple art of blending into the patterns around him. Gellert had taught him that, stay in plain sight, follow the patterns of the environment, and you'll be invisible. Harry shifted with the crowd, his movements fluid, unhurried, a part of the alley but apart from it. His first stop was a specialized outfitter's shop, tucked into the quieter part of the alley, away from the bustling central thoroughfare. He slipped inside unnoticed, the bell on the door barely making a sound. The shopkeeper greeted him, polite but disinterested, the perfect kind of interaction. Harry made straight for the back shelves, where the expedition gear was stored. First, shelter. He found the correction section and read through the descriptions on the pamphlets next to each tent, selecting the cheapest one that met his requirements. Next, transportation. He ran his hand along the edge of the enchanted kayak, its smooth surface shrinking down into a compact, almost weightless size in his palm. He nodded to himself this would work. Last, storage. He tested the expanded rucksack next, careful to assess the enchantments woven into its seams by extending his magical aura until it brushed against them. Strong, durable. He'd have space for everything and still move light. It felt good, reassuring. With a quiet nod to the shopkeeper, Harry placed a sizable pile of galleons on the counter, exchanging no more words than necessary. He swiftly packed his purchases into his new rucksack, slung it over his shoulder, and slipped back into the alley. The crowd seemed thicker now, but Harry was well practiced, falling in a step behind a tall wizard and his family. The man's booming voice drew attention perfect. Harry walked in their shadow, slipping past shops and blending into the ebb and flow of the crowd. His next stop was just ahead, a hunting supply store. The shop's interior was dark, filled with the earthy smell of wood and leather. Harry's eyes immediately found what he was looking for, the centaur-made bow. He could feel its weight before he even picked it up, the smooth, polished wood humming with a natural power. No artificial enchantments here, just the craftsmanship of creatures who understood the balance between the hunter and the world around them. The shopkeeper gave a low whistle as Harry inspected the bow. "Fine piece, that. Rare." Harry nodded once, letting his fingers run along the bowstring, testing its tension. "Perfect." He added a quiver of arrows, their fletching sleek and understated. The shopkeeper lingered a moment too long, his gaze curious, but Harry offered no opening for conversation. He paid swiftly and left before any further attention could fall on him. He crossed the alley and ducked into a small survival gear shop. Inside, the shelves were packed with practical tools for wizards traveling beyond the comforts of the magical world. Harry quickly gathered the self-watering canisters and portable cooking equipment, noting the compact size and efficient design. The fewer pieces, the better. These would allow him to move light, keep hidden, and stay away from populated areas for as long as needed. A flicker of movement in the corner of his eye caught his attention, a shop assistant eyeing him a little too closely. Harry adjusted his stance, waiting for the perfect moment, then stepped behind a family as they exited the store. In their shadow, he slipped out unnoticed. His final stop was the second-hand bookshop, nestled away in a secluded part of the alley and nearly empty. Good, his luck was holding. Inside, Harry scanned the shelves until his eyes landed on what he'd come for: magical guidebooks for North and Central America. The spines were faded, but the contents were fresh, full of knowledge about the creatures and landscapes of regions he had never ventured into before. He flicked through a few pages, taking note of flora he hadn't encountered before, creatures he'd need to recognize on sight. The shopkeeper barely looked up as Harry paid, content with the quiet of the near-empty store. Harry took one last glance at the guidebooks before sliding them into his rucksack, ready for what lay ahead. As he stepped back into the alley, the familiar tension returned. A brief glance around told him no one was watching, but he knew better than to relax. With his rucksack now filled with everything he needed, Harry slipped into the flow of the crowd one last time, his pace steady and his steps aligned with the ebb and flow of the shoppers around him. By the time he reached the far edge of Diagon Alley, the tension had eased, but his mind stayed sharp. He had what he needed. Now, it was time to put the plan into motion. King's Cross Station was a symphony of movement, the rush of bodies and the clang of train announcements creating a rhythmic backdrop to the late afternoon. Harry navigated the concourse with practiced ease, his rucksack hanging lightly over one shoulder. He slipped between clusters of travelers with barely a glance, letting their urgency shield him from view. His steps were unhurried, yet precise, each one taken with purpose, as though the crowds were part of a larger choreography only he understood. Ahead, the entrance to the underground loomed, and Harry descended into the depths of the station without breaking stride. The cool air of the tunnels greeted him as he reached the platform for the Piccadilly line, the familiar hum of the approaching train vibrating beneath his feet. The bustle of tourists and commuters barely registered as Harry stepped onto the train, slipping into a seat near the window. The doors hissed shut, and the train jolted to life. As it began its journey toward Heathrow, Harry watched the darkness flicker past the window, his gaze distant. He leaned back in his seat, letting the rhythm of the train guide his thoughts. His mind was already moving ahead past London, past Boston, past the familiar and into the unknown. He wasn't worried. He'd prepared for every possible variable, and the forged documents tucked neatly in his jacket were just one piece of the puzzle. He hadn't given them a second thought as he'd handed them over at the ticket counter earlier. They had passed, without so much as a blink from the Muggle staff, exactly as they were meant to. As the train sped past the station's Green Park, South Kensington, Hammersmith Harry pulled a guidebook from his rucksack, the well-worn cover rough against his fingertips. He flipped through the pages on Central America, skimming sections on flora and fauna he hadn't encountered before. His eyes darted over illustrations of dense jungles and hidden magical creatures, cataloging the information quickly. The Amazon was familiar ground to him, but North and Central America would be different, new landscapes, new rules. He'd need to adapt quickly, but that was something he excelled at. The train slowed as it approached Heathrow, and Harry tucked the guidebook away. He joined the steady stream of travelers filing out onto the platform, the air thick with the scent of jet fuel and airport coffee. Heathrow was vast and humming with energy, its glassy architecture towering above him as he moved through the terminal. The polished floors reflected the bright lights, and the murmur of languages from all corners of the world washed over him. He passed through the airport with the same practiced grace, his path weaving smoothly through the crowd. As he approached the check-in counter, Harry pulled out the forged documents, handing them over without hesitation. The airport official, a man with tired eyes and a voice worn thin by repetition, barely glanced at them. A quick stamp, a polite nod, and Harry was waved through. He slipped the papers back into his jacket, his expression neutral, though the satisfaction of moving unnoticed lingered at the edge of his thoughts. Security was next. The rhythmic beep of the metal detectors blended with the low murmur of the passengers in line, but Harry's attention was elsewhere, his senses attuned to the movements around him. A security officer gave him a brief, lingering glance, but Harry didn't react. His posture remained relaxed, his movements steady. A slight shift in the crowd drew the officer's attention away, and Harry slipped through the checkpoint without further notice as planned. Heathrow's Terminal 3 sprawled before him, a labyrinth of glass, steel, and the occasional scent of expensive perfume from the duty-free shops. Families clustered near gates, their conversations blending into a dull roar, while business travelers moved with purpose, eyes glued to their phones. Harry walked with the flow of the crowd, unhurried yet efficient, never lingering long enough to draw attention. His clothes were simple, the kind that wouldn't raise an eyebrow in a place like this. As he neared his gate, Harry found a quiet spot by the window, leaning casually against the plate glass. The planes outside rolled across the tarmac, their engines humming, their wings catching the last light of the day. He watched them for a moment, his mind flickering between the present and the journey ahead. North and Central America. He'd have to rely on his instincts and the guidebooks tucked in his rucksack, but that didn't bother him. The unknown wasn't something to fear, it was a challenge, a test. And Harry had always thrived on tests. The hum of the terminal filled the background, but Harry remained focused. His eyes scanned the crowd, picking out small details. Without really looking, families gathered near the gates, the steady shuffle of passengers boarding flights. It was all background noise, nothing more. His thoughts were already shifting to Boston, to the next step of the journey. When the announcement for his flight came over the speaker, Harry stood, adjusting the strap of his rucksack with a practiced motion. He joined the line to board, his expression calm, his focus razor-sharp. He had planned every detail, every step, and now it was all unfolding as it should. Once seated, Harry felt the steady thrum of the plane's engines beneath him, a faint vibration that filled the cabin as the plane taxied toward the runway. Outside, Heathrow began to fall away, shrinking into the distance as the plane lifted into the sky. Chapter 21. Harry stepped out of Logan Airport, the bustle of the terminal fading into the humid evening air. The sky above Boston was painted in deepening shades of blue and purple as twilight descended. His arrival had been timed perfectly. There was just enough time to make it to Salem before dawn, and he preferred to avoid drawing any attention. Moving swiftly and unnoticed was something Harry had mastered long ago. He walked with purpose, skirting the edge of the airport's car park, until he found a secluded corner near the water. The lights of the city shimmered across the harbor, but this spot was empty, quiet, a perfect place to regroup before continuing his journey. Harry set down his rucksack and carefully unzipped the magically expanded compartment inside. Hedwig blinked up at him, her amber eyes sharp with irritation. She ruffled her feathers, making her displeasure known. "Sorry, girl," Harry murmured, checking her wings to ensure she was unharmed. Not the most comfortable trip, but it was necessary. Hedwig let out a soft, disapproving hoot but seemed unharmed, just annoyed. Harry smiled faintly, admiring her resilience. He stroked her feathers once before speaking softly. I need you to fly ahead. Find Zubri and let him know I'm on my way. With an indignant flutter, Hedwig stretched her wings and took flight, disappearing into the fading light. Zubri would recognize her from their last correspondence, realize the significance of her presence. No need to send a note. Harry watched her for a moment as she soared over the harbor, a small white shape against the evening sky. He adjusted his rucksack and turned toward the tracks. The commuter rail line to Salem wound its way through the industrial outskirts of Boston. It was the perfect guide for Harry's journey, a path he could follow without needing to rely on magical transportation that could be monitored. The tracks ran north, slipping past warehouses, old train yards, and quiet neighborhoods. Harry stepped into the shadow of a nearby building, his form blending seamlessly into the deepening darkness. Shadow walking felt as natural as breathing now. His footsteps barely made a sound as he slipped along the edges of the rail line, unnoticed and invisible to the world around him. The sounds of the city became muffled as Harry moved further away from Boston. He passed through Revere and Lynn, the streets growing quieter, more suburban. His senses remained sharp, always attuned to his surroundings. A passing car or the distant rumble of a train was easily avoided. Each step was precise, his pace quick but measured. He needed to reach Salem before first light. As he neared the town's outskirts, Harry felt a shift in the air. The subtle hum of magic stirred, almost imperceptible but undeniable to those trained to feel it. The wards around the Salem Witches' Institute were powerful, old, and designed to keep the unplottable island hidden from those who didn't belong. The mist over the harbor thickened, swirling as it hugged the coastline, wrapping the island in secrecy. Harry paused for a moment, taking in the nearly imperceptible change, the way the very air seemed charged with magical energy. He continued quietly toward the water. The magical ferries that crossed the harbor were disguised as muggle fishing boats, each one a potential risk for detection. But Harry had no intention of boarding one. Instead, he found a hidden spot near the harbor's edge, where he crouched low and unpacked the enchanted kayak he'd purchased in Diagon Alley. With a tap of his finger, the small kayak expanded before him, sleek and silent as it bobbed gently on the water. Harry pushed it into the harbor, glancing at one of the ferries in the distance. He would follow its lights from afar, keeping a safe distance while letting the ferry lead the way through the magical wards that protected the island. With no lights himself, he was practically invisible, with no need for magic. The mist closed in around him as he paddled out into the harbor, his movements quiet, deliberate. The mist was thick, its enchantments heavy, but Harry trusted his instincts. As the ferry ahead of him crossed through the unplottable charm, he felt the wards part ever so slightly, allowing him to slip through unnoticed. The island emerged from the fog's rocky cliffs, ivy-covered buildings, and thick forests almost hidden beneath layers of mist. The Salem Witches' Institute felt ancient, like something carved from the very bones of the earth. Harry guided the enchanted kayak toward the shore, its bow gliding silently over the water as he approached a small cove. The mist hung heavy in the air, veiling the island in a quiet, magical stillness. Pulling the kayak onto the pebbled beach, Harry crouched low, his fingers tracing the edge of the sleek craft until he found the small, engraved symbol near the bow. Another tap of his finger, and the kayak shrunk back to the size of a toy. Harry tucked it into his rucksack, its light weight barely a burden, as he slung the bag over his shoulder. The harbor was silent now, the ferry he'd followed long out of sight, and the thick mist seemed to press closer, as if guarding the island's secrets. Harry straightened, giving the mist-covered shore one last glance before stepping forward. He moved with practiced ease, blending into the shadows as he made his way inland, the ancient wards of the island faintly humming in his bones. The air thickened with magic as he passed through the outer edges of the island's protective spells, and he could feel the power that infused the land here. Harry's thoughts shifted to Zubri as he began making his way toward the Institute, moving quietly through the dense foliage. It had been several years since they had last met in person, and Harry could already feel the anticipation building for what was to come. The mist swirled around his feet as he crossed onto the grounds of the Salem Witches' Institute. The island's quiet intensity was unmistakable. Everything about this place felt alive with magic, older and more potent than the air he had breathed on the mainland. The ivy-covered buildings loomed in the distance, their brick walls, weathered but strong, and the cobblestones beneath his feet seemed to hum with centuries-old enchantments, welcoming him into a world of power and mystery. He heard footsteps approaching from the shadows. A familiar figure emerged, Professor Zuberi Chisulo, the first tutor Gellert had brought in to teach Harry. The man's dark robe seemed to blend into the night, but his presence was unmistakable. His calm, thoughtful expression was just as Harry remembered, and the quiet wisdom in his eyes hadn't changed. "You've grown, Harry," Zuberi said softly, his voice carrying the same calm authority that had guided Harry through his earliest lessons in telekinesis. Harry offered a small nod, feeling the weight of his mentor's words. There was no need for long greetings between them. Zuberi's eyes had already taken in the subtle differences, the maturity in Harry's stance, the quiet confidence in the way he carried himself. "Come," Zuberi said, gesturing for Harry to walk with him. "The island is quiet tonight, but there is much to discuss." They spoke of what had happened in their lives since they last saw one another, walking along the narrow path that wound through the campus, passing by greenhouses that glowed faintly in the mist and old stone buildings that seemed to shift in the shadows. The magic here was ancient, but it was Zuberi's presence that commanded Harry's full attention. "You've progressed well," Zuberi remarked, his tone thoughtful. "But there is more to mastering power than just honing your skills." Harry glanced at his mentor, waiting for more. "Tell me," Zuberi continued, his eyes scanning the misty horizon. "How have you balanced what you've learned? Not just from me, but from others, Gellert, for instance." Harry hesitated, thinking about how to answer. "Gellert taught me that power is control," he said slowly, "but you taught me that power must be balanced. I've tried to do both." Zuberi nodded, his expression inscrutable. "Balance and control are not always the same, Harry. The greatest test is in knowing when to let go of power. That is where balance lies." They continued walking, the mist rolling around them, and Harry could feel the weight of Zuberi's words. It was a familiar tension, this pull between the control Grindelwald valued and the balance Zuberi preached. Harry had lived with it for years, trying to reconcile the two worldviews without fully committing to either. As they passed a small clearing in the path, Zuberi spoke again, this time more softly. "Have you ever heard the legend of Atlantis?" Harry looked up, intrigued. The name was familiar, Plato's writings had touched on it, of course, but he had never connected it to the magical world. There were fables, of course, but Gellert deemed such things generally unreliable. Zuberi's voice carried a note of nostalgia as he continued. "Atlantis was said to be a place where a powerful wizard king ruled over both magical and mundane beings in harmony. It was a utopia of sorts, a society built on wisdom and balance. The Wizard King was revered, not because he commanded power, but because he understood it." Harry's curiosity deepened, but Zuberi's tone shifted, becoming more somber. "But Atlantis fell. The balance was lost. Greed, ambition, call it what you will, led to its destruction. Power without balance is like fire without control. Harry, it consumes everything in its path." Harry felt the weight of Zuberi's words, the caution embedded within them. Atlantis, the idea of a place where magic and mundane coexisted under a leader of wisdom, stirred something in him. It reminded him of Plato's concept of the philosopher king, a leader who ruled not through might, but through understanding. But Zuberi's warning lingered in his mind, casting a shadow over the image of that ideal society. The Wizard King, Harry mused, he ruled with wisdom. But even that wasn't enough. Zuberi nodded. "Wisdom alone cannot prevent imbalance. Power always carries risk, Harry. The question is whether you are willing to bear that risk." Harry didn't respond immediately, the wheels of his mind already turning, processing what Zuberi had said. The legend of Atlantis lingered in his thoughts, more than just a cautionary tale. He wondered what had truly led to its downfall. Was it merely greed, Or was there something deeper? Something that perhaps could still be learned or even corrected? They walked in silence for a few moments before Zuberi gestured toward one of the Institute's buildings. You should rest. We will continue tomorrow. They walked in silence through the quiet paths of the Institute. When they reached a small building tucked away from the main halls, Zuberi opened the door and led Harry inside. The room was modest, a narrow bed, a desk, and a large window that overlooked the mist-covered grounds. This will be your room, Zuberi said, stepping aside. Good night. Harry nodded in thanks, setting his rucksack down by the bed. He glanced briefly out the window, observing the fog rolling in from the harbor, then quickly prepared for bed. Tired from the long journey, sleep came easily. The next morning after breakfast, Zuberi and Harry made use of the Institute's library to review Harry's plans for his journey south. With the students gone for the summer, they had the whole place to themselves. Even the librarian was away for the summer holiday. The library had an air of old New England weathered wooden beams overhead, leaded glass windows, and a faint smell of parchment and ink. It was a place steeped in history, much like Salem itself. Outside the windows, the mist still clung to the island, wrapping the Institute in its protective shroud, hidden from the world beyond. The table between Harry and Zuberi was cluttered with maps, their edges worn from years of use. Harry leaned forward, studying the route through Central America, his fingers tracing the path. The map was old, detailing both familiar and foreign regions, but its markings were precise, offering a clear picture of the terrain ahead. Zuberi tapped a point on the map. The Yucatan Peninsula. You'll need to pass through here, but it won't be easy. The Mayan magical wards in the region are still active. They were designed to protect sacred sites, and they've only grown stronger over time. Harry nodded, absorbing the information. He'd never encountered Mayan magic before, but Zuberi's tone made it clear that this was not a challenge to take lightly. The wards wouldn't respond to brute force, and he couldn't rely on the same methods he used in the Amazon. Zuberi continued, his hand moving over the map. These wards are subtle. They won't always show themselves, but you'll know if you cross them the wrong way. The key is to stay low, avoid drawing attention. No magic unless absolutely necessary. I've handled ancient wards before, Harry said, his voice calm, though he made a mental note to tread even more carefully than usual. But what about the people? Will they be any more welcoming? Zuberi leaned back in his chair, his expression thoughtful. The communities in the Yucatan are cautious of outsiders. Many of them still practice old magic tied to their land elemental magic, drawn from life and death. They don't see magic in the same divided way you were taught. For them, light and dark are just part of a natural cycle. This caught Harry's interest. He'd spent years navigating the world of rigid magical distinctions, dark magic versus light, right versus wrong, but the idea of a place where magic wasn't divided by such lines resonated with what Zuberi had been teaching him all along. Balance, not power, was key. Still, it would be a challenge to prove himself to these communities. Zuberi's eyes met Harry's. Respect is what they value. Power won't earn you their trust. You'll need to understand their traditions, listen to how they connect with the land and the magic within it. Harry nodded, processing the advice. This journey was shaping up to be less about magical prowess and more about navigating the subtleties of magical cultures. As he studied the map, he could see that the path ahead would be marked by more than just the dangers of terrain and wards. He'd need to prove his ability to understand the cultures and traditions woven into these lands. Zuberi pointed again, this time to Guatemala. The highlands here are home to magical communities deeply connected to Mayan traditions. They practice a blend of magic that ties directly to the earth and the cycles of life. It's a different way of thinking, one that challenges the divisions you're used to. Harry's gaze followed Zuberi's hand, resting on the marked villages. Do you think they'll help me? They will if you show them respect, Zuberi said simply. These communities have endured for centuries by staying connected to the land. They value those who understand that magic isn't just power, it's balance, a way of living. Harry considered the thought, reminded of Zuberi's repeated lessons about balance over the years. He had never taken those lessons lightly, but now, as he stared at the unknown regions before him, he realized how important they would become. This wasn't like his time in the Amazon. Here, his survival might depend as much on his understanding of people and their connection to magic as on his own skills. Zuberi began rolling up the map, his expression calm but firm. Remember, Harry, the challenges in these regions aren't just about what you can do with your wand. You'll need to navigate the cultural complexities, understand their traditions, and show restraint. These communities respect harmony. If you can walk that line, you'll find the help you need. Harry leaned back in his chair, his mind already working through the scenarios. The journey ahead was becoming clearer, and yet the challenges were unlike anything he'd encountered before. He was used to relying on his skill and quick thinking, but here, he'd need more than just magic to succeed. And once I reached the Amazon? Harry asked, a faint smile on his lips. Zuberi's eyes softened. You know the Amazon better than I do. But remember, it's not the same jungle you knew when you were younger. Things change. You'll still need to be cautious, especially as you get deeper into the more remote areas. Harry nodded, though the thought of returning to the Amazon filled him with a quiet confidence. He knew its rhythms, its dangers, and its hidden pathways. But there was something else stirring beneath the surface of his thoughts, a growing curiosity about the ancient civilizations Zuberi had mentioned in passing, ones that predated even the Incas. What about the whispers of lost civilizations in South America? Harry asked, his voice careful. Zuberi didn't respond immediately. His eyes were thoughtful, perhaps weighing how much to reveal. There are always whispers, Harry. Myths of ancient cities, lost magic, great power. But be careful where your curiosity leads. Sometimes, chasing old stories can distract from the real challenges ahead. Harry took in Zuberi's words, but the whisper of Atlantis lingered at the back of his mind. He wasn't about to lose focus, but if there was something deeper waiting to be found in the ruins of those forgotten places, he couldn't help but feel drawn to it. Zuberi placed a hand on the map one last time. Your path is clear for now. Stay focused on the journey ahead. The rest will reveal itself in time. Harry nodded, rising from the table. The maps were rolled away. The fire still crackled softly, and the weight of what lay ahead settled over him not as a burden, but as an opportunity. The road south would be challenging, but Harry felt ready for it. The mist clung to the water like a veil, its soft tendrils curling around the sleek lines of Harry's enchanted kayak as it silently zipped away from the Salem Witches' Institute. The island, with its wards and ancient magic, was already fading into the distance, a faint silhouette behind the thick shroud of fog. The kayak gliding effortlessly across the still waters. He allowed himself a brief moment to reflect on the days spent with Zuberi. The telekinesis training had been a welcome challenge, a rare chance to test himself against a master of the art. For the first time in years, Harry had felt the thrill of a true contest, the invisible force between them bending and clashing as they pushed each other to their limits. It had sharpened his skills in a way that solitary practice never could. He respected Zuberi's abilities, but there was no time to dwell on the past. The island disappeared completely behind him, swallowed by the mist, and Harry's thoughts turned to the journey ahead. His path south had been carefully planned, but it would be anything but simple. Zuberi's warnings echoed in his mind, starting with the ancient Mayan wards in the Yucatan Peninsula. They were unpredictable, invisible to the untrained eye, and lethal to anyone foolish enough to underestimate them. Stealth and precision would be his greatest allies there, just as they had been countless times before. Or he could avoid them entirely, taking the more cautious approach. Some mysteries could wait. Further south, the Thunderbird territories would present another challenge. The great birds guarded their lands fiercely, and while Harry had no intention of provoking them, he would need to cross through their domain without drawing attention. He'd encountered dangerous creatures before, but the Thunderbirds were a force of nature, their power as awe-inspiring as it was deadly. As he neared the mainland, the mist began to thin, revealing the dark outline of the shore ahead. Harry kept his focus steady, his mind already running through the routes and potential obstacles he would face in the coming weeks. He thought of the magical communities in Guatemala places Zuberi had described where magic flowed through the land itself, tied to the rhythms of life and death. They practiced a magic that was both ancient and enigmatic, and Harry knew he would have to approach them with care, blending into their world with the same subtlety he had mastered elsewhere. The kayak moved smoothly, silently, through the water as Harry approached the shore. His thoughts were calm, methodical. He knew what lay ahead, and he was ready for it. The lessons of Salem, the warnings from Zuberi, the challenges that awaited him in South America, they were all part of the same journey, one step closer to uncovering the truths he sought. But for now, his focus was simple. Reach the mainland, keep moving south, and stay unseen. With the shore now only a few dozen meters away, Harry straightened, his eyes fixed on the narrow strip of land that marked the beginning of the next leg of his journey. The mist behind him swallowed the island completely, and with it, the last traces of his time at the Institute. His mind was clear, and his path was set. Chapter 22. The bus hissed to a halt, and Harry stepped off, blending into the steady flow of people spilling onto the busy streets of Lower Manhattan. The air was thick with the mingling scents of food from street vendors and the faint tang of car exhaust. It was early evening, and the shadows of the towering buildings stretched across the pavement, giving Harry a sense of quiet detachment. He moved through the crowd with purpose, his gait casual but calculated, avoiding any lingering looks. He kept his eyes on the shifting masses of muggles, an effortless habit formed over time. Here, among the jostling commuters and tourists, he was just another face in the crowd. No one noticed the way he slid into a narrow alley off the main thoroughfare, his figure swallowed by the shade of brick walls. At the alley's end hung a weathered wooden sign, a Masonic compass etched deep into the wood, faded with time. The compass was easy to overlook if you weren't looking for it. Harry glanced at the sign for no longer than a breath before pushing open the creaking door. The city's chaotic hum faded into the dim quiet of the tavern, where low voices murmured over clinks of glass. The wooden beams overhead felt close, as if the building itself had hunched inward to guard its secrets. Harry's eyes adjusted quickly to the low light, taking in the patrons spread throughout the small room. Their faces were mostly hidden, either by the shadowed corners or the deliberate downward tilt of hats and hoods. He didn't need to look around twice. He moved toward a table near the back, one that gave him a view of the room without attracting attention to himself. His steps were deliberate but unhurried. He knew how to melt into the background, even in a place like this. As he sat, he caught snatches of conversation, mundane magical trade, deals made in muttered tones. His focus drifted without forcing it, picking up the ebb and flow of voices. Occasionally, a glance flickered his way from another table, but each time the eyes moved on, losing interest. He was young, yes, but not a boy to be trifled with. His presence was quietly deliberate, not the kind that invited questions. A woman with sharp eyes behind the bar slid him a butterbeer, and he gave a polite nod without saying a word. He took a sip, allowing the sweet taste to linger on his tongue, though his thoughts were elsewhere. There was power here, not overt or loud, but something older, embedded in the walls and in the careful way these witches and wizards held their conversations. It reminded him of the lessons Grindelwald had drilled into him. Power was best when hidden, waiting to be uncovered, not flaunted like some trophy. The creak of a chair caught his attention. His eyes barely shifted, but his focus locked on a conversation between two men seated in the corner, their voices just low enough to avoid notice. Harry, subtle as ever, drew his wand beneath the table, muttering a barely audible spell to amplify their whispers. "South America, near the ruins," one of them said, voice rough from years of cigars. "Tied to one of the old ones, something they tried to bury long ago." "Doesn't matter what they tried," the other replied quieter. "It's still there. You know what they say about power like that, it doesn't just vanish." The first man laughed, though it wasn't amusement that colored the sound. "No, it doesn't. But some things are meant to stay hidden." Harry took another slow sip of his drink, his face impassive, though the words filtered through his mind with sharp clarity. There was no need to act on it now, not when his journey lay in another direction. But the mention of old power, buried and waiting, stuck with him. He filed it away, storing it in the same corner of his mind where he'd tucked away the book on Atlantis. The pieces would connect eventually. They always did. For now, though, he was content to let the conversation drift back into the tavern's murmurs, his own presence slipping further into the room's shadows. After a while, he'd had enough of the overly sweet drink, leaving the glass half empty on the table. Rising to his feet, he moved through the quiet tavern with deliberate steps, slipping past the other patrons without a glance. His path took him to the back of the room, where a small, unmarked door was set into the wall behind the bar. He pushed it open, the hinges creaking softly, and descended a narrow stone staircase into the hidden passageway below. The air was cool and dry, the walls rough with age. Glass lanterns hung from the ceilings, filled with flickering blue flames, casting shifting shadows across the uneven stones. This passage wasn't for casual visitors, only those who knew its secrets passed through, and Harry moved with the confidence of someone who belonged, thanks to Zubary's guidance. His footfalls echoed faintly as he made his way down the sloping corridor, the noise from the compass fading behind him. At the end of the passage, the stone walls opened into a narrow, cobbled street that served as the entrance to the cobble fair. The alleyway stretched ahead of him, flanked by a tight row of shops and stalls. The early morning light filtered in from above, reflecting off the ancient cobblestones. Harry stepped into the open air, immediately sensing the shift in energy quieter than Diagon Alley, less chaotic, but no less alive with purpose. It was a place of business, where rare goods changed hands and secrets were traded beneath the surface. Merchants were already setting up their stalls, their voices low as they exchanged quiet words with potential customers. Shelves lined with enchanted tools, potion ingredients, and magical artifacts crowded the alley. Back corners often had something valuable or dangerous discreetly tucked away. Not for open display here, many deals were struck with a nod and a whispered price. Harry's eyes scanned the stalls as he walked, observing the flow of the market without slowing his pace. His movements were fluid, purposeful, ensuring he attracted no more attention than necessary. Still, his youth and solitary presence didn't go unnoticed. A few merchants watched him with faint interest, subtle glances cast in his direction as he passed. Some sensed opportunity in the boy walking alone, while others simply marked him as someone different. Harry caught their looks, but didn't react. He was used to being noticed, and it rarely concerned him. Whatever curiosity these people had, it wasn't something that would come back to him, not here, not now. The market itself was narrow, but packed with goods. Everything from ancient scrolls to enchanted blades resting on the wooden tables. The darker corners of the alley buzzed with more illicit trade, merchants exchanging items that would raise questions in most magical circles. Harry avoided those areas without effort. He wasn't here for dangerous deals, his interest was elsewhere. Still, the American magical authorities had a more libertarian attitude about magic than the Europeans. Harry resolved to come back here when he had more time to explore. As he walked, his eyes caught on a small shop nestled between two larger stalls. A worn wooden sign read Magia Antiqua, the shop Zubary had recommended to him. The door was slightly ajar, revealing rows of shelves crammed with dusty tomes. Harry pushed the door open, stepping into the musty air of the bookshop. Inside, the dim light filtered through narrow windows high on the walls, casting long shadows over the shelves. The smell of old parchment filled his lungs, a scent that carried history and secrets. His eyes scanned the spines of the books, some cracked and weathered, others locked behind glass cases. These were not ordinary texts, some contained knowledge that few dared to read. One book in particular caught his attention. Its cover was worn, the leather faded with age, but the symbols etched into it were unmistakable. Ancient runes, tied to civilizations long gone. Harry lifted the book carefully, flipping through the brittle pages. The text was dense, filled with cryptic passages and fragments of folklore. But one word kept appearing in the margins, scrawled by a long dead hand: Atlantis. Harry's eyes flicked over the pages, his curiosity slowly building. The book spoke of ancient power, buried beneath the sands of time, waiting to be rediscovered. It was nothing concrete, just legends, woven into the fabric of magical history. But the weight of it lingered. He closed the book, tucking it under his arm. It wasn't something to act on now, but it was worth keeping. Behind the counter, the shopkeeper watched him closely. The man was gaunt, his skin pale, and his eyes sharp. He said nothing as Harry approached, but handed over the book in exchange for a few galleons. There was no open suspicion in the shopkeeper's gaze, but Harry could feel the man's curiosity, a silent assessment of the young customer before him. Harry met his eyes for a brief moment, then nodded and left the shop without a word. As he walked back into the marketplace, the weight of the book under his arm settled in his mind, though not heavily. It was a curiosity, something to fill the quieter moments of his journey. For now, the mystery of Atlantis would remain just that one piece of a puzzle he wasn't yet ready to solve. The merchant's glances followed him as he moved through the market, lingering a little longer than before. He dismissed the looks as harmless curiosity, nothing more than a passing interest. He was confident that no one here could track him, not with the skills he'd developed. Harry made his way toward the less crowded end of the fair, his path taking him back to the corridor that led to the compass. The marketplace buzzed with more activity now, but Harry was already moving on. As he stepped back into the hidden passageway, the cool air of the corridor washed over him once more. The walls felt familiar, solid, a reminder of the quiet power that thrived beneath the surface of the city. Harry emerged into the daylight of Lower Manhattan, blending into the crowds once again, ready to continue his journey toward Mexico. Harry had no intention of flying internationally, he knew better. Unlike the less paranoid British Ministry, the American magical authorities kept a close watch on international flights, with terminals laced in enchantments to catch any wizards trying to slip through the Muggle way. Domestic flights, however, were different, slipping under the radar. So he booked a quick trip from LaGuardia to El Paso, blending in as just another traveler, using subtle suggestions with mesmerism to soothe any suspicions about an unaccompanied youth. Years with Grindelwald had made him an expert in crossing borders without a trace. Flying into a major city and walking across the border on foot was far less likely to trigger magical detection. By the time his plane touched down in the dry heat of Texas, Harry was already moving to the next step of the plan. The border crossing was a crowded mess of heat, noise, and bureaucracy. Harry shifted his weight as he waited in line, the dry sun beating down on the tarmac. His thoughts wandered briefly to his decision to cross here in broad daylight. Shadow walking through a remote part of the border at night had been an option, but the unknown variables had made it too risky. Makusa probably has systems in place for magical border crossings, he thought. Subtle wards, detection spells, anything that might trigger alarms the moment he stepped over. In the wilderness, if something went wrong, there'd be fewer ways out. No cover, no backup. Here, in the flow of Muggle travelers, his best move was to blend in. No one expected a wizard to take such a mundane route. He glanced around, watching the routine shuffle of people waiting to cross into Mexico. The guards were alert, but the system was predictable, human in its limitations. Harry was confident he had forged papers, and if things escalated, he had other means at his disposal. A slight curve tugged at the corner of his mouth. This was a challenge he welcomed, something to prove to himself. The line moved, and soon enough, he found himself at the front. A border guard, middle-aged with sharp eyes and the look of someone who'd seen too many travelers, stepped forward. Harry handed over his documents without hesitation, keeping his expression neutral. The guard took them, scanning the pages with a practiced eye, but there was a brief flicker of doubt as he lingered over the details. A small wrinkle formed between his brows. "You're traveling alone?" the guard asked, his voice carrying a note of suspicion, though it was casual enough on the surface. Harry met his gaze directly. "Just passing through," he replied, his tone light, almost conversational. "Heading south." His posture was easy, his hands loose at his sides, but he could feel the subtle shift in tension. The guard's eyes drifted back to the papers, his grip tightening just slightly. Harry remained still, letting the silence stretch for a beat too long. He knew the papers would hold up under Muggle means of scrutiny, but the pause suggested that the guard's instincts were telling him something wasn't quite right. It wasn't an ideal situation, but it wasn't unexpected either. Harry had prepared for this. He let the moment hang for a heartbeat longer, then leaned forward ever so slightly, making eye contact. His voice softened, the words calm, but carrying a weight beneath them. Everything is in order. Just a routine trip. No wand, no incantation. The mesmerism slipped in with the deliberate cadence of his speech, threading into the guard's thoughts like a gentle, persistent whisper. The compulsion didn't need to be strong, just enough to guide the mind away from doubt and toward acceptance. Harry could feel it settle, the faint flicker of uncertainty in the guard's eyes fading as the tension in his posture eased. The guard blinked once, then twice, his hand loosening around the documents. "Looks fine to me," he muttered, the suspicion gone as if it had never been there. He handed the papers back, giving a quick nod. "You're good to go." Harry took the documents with a polite nod of thanks, his movements smooth, unhurried. He slipped them back into his jacket, already stepping away without another glance. The guard had moved on, his focus shifting to the next traveler in line. As he walked away from the border, the noise of the crossing faded behind him, replaced by the dry, open landscape stretching south. He boarded a bus bound for rural Mexico, the crowded city giving way to endless desert as they traveled deeper into the country. The road grew rougher, the passengers fewer as they moved further from the beaten path. Harry stepped off at a remote stop late in the afternoon. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the cracked earth. A small, dusty town was visible in the distance, but Harry turned his back to it, heading toward the wilderness instead. This was where he preferred to be, now away from people, from watchful eyes. Once he found a secluded spot far enough from any roads, Harry slipped his rucksack from his shoulders and opened it, reaching for the cage nestled inside. Hedwig stirred as he lifted the door and released her. She stretched her wings, then gave him a reproachful hoot before taking off into the sky, disappearing into the fading light. Harry watched her for a moment, his eyes tracking her graceful flight as she soared higher, free to hunt. With Hedwig gone, Harry turned back to his rucksack and pulled out the tent. He laid it flat on the ground and tapped it lightly with his finger. It sprang to life, unfolding and setting itself up with magical efficiency. The enchantments on the tent would now be active, designed to ward off muggles, magical creatures, and anything else that might wander too close. He stepped inside and set down his pack, the interior of the tent expanding to reveal a comfortable space with soft cushions and enough room to move freely. There was no need to cast additional wards. Everything he needed for security was already in place, built into the enchantments. The tent was designed for precisely this kind of journey, for days and nights spent in isolated places where the wilderness pressed in. As the night settled in, the stillness of the desert wrapped around him, the air cooling as the temperature dropped. Harry sat inside the tent, his back resting against the cushions, eyes half closed. His mind drifted back to the border crossing, not out of worry, but out of satisfaction. It had gone exactly as planned. He had handled the guard with ease, his documents had passed inspection, and the mesmerism had worked as expected. He felt confident, even more than usual. This journey was full of risks, but none of them felt beyond his control. Outside, the desert was silent. Too silent, perhaps. There was something in the stillness, something just beneath the surface, like a faint vibration in the air that hadn't been there before. Harry's eyes opened, scanning the interior of the tent, but there was no immediate sign of danger. The tent's enchantments held strong. It was just the quiet of the wilderness, nothing to worry about. He pushed the thought aside, lying back against the cushions and closing his eyes. There were bigger things ahead. South America, the artifact he'd overheard in the compass, the questions about Atlantis waiting to be answered. His mind began to drift toward those thoughts as sleep settled in. The low roar of engines tore through the silence of the desert, jolting Harry from the edge of sleep. His eyes snapped open, his senses, sharp before his body even moved. The sound was growing, closing in fast. There was no time to think, no time for anything but action. He was on his feet in an instant, scanning the perimeter. 4 bikes, lights cutting through the night, engines roaring louder with every second. They were coming straight for his camp. Cartel, he thought, already knowing. How had they found him? He knew Muggle. Repelling wards only repelled casual interest. They must have known he was here. But who could have tipped them off? His hand instinctively reached for his wand, but paused. He wouldn't need it for this. A breath later, they were on him. The first rider, reckless, sped toward him, the tires of the bike kicking up a storm of dust. Harry's magic snapped out before the man even realized what hit him. The loose ground beneath the bike shifted violently, pulled by an unseen force. The bike flipped, end over end, its rider thrown into the air like a rag doll. He crashed into the dirt, limbs twisted at unnatural angles. Harry didn't wait to confirm he was dead. He was already moving. Another rider was closing in, too fast. Harry's fingers twitched, and the bike jerked sideways, yanked off course by an invisible force. Harry grimaced at the strain, his knees nearly buckling. Too much momentum. He had to be careful. The machine smashed into a rock, the rider crushed beneath it with a bone-cracking thud. One more down. He barely had time to steady himself and turn before a machete. Wielding figure leapt off his bike and charged him on foot. The man let out a yell as he swung the blade down at Harry's head. Without hesitation, Harry flung his hand up, sending the machete flying from the man's grip. The attacker's eyes widened in shock as the blade flipped in midair and shot down at his face. There was no time to dodge, and he collapsed to the ground. Gunfire erupted loud, chaotic. Bullets tore through the night, the sound sharp in Harry's ears. The last rider had dismounted and was, firing blindly, panicked. Harry's magic flared again, but this time with precision. His eyes darted to the wrecked bike from earlier, and with a thought, the machine lifted from the ground, hovering between him and the shooter. The bullet struck the floating bike, ricocheting off its frame as Harry advanced. He moved with calm efficiency, the bike hovering in front of him like a shield, absorbing the onslaught. The shooter's panic was palpable, his shots growing more erratic. Harry didn't stop, though sweat began to pour down his face from the strain of holding the heavy vehicle aloft. With a flick of his fingers, he flung the bike at the man. It collided with brutal force, sending the shooter sprawling to the ground, the gun falling silent. Harry picked up the gun and used it to end the crushed man's misery. The first rider, the one who had been thrown from his bike, was starting to stir, dragging himself up from the dirt. Harry turned the gun and Uzi machine pistol, he thought, and let out a burst of automatic fire. He let the Muggle weapon fall to the ground with a heavy metallic clank. Having served its purpose, he no longer had any need for it. The desert fell silent again. The only sound was the wind stirring the dust, mingling with the scent of blood and oil. Harry stood in the center of the wreckage, his breath steady, his heart slowing from the brief surge of adrenaline. 4 attackers, dispatched in mere moments. There had been no time to think, no time to reflect. Just action. He looked over the scene one last time, ensuring there were no survivors. No threats. Then, just as swiftly as he had reacted, he moved on. There was no need to linger here. They were dead, and he had no interest in anything else they left behind. Hedwig swooped down from the sky, landing lightly near him as he packed up his camp. His movements were quick, efficient. The tent folded up with a tap of his finger, disappearing back into his rucksack. Everything was packed, everything ready. He didn't look back at the bodies scattered across the dirt. As he hoisted the rucksack over his shoulder, there was no remorse, no second thought about the men he had killed. They were threats, nothing more, and he had dealt with them. His mind was already shifting to the road ahead, to the journey south. He moved quickly, blending into the darkness as the desert swallowed the remains of the fight. Chapter 23. The bus rattled along the dusty road, jostling Harry as he leaned against the window, half asleep. Outside, the landscape unfurled like an unpainted canvas, stretching across the arid plains of northern Mexico. Dust motes danced in the sunlight that streamed through the glass, illuminating the tired faces of fellow passengers and the muted colors of their worn clothing. A small village appeared in the distance, its adobe houses huddled together, offering a stark reminder of the life Harry was leaving behind. As the bus bumped along, Harry's thoughts wandered back to the ambush. The confrontation had been brutal, a chaotic whirlwind of magic and danger that left him with a sharpened awareness. He adjusted his rucksack, the weight of it a comforting presence against his back. Next time, he reminded himself, I need to be more careful. He thought of the spells Grindelwald had mentioned, protective charms and detection methods that could keep him one step ahead. Now that he had his own wand, his mentor could teach him to cast them, instead of merely related magical theory. He closed his eyes. A brief nap would conserve energy for his night of shadow walking. After a few hours, the bus jerked violently going over a pothole, and he opened his eyes, shaking off the remnants of sleep. Morning had become late afternoon, still too much light to continue on foot. Still, he could make use of what light remained. He reached into his bag and pulled out the guidebook he had purchased in Diagon Alley, a well-worn tome on Magical Central America. The pages felt familiar under his fingertips, and he flipped to the section on the magical enclaves of Guatemala. The map inside was simple yet effective, centering on his current location, allowing him to zoom in and out by tapping on either side of the map. He traced the route with his finger, noting the landmarks he would encounter. With each passing mile, the landscape began to change. The dry terrain gave way to a riot of greens, the dense foliage of the Guatemalan jungle encroaching upon the road like a living tapestry. The scent of damp earth and vibrant flowers filled the air as the bus approached the border. As they pulled into a small stop that night, Harry gathered his things and stepped off the bus, the humidity wrapping around him like a warm blanket. The sounds of the jungle enveloped him, birds chirping and leaves rustling in the gentle breeze. He adjusted his rucksack, taking a moment to stretch, savoring the feeling of solid ground beneath his feet. With the guidebook clutched in his hand, Harry began to walk. The terrain underfoot shifted from gravel to soft earth, each step drawing him closer to the magical settlement he had heard so much about. The foliage thickened around him, shadows weaving through the trees, and he slipped into them, racing toward his destination, using the stars to stay on course. Just after dawn, as the shadows became too weak for him to use his ability, he felt a faint but welcoming energy in the air, almost like a heartbeat that thrummed in time with his own. As he navigated the narrow path, now walking at an unhurried pace, he couldn't shake the sense that he was nearing something significant. After an hour or two, the distant sound of drums began to filter through the trees, accompanied by rhythmic chanting that danced on the wind. His heart quickened not with fear, but with curiosity. Each sound seemed to resonate with a promise, an invitation to discover a world that lay just beyond the next bend. Harry took a deep breath, allowing the vibrant essence of the jungle to fill his lungs. This was where he needed to be, surrounded by magic that flowed in harmony with nature. He felt a growing connection to the community he was about to encounter, a sense of purpose grounding him as he prepared to engage with this new environment. With one last glance at his guidebook, he stepped forward, the drumming growing louder, guiding him deeper into the heart of the enclave. The village of Zitla emerged from the dense Guatemalan jungle like a hidden relic, its walls covered in vivid murals of gods, stars, and animals. As Harry stepped through the dirt paths lined with lush greenery, the colors of the village swirled around him, a stark contrast to the quiet tension that quickly settled in the air. The moment he crossed the threshold, conversations quieted. Women paused mid-weave, children froze in their games, and every set of eyes turned toward the stranger. Harry felt the weight of their gazes but didn't falter. He had read about Zitla in his guidebook, an enclave deeply protective of its traditions, where outsiders were rarely welcome, especially those with no direct connection to its people. This knowledge tempered his movements. He didn't rush, didn't try to speak right away. Instead, he let the village take him in, allowing them to judge his presence before he spoke. Harry glanced at a group of men leaning against a wall, speaking in low tones. He caught words in Spanish, extranjero and gringo, familiar whispers of wariness. He adjusted the rucksack on his shoulders, breathing steadily. This was no surprise. His guidebook had warned of their guarded nature, especially toward visitors who arrived unannounced. As he continued forward, a woman stepped into his path. She was older, her silver hair braided tightly with flowers woven into it. Her face was lined with the kind of wisdom that came from years of leadership. Harry knew her from his readings elder Eatcell, the village's spiritual and magical leader. "Welcome," she said in slow, measured Spanish, her eyes scanning him carefully. "What brings you to Zitla?" "I am Harry Potter," he replied in fluent Spanish. Shifting language is natural for him after his years in the Amazon. "I've come seeking knowledge of your traditions and magic." There was a long pause. Eatcell's sharp gaze lingered on him, reading him in a way that felt deeper than words. He didn't flinch. Instead, he met her gaze calmly, letting her see that he was not here on a whim, but with purpose. "Many seek knowledge," she said, her voice steady, "but few understand the weight of what they ask for." Harry nodded, aware that her words were a test. "I understand the importance of balance," he said, "and the responsibility that comes with it. I intend to respect your traditions." Another pause. Behind her, the villagers continued to observe, their murmurs low but unmistakable. A younger man stepped forward then, introducing himself as Zolitl. He was in his early 20s, with an alert expression that betrayed both caution and curiosity. "You've traveled far," Zolitl said, keeping his voice neutral. "But why here? Why now?" "I've read of Zitla," Harry said, glancing at the murals behind them. "Your connection to the cycles of life, the way your magic is intertwined with nature. I'm drawn to that." Zolitl's eyes flickered with interest, but he kept his tone guarded. "Our ways are not easily shared." "I'm not asking for shortcuts," Harry replied evenly, "only to learn from what I'm allowed to witness." Eatcell finally nodded, the faintest hint of approval in her eyes. "We respect those who seek with patience." She gestured behind her toward a larger open space where villagers were gathering. "We are preparing for a ceremony tied to the Tsoken calendar. It is not a thing of spectacle, but one of honor. Perhaps you can observe." Harry inclined his head, grateful but measured in his response. "Thank you, Elder. I will watch with respect." Eatcell stepped aside, and as Harry moved forward into the heart of the village, Zolitl lingered at his side. The younger man's demeanor had softened slightly, though he still held an air of reserve. "You'll see our connection to nature soon enough," Zolitl said quietly. "The ritual is important, especially now, as the cycles turn." Harry nodded. "It's what drew me here. Balance is something I've been seeking." Zolitl looked at him for a moment, then gave a brief nod before turning toward the gathering crowd. "Stay close and watch carefully." As Harry took his place near the edge of the ceremony, he let the murmurs of the village fade into the background. His attention shifted to the ritual preparations. He watched as villagers arranged offerings of maize and clay figures, setting them carefully around a large earthen mound. The colors, the placement, everything seemed tied to something deeper, a flow he was only beginning to sense. He observed silently, making mental notes, recalling the details from his guidebook about the Tsoken calendar, the way the cycles of life, death, and rebirth guided their every decision. Here, in this village, the calendar wasn't just a timekeeping device, it was a living force, dictating the rhythms of both magic and survival. As the ceremony began to unfold, Harry felt a subtle shift in the air. The energy of the place, the chanting, the way the villagers moved, it all spoke of something ancient, something powerful and tied to the earth itself. He watched with a careful eye, feeling the weight of their magic, but also something more, a deeper understanding of balance, one he was still grappling with in his own way. Though he had been allowed to observe, Harry knew he had only just begun to scratch the surface of what Zitla had to offer. As the ritual continued, he sensed that the real lessons, the real knowledge, lay ahead, buried within their traditions, their cycles, their secrets. And as the villagers sang to the earth and sky, Harry could already feel the next step drawing closer. There would be more to learn and deeper challenges to face once the ceremony was over. The sounds of the jungle settled into the background, muted by the rhythmic chanting of the villagers. Harry stood on the edge of the gathering, watching as the ceremony around the earthen mound intensified. The fire at its center burned low, casting flickering light on the offerings carefully placed, maize, clay figures, and flowers. Each item seemed to hold a weight beyond its physical form, part of something larger, something cyclical. The air was thick with the scent of burning herbs, the smoke rising into the humid night like whispers carried on the wind. As the chanting grew louder, Harry could feel the energy shifting, humming through the ground beneath his feet. This was no simple ritual. It was a conversation between the villagers and the earth itself. The guidebook hadn't fully captured the connection, the pulse of life and death interwoven with the cycles of nature. It spoke of balance. But here, watching the villagers move in perfect synchrony, Harry began to grasp that balance wasn't an abstract concept. It was alive, breathing in the very air around him. His thoughts drifted to Grindelwald, to the lessons on power and transcendence, and then to Zuberi, who had always insisted that power wasn't just about control, it was about understanding the forces of life and death, of creation and destruction. Harry's gaze followed the villagers as they moved in time with the drums, their feet light on the earth, their hands raised to the sky. Here, in this remote enclave, Zuberi's teachings resonated more deeply. These villagers weren't trying to control or transcend magic. They were part of it. He felt a shift beside him, a movement so subtle it could have been a flicker of the fire. Elder Eitzel caught his eye, giving him a brief nod. The kind of nod that could easily be missed if you weren't paying attention, but Harry saw it. A silent signal. He wasn't just a passive observer anymore. Harry inclined his head in return, keeping his expression neutral, though a current of anticipation flickered through him. Eitzel had been cautious, as was the village, but this was a sign. A small one, but important. They were watching him, seeing how he responded, weighing his intentions. The chanting built to a crescendo, the rhythm pulling the villagers into tighter circles around the fire. Harry remained at the edge, deliberately keeping his distance, but attuning himself to the pulse of the ritual. The drum seemed to echo the beat of his own heart, steady but powerful. He observed the careful placement of offerings. Nothing was done without purpose. Each movement was deliberate, tied to the moment on the Tsoken calendar, a rhythm of life and death as real as the sun rising and setting. This wasn't just magic in the way it was taught at Hogwarts. This was elemental, a deep-rooted connection to the world itself, magic woven through the very fabric of existence. Harry considered what it would be like to tap into that, what it would mean to understand the true balance these people lived by. The cycles of creation and destruction weren't just philosophical here. They were lived, felt every day. As the chanting began to slow and the villagers' movements eased into something more fluid, the fire continued to burn low. Harry could feel the energy around him ebbing and flowing like the tide. The ritual was winding down, yet the connection between the villagers and the earth remained strong, unbroken. The magic here wasn't about casting spells or shaping the world to their will. It was about listening, understanding, aligning oneself with forces far older and greater than any wizard's wand. Elder Eitzel approached him as the others dispersed into smaller groups, some heading toward the jungle, others quietly conversing. Her expression was unreadable, though her eyes held a depth that spoke of untold knowledge. She studied him for a moment, then spoke quietly, her voice barely audible over the crackle of the fire. "You have shown patience and respect," she said, her tone low but firm. "That is the first step." Harry nodded, understanding the weight of her words. It was an acknowledgement, a small door opening, but not a guarantee of trust. He had been allowed to see, but the real lessons were still hidden, buried beneath layers of tradition and guarded wisdom. "There is more to learn if you are willing," Eitzel continued. "But understand this, our ways are not for the curious. They are for those who seek to become part of what they do not yet know." Harry didn't speak right away. He let her words settle, understanding the implication behind them. He was being invited, not to take but to participate, to learn by immersing himself in their world, by becoming part of it. "I am willing," Harry said, his voice steady, though inside he could feel the pull of anticipation. Eitzel inclined her head again, a gesture of acknowledgement. "Then we shall see." As she turned and rejoined the other villagers, Harry remained by the fire, the heat now just a low hum against the night. He could feel the weight of the jungle returning, the sounds of birds and insects creeping back as the ritual energy dissipated. But something had shifted. He wasn't just observing anymore. The door to understanding their magic had been cracked open, and he was ready to step through. His eyes followed the movements of the villagers, noting the careful way they carried themselves even after the ritual had ended. There was still much to learn, and though the ceremony was over, the deeper lessons were only beginning. The fire flickered once more before fading to embers, and Harry turned his gaze to the stars. They were sharp against the inky sky, their patterns familiar yet distant. He had read in his guidebook how the Mayans had charted the heavens, understanding that the movement of the stars, the moon, and the sun were all part of a grander cycle, just like the ritual he had witnessed tonight. The villagers here didn't see the stars as distant objects, but as forces tied to the earth, governing the rhythms of life, death, and rebirth. Each constellation, each movement across the sky, was as much a part of their magic as the earth beneath their feet. The stars above him now had guided this village for centuries, just as they had guided ancient civilizations long forgotten. As he gazed upward, Harry felt a connection forming between the cycles of the heavens and the cycles of magic he was beginning to grasp. The Mayans had seen no divide between the stars and the world below. It was all part of the same balance. There was power in that understanding power and realizing that magic was not just something to wield, but something to align with. He let out a slow breath, his eyes tracing the constellations that had guided so many before him. He wasn't just here to observe anymore. He was beginning to understand the weight of the knowledge he sought, the depth of the magic tied to these people and the stars above. Balance, he realized, was as much about patience as it was about power. The soft glow of morning filtered through the narrow windows of the small hut where Harry had been given a place to rest. He woke slowly, the lingering echoes of last night's ritual still fresh in his mind. The rhythmic chanting, the deep connection to the earth and the stars above. There was a peaceful quiet outside, the village beginning its day with the same sense of balance that infused every part of its existence. Harry sat up, pulling on his travel robes, and took a moment to collect his thoughts. The ritual had left him feeling more connected to the village, but also aware that he still stood on the outside, looking in. He had been given a glimpse, a first step into understanding their way of life. But the real knowledge, the secrets tied to their magic and history, remained just out of reach. After a simple breakfast of fruit and bread offered by one of the villagers, Harry found himself walking toward a quieter part of Zitla. He had expected that something would happen today, some next step following the invitation extended to him last night by Elder Eitzel. He didn't have to wait long. Zolil was waiting for him near one of the older buildings, a low structure made of adobe with vines climbing its walls. The young man gave Harry a reserved nod, less guarded than before, but still cautious. Elder Eitzel asked me to bring you here, he said, his voice quiet but steady. There is something you should see. Harry followed him without speaking, letting the calm of the morning and the muted sounds of the village settle around them. The air was cooler now, and the jungle beyond the village still hummed softly with life. They moved into a secluded room smaller than the ceremonial area, but filled with an unmistakable sense of history. The room itself was lined with relics, old books, and worn scrolls. But in the center, resting on a wide wooden table, was what caught Harry's eye, a bundle of knotted cords laid out carefully, as though it were the most precious object in the room. The quipu. Harry had read about them before, seen images in his guidebook, but this was different. Up close, the cords seemed almost alive with meaning, as though the knots themselves held the weight of centuries. Zolitl stood beside him, his gaze on the quipu. This is one of the most important ways we record our history, he said, his voice low, almost reverent. But it's not just history. The quipu can hold magic, secrets, knowledge passed down through generations. Only those who understand the knots can read it. Harry nodded slowly, feeling the quiet power in the room. It's encoded, he observed. Yes, Zolil replied. Each knot has a meaning, and together they form patterns that can reveal much if you know how to see them. Harry stepped closer, his eyes tracing the intricate chords. He could feel the faint hum of magic, a sense of something locked within, waiting. Do they speak of lost cities? He asked, his voice measured, cautious. Zolitl glanced at him, then back at the Quipu. There are some who believe the Quipu holds knowledge of places like Atlantis, he said, choosing his words carefully. Cities where magic was once powerful, where knowledge was vast. But the Quipu doesn't reveal its secrets easily. It takes time, understanding, and trust. Harry understood the weight of those words. The village was offering him a chance, but they were still watching him, still measuring his intentions. The thought of Atlantis sparked something in him, a thread he had been following since his journey began. But he knew he had to be careful. Zubari's warnings about obsession echoed faintly in his mind. If you're willing to learn, I can help you understand it, Zolot offered. His tone was more open now, though still tinged with caution. Harry met his gaze and gave a slight nod. I'd appreciate that. I'll learn at your pace. Zolot smiled, briefly, an expression that carried both relief and the beginning of trust. Good. We can start tomorrow. They stood in silence for a moment longer, the Quipu between them like a bridge into something deeper. Harry could feel the pull of what lay within those knots, the secrets of the past waiting to be uncovered. But he reminded himself to be patient. Knowledge like this wasn't something to rush. The conversation drifted to a close, and Harry stepped back, letting the significance of the moment settle. As he left the room, his mind was already turning, connecting the threads of what he had learned in Zitla with the path that lay ahead. There were deeper mysteries waiting here, in the Quipu, and further still. As he stepped outside, the sunlight filtered through the trees, casting long shadows across the village. Harry glanced at the horizon, feeling a quiet anticipation growing within him. Soon, he'd be back with Gellert. But for now, he was content to take his time, to learn slowly, and to align himself with the cycles of nature, just as the villagers of Zitla had done for centuries. Chapter 24. Harry moved like a wraith through the Guatemalan wilderness, his form slipping seamlessly between the tall trees and jagged rocks, merging with the night itself. The wind whispered against his skin, cool and damp with the scent of distant rain. Each stride brought him deeper into the wild, where the world felt raw, untouched, and powerful. The time he had spent with the Zitla had been deeply informative. While he hadn't learned to read the Quipu himself, Zolot had read him many fascinating legends, faint memories of Atlantis. Their gods, their priesthood, details he hadn't seen in the book from Magia. Antiqua, different legends than were remembered in Europe. Slowly, a picture was forming in his mind. Yet he had spent every last day he could spare with the villagers. Now he must hasten to make it to Grindelwald, according to the schedule they had decided upon before he left for Hogwarts. Gellert's owl-repelling wards would only be down for a brief window, and Harry had to be close enough to Peru at the start for Hedwig to easily make the trip before it closed. The moon was high overhead, casting faint silver light that barely reached the forest floor. It didn't matter, Harry didn't need it. Shadow, walking had become as natural to him as breathing, and the night was his ally, not his enemy. He moved with a confidence that came from the freedom of the open land, his body thrumming with a quiet, eager energy. Every shadow was a potential escape, every step a leap forward into a deeper world. His rucksack, light and securely enchanted, bounced lightly on his back as he navigated the steep rise of a hill. From up here, the vast landscape opened up before him, a sweeping vista of volcanic slopes and valleys, their dark forms looming against the horizon. Off, in the distance, the faint plume of smoke from Volcan de Fuego marked the sky like a living force, rumbling softly in the earth below. Harry paused, allowing himself a moment to take it in. The stillness around him was immense, the silence interrupted only by the occasional rustle of leaves or the distant call of some nocturnal creature. Everything felt so alive here, but not in the way he had known at Hogwarts. This was a primal magic, a force he could feel beneath his feet, in the air, in the very bones of the land. It was thrilling, and it called to something deep within him. After hours of walking, he found a small clearing nestled between a group of towering trees. It was sheltered enough for him to set up camp, and the sky overhead offered a wide view of the stars, fading as the first hint of dawn lit the sky. He flicked his wand, conjuring a small, controlled fire in the center of the clearing. The warmth was welcome, but even more so was the sense of solitude, the complete disconnect from the world of expectations and noise. Hedwig swooped down from the canopy, landing lightly on a branch nearby. She ruffled her feathers and blinked at Harry, her amber eyes catching the glow of the firelight. Harry smiled at her. It was good to have her here, a familiar presence in this vast unknown. He leaned back against his rucksack, watching the fire flicker. The sky above seemed endless, and the stars seemed brighter than anywhere else he'd ever been. The wild magic of the place wrapped around him like a comforting blanket, whispering promises of secrets yet to be uncovered. It felt right, this place, untamed, unbounded by the rigid rules of Hogwarts or the cautious warnings of wizards. Here, the magic was free. Hedwig shifted on her branch, her gaze suddenly fixed on something above. Harry followed her line of sight. There, slicing across the sky like a thunderbolt, was a thunderbird. Its wings spanned impossibly wide, cutting through the scattered, wispy clouds with a grace that belied its size. Around it, the air crackled with energy. Small, jagged bolts of lightning danced along its wings, trailing behind it as if the storm itself were following in its wake. The creature was enormous, far bigger than any dragon, its silhouette illuminated by the brief flashes of electricity that sparked with every beat of its wings. Harry's breath caught in his throat. He had read about thunderbirds, but nothing had prepared him for the sheer awe of seeing one in flight. It moved with a slow, deliberate power, as if the entire sky bent to its will. Lightning rippled across the clouds in its wake, brief and brilliant, lighting up the volcanic peaks far below. He could feel the magic radiating from it, pulsing through the air, as natural and unstoppable as the wind. This was a force that no wizard controlled, a creature older and more powerful than any magic Harry had ever encountered, either in Hogwarts or his travels. He stood there, utterly transfixed, feeling small in the presence of something so vast and untouchable. Hedwig shifted again, a soft hoot escaping her as if she, too, felt the pull of the Thunderbird's raw, untamed energy. For a moment, Harry felt a deep connection with her, both of them bound to the wild magic of this land, witnessing something few ever would. The Thunderbird let out a low, rumbling cry that echoed across the sky, sending a fresh wave of electricity sparking through the air. And then, just as quickly as it had come, it disappeared beyond the clouds, leaving only the faintest shimmer of energy in its wake. Harry blinked, still rooted to the spot. He felt the lingering charge in the air, his pulse quickening. It wasn't fear. It was something else, a mixture of awe and excitement. This was why he had left Hogwarts, why he had traveled halfway across the world. To experience magic like this, raw and unbound by the walls of classrooms or the constraints of tradition. He glanced at Hedwig, still wide-eyed from the encounter. "Incredible, wasn't it?" he murmured, though he knew words couldn't quite capture it. She hooted softly in agreement. The fire crackled beside him, and the world slowly returned to its calm, quiet rhythm. But something in Harry had shifted. That glimpse of the Thunderbird had awakened a deeper hunger within him. There was so much more to learn, so much more to uncover. The Thunderbird was just the beginning. He stoked the fire lightly, letting his thoughts drift to Atlantis. The thrill of discovery still surged through him, but now it was coupled with a newfound patience. There were forces in this world far older than he had ever imagined, and he intended to uncover them. But for now, he was content to sit by the fire, the night air alive with promise. Panama City bustled around Harry, a swirl of noise, heat, and life. The crowded streets were a chaotic mix of crumbling colonial buildings and sleek modern towers, all crammed together as if the city itself couldn't decide what it wanted to be. Vendors called out from stalls lining the narrow roads, selling everything from fresh fruit to cheap trinkets, while tourists meandered slowly, oblivious to the undercurrents of magic that ran through the city. Harry moved through the crowd with practiced ease, his face blank, his steps purposeful. He'd been in places like this before, places where the line between the magical and the mundane blurred just enough to let secrets slip through. There was always something hidden if you knew where to look. The coastal market stretched out in front of him, a maze of stalls and makeshift shops, the smell of salt water and grilled food heavy in the air. Harry scanned the rows of vendors as he walked, his eyes sharp for anything out of the ordinary. His instincts, honed by weeks of traveling alone, told him there was magic here. Small traces, subtle but present. He passed a stall selling brass ornaments, letting his fingers brush casually over the items. There a faint pull of magic, buried deep within the metal. A small smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. He was close. Tucked away in the far corner of the market, nearly hidden between two larger stalls, was a small table piled high with odds and ends-old coins, tarnished jewelry, and faded trinkets that had likely passed through countless hands. The vendor, an older man with leathery skin and a faded baseball cap, sat behind the table, half asleep in the late afternoon heat. Harry approached the stall slowly, his gaze sweeping over the items with feigned disinterest. Among the pile of metal, something caught his eye, a small, worn gold coin that seemed almost lost among the clutter. He picked it up, turning it over in his fingers. The coin's surface was smooth, worn down by time, but there was a faint imprint still visible. A trident. Barely there, but unmistakable. Harry's heart gave a small, quiet jolt, though his expression remained carefully neutral. Old piece, that one, the vendor muttered, glancing up briefly from his chair. Gold, but not much more than scrap these days. $50 if you want it. Harry didn't look up, keeping his attention on the coin. $50 was a low price for gold, but the man clearly had no idea what he was holding. The trident, the symbol of the Wizard Kings of Atlantis. He'd seen it before, in a book tucked away in a forgotten corner of Cobble Fair back in New York. This wasn't just a coin, it was a clue. Looks pretty worn, Harry said, slipping into the casual tone he'd perfected for moments like this. I'll give you 30 for it. The vendor scratched his chin, eyeing Harry with vague curiosity, then shrugged. Sure, 30. Harry handed over the money, making the transaction as unremarkable as possible. The vendor pocketed the bills without another glance at the coin, already losing interest. To him, it was just another trinket in a pile of forgotten objects. But to Harry, it was a piece of something much bigger. He pocketed the coin and walked away, blending back into the crowd. The faint tingling lingered in the skin of the palm where the coin had rested, a reminder of the power that lay hidden in the most unassuming places. As he moved further from the market, the noise of the city began to fade into the background, replaced by the steady hum of his thoughts. The trident was a sign, just as he'd hoped. Another breadcrumb, leading him closer to Atlantis and whatever ancient magic it held. He had been patient, piecing together the clues over the months, and now, standing on the cusp of something monumental, his excitement simmered beneath the surface. The streets around him grew quieter as he slipped into an alleyway between two buildings, finding a moment of solitude away from the bustle. Harry leaned against the cool stone wall, pulling the coin from his pocket. He turned it over again, feeling the slight pulse of ancient magic in its worn surface. There was power here buried deep. He couldn't tap into it yet, but he knew it was there, waiting to be uncovered. Atlantis. It wasn't just a myth. It was real, hidden under centuries of history and time, waiting for someone clever enough to find it. Someone like him. He tucked the coin away again, a small smile playing at his lips. The thrill of discovery coursed through him, but he kept his focus sharp. There was still more ground to cover, more dangers to face. The Darien Gap, wild, lawless, and filled with magic most wizards wouldn't dare to confront, was just ahead. He welcomed the challenge. After all, what was the point of magic if not to push boundaries? The market's noise drifted back to him as he stepped out of the alley, disappearing into the crowd once more. The air grew thicker as Harry ventured deeper into the jungle, each breath heavy with humidity, the scent of damp earth and vegetation pressing in on him. The jungle wasn't silent, but the noise had a different quality. Hear the persistent hum of insects, the distant calls of birds hidden among the dense foliage. The further he went, the more the shadows seemed to stretch, the trees towering overhead like ancient sentinels. He paused for a moment, glancing up at the canopy above, where only slivers of sunlight broke through. He adjusted the strap of his rucksack and moved forward, more attuned to the environment than he'd ever been before. The Darien Gap felt alive in a way that few places did. Every tree, every stone seemed to hum with a kind of primal magic. It was wild, untamed. Harry had felt this before in the highlands of Scotland, in the deserts of Mexico, but here it was stronger, more dangerous. He moved with purpose, using his magic as a guide, sensing the safest paths and avoiding anything that felt wrong. The shadows clung to him, making him almost invisible as he glided between the trees, shadow walking with a grace that came from months of practice. His feet made no sound on the thick carpet of leaves, as if he floated just above them. Harry slowed his pace, his senses sharp, a faint prickle at the back of his neck. He glanced around, scanning the trees for movement. The sensation wasn't new. He had felt it several times before in his travels, but here, in the heart of the jungle, it felt different, more deliberate. Something was watching him. The feeling intensified, the growing silence of the surrounding jungle suddenly apparent. He stopped, standing still, his hand lightly resting on the wand at his side. His breath slowed as his eyes swept the treeline. Nothing moved. Nothing made a sound. Then a flicker just at the edge of his vision. He turned his head slowly and saw them. Two glowing eyes, low to the ground, fixed on him from the shadows. A jaguar. Not just any jaguar. Its sleek, black form was too large, its movements too fluid, too precise. The way it emerged from the undergrowth, each step deliberate, like a predator completely aware of its power, it was something more. The air around it shimmered faintly, the glow of magic rippling across its fur in the dying light of the evening. Its eyes, locked on his, burned with a fierce, intelligent focus. Harry didn't flinch. He knew instinctively what this was: a spirit jaguar, a creature he'd only heard stories of before. Bound to the jungle, it was something old, something far more dangerous than a mundane jaguar. They stood there, locked in a silent standoff, the only sound between them the distant rustle of the jungle. Harry's pulse quickened, but not from fear. This wasn't a creature he could try to tame or fight. It was a force of the jungle itself, and he knew he had to play its game. He shifted his weight slightly, his eyes never leaving the jaguar's. The jaguar tensed, muscles rippling beneath its sleek fur, the air around it charged with anticipation. In an instant, it moved silent, fast, a blur of black fur and deadly claws. Harry reacted instinctively, disappearing into the shadows just as the jaguar lunged. The jaguar's claws swiped through the empty space where he had stood. He dodged them by mere inches despite the enhanced speed and agility granted by his ability. The creature turned, unperturbed, its eyes gleaming with renewed interest. The hunt had begun. Harry didn't run, that would only slow him down. Shadow walking was as much a magic of the body as the mind. Only once the body was moving silently, with the grace and precision of a feline predator, would the shadows let themselves be embraced by the mind. He moved quickly but deliberately, shadow walking through the dense underbrush, each step calculated, each movement designed to keep him just ahead of the jaguar. His measured steps ate up ground with the speed of an Olympic sprinter. But the creature was relentless, its form flickering in and out of view as it moved silently through the trees, tracking his every step. For several minutes, they danced through the jungle, Harry shifting from shadow to shadow, the spirit jaguar always a breath behind him, a blur of power and speed. The tension was palpable, the jungle around them watching in silence. Harry's heart pounded, but he wasn't afraid. If anything, he felt a kind of exhilaration. This was a challenge, a test of everything he had learned. Ahead, the ground dipped suddenly, a wide ravine cutting through the dense foliage. Harry barely hesitated. He shadow-walked right up to edge at full speed, then leapt with both legs, his momentum carrying him to the far side. He landed in a roll, somersaulting back to his feet. The jaguar stopped at the edge of the ravine, its glowing eyes locking on a Harry from across the divide. They stood there, staring at each other, the air between them charged with tension. And then, slowly, the jaguar's stance shifted. It stared at him for a moment, longer, its gaze heavy with something like respect, before turning and vanishing back into the jungle, melting into the shadows as if it had never been there. Harry stood still for a long moment, catching his breath, his heart still racing. The jungle around him felt alive with magic, the pulse of the land still humming in the air. He had survived the chase the jungle had tested him, and he had passed. He felt a change in the air around him, not something he could put a finger on, but somehow he was accepted by the magic of this place now in a way he hadn't been before. The jungle was still now, the sounds of the chase fading into the distant rustle of leaves and the quiet hum of the night. Harry stood motionless for a long moment, his breath slowing, though his heart still beat hard in his chest. The air was thick with the residue of magic, the pulse of the jungle itself still alive and humming around him. The spirit jaguar was gone, but its presence lingered, like an echo. Harry scanned his surroundings, his eyes sharp, looking for a safe place to set up camp. The jungle had no shortage of hidden threats, and though he had shaken off the jaguar, he knew better than to assume he was out of danger. He moved carefully, quietly, his body still alert. A small clearing caught his eye, partially sheltered within a rocky outcrop. It would do. He crouched down, his hands moving with practiced efficiency. A flick of his wand conjured a small blue flame, barely enough to warm the space around him, but enough to keep the chill of the night at bay. He kept it low, more for comfort than light. In the jungle, anything could be drawn to a fire, even a smokeless magical fire. The air still felt thick, as though the magic of the jungle itself had yet to settle. Harry sat near the fire, legs folded beneath him, and let his gaze fall on the faint embers. The spirit jaguar, he could still feel the weight of its gaze, the intelligence in its eyes. It had been no ordinary predator. It was the jungle itself, the magic that lived here made flesh. The chase had been more than a hunt. It had been a test. The flickering light cast shadows around the camp, but Harry was calm now. The rush of the hunt was fading, leaving behind only the deep, quiet exhilaration of having survived. He had outsmarted the jaguar, but he knew it hadn't been just skill. There had been something more, a mutual respect between him and the creature. The jungle had allowed him to survive. He ran his fingers through the grass beneath him, feeling the earth beneath his palms. This was power, raw and untamed. It wasn't the kind of magic learned in classrooms or written in textbooks. It was something older, something that demanded not just control but oneness. And here, in the heart of the jungle, Harry felt a connection to it that he had never felt before. But the jungle was only one challenge. There were greater tests ahead. His thoughts shifted from the jaguar to the larger mission. His journey was far from over. There was still the Amazon to cross, still secrets to uncover, Atlantis hovering at the edge of his mind like a tantalizing, unreachable dream. In Grindelwald, their reunion was approaching. Harry would not return the same student who had left. Pulling a piece of parchment from his rucksack, Harry began to write, his strokes quick and precise. The letter to Grindelwald was brief, factual, with no unnecessary details. He had arrived in South America, had crossed the Darien Gap, and was awaiting transport. The portkey would come soon. He folded the parchment, tying it securely to Hedwig's leg as she perched silently on a nearby branch. Her amber eyes watched him intently, and there was something in her gaze, a calm knowing, that reassured him. She had sensed the tension in the jungle too, seen the jaguar's glowing eyes watching from the shadows. She had stayed close as always. "Take this to Gellert," Harry said softly, his voice barely above a whisper. He gave her a final, brief look before she spread her wings and lifted into the air, disappearing into the thick night. For a long while after, Harry sat alone by the fire, the jungle stretching out around him in every direction. The night was quiet again, the jungle returning to its natural rhythm, but Harry could still feel its presence. The jaguar had been a guardian, a reminder that this place did not bow to anyone's will. He would need to remember that as he moved forward. This land, this magic was powerful because it was wild, untamed, and he was beginning to understand the importance of respecting that power. He leaned back against the trunk of a tree, the fire's warmth still faint at his side. No stars tonight, too cloudy. His thoughts drifted to the days ahead. Chapter 25. The familiar tug came behind his navel, and after the usual disorienting passage, Harry landed smoothly in the midst of an ancient, overgrown stone city. Towering stone pyramids rose from the earth above the canopy in the distance, their sharp edges worn smooth by time, covered in vines and moss. The air was thick with the scent of earth and the scents of tropical flowers. He didn't know the name of this place, but he could feel its weight, the quiet, heavy presence of history lingering in the air. There was no visible magic here, nothing grand or obvious. But the ruins seemed to speak of a time long forgotten, of power and knowledge lost to the world. There, standing outside the expedition tent that had served as their shared home for 5 years, was Gellert. Gellert didn't move as Harry approached, his gaze steady and calm, hands folded behind his back. His face was impassive, the faintest flicker of acknowledgement passing between them. There was no need for words, no need for pleasantries, though it had been almost a year since Harry had seen him. Gellert had always been that way, reserved, measured. Harry stopped a few paces away, his eyes meeting Gellert's for a moment. The man said nothing, only looked him over in his usual assessing way, as if weighing Harry against an invisible scale. There was no smile, but Harry didn't expect one. "You've arrived." Gellert's voice was quiet but firm, breaking the silence. "How was the journey?" "Mostly uneventful," Harry replied, just as quietly. "Hedwig just arrived with Portkey a few minutes ago. I came straight here." Hedwig preferred to fly back rather than suffer the indignity of a Portkey trip, but Gellert didn't care about such irrelevant details. Another pause. Gellert studied him a moment longer before he inclined his head slightly, a subtle acknowledgement of Harry's success. Even the trip here had been a test. Everything was with his mentor. "What did you learn during your journey?" Gellert's eyes narrowed, not in suspicion but in curiosity. He wanted more than just stories of travel. Harry shifted his weight slightly, already prepared for this question. "I visited the village of Zitla in Guatemala. They were different from what I've seen before. Their magic was elemental, tied to cycles of life and death. They don't separate the two. It reminded me of what Professor Chisuro taught me, balance between creation and destruction, but more communal and ritualized, less personal." Instinctively, Harry kept the details of what he'd learned from the Quipu during the week he'd spent studying them with Zolitl to himself. He'd been trained to never reveal his full hand, not even to Gellert. Gellert said nothing, though Harry could sense him processing the information, filing it away. The man rarely spoke openly about his own thoughts, preferring to guide rather than instruct. "Any danger?" Gellert's voice was as steady as ever, though there was an edge to the question. Harry thought back to the attack in the desert. "Nothing I couldn't handle." He could almost feel Gellert's brief approval, though the man's expression didn't change. "Good," was all he said. Then, with the same calm intensity, Gellert took a step back. "You have had a year to practice with a bonded wand now. Show me." It wasn't a request, it never was. Harry knew the routine well by now. He would not get an offer to rest after a long journey. His mentor did not abide weakness. He drew his wand smoothly, feeling the familiar weight in his hand, and prepared himself for what was to come. There would be no compliments, no encouragement. Gellert had never needed those to push Harry forward. That was fine. He didn't need them either. The ruined courtyard was vast and silent, surrounded by the 4 crumbling pyramids that loomed like ancient guardians over the open space. The sunlight filtered down through the cracks in the stone, casting long shadows across the worn ground. Harry stood with his wand in hand, feeling its familiar weight. This was different from the fleeting moments he had used it over the summer. Now, he was under Gellert's scrutiny. He centered himself, breathing with his diaphragm. He had been waiting for this. Gellert, standing a few paces away, regarded him with that same calm expression Harry had come to know. There was no warmth in it, no reassurance, but there was expectation, and expectation that Harry would perform, that he had learned enough to meet the challenge. Without a word, Gellert raised his hand and conjured a series of stone targets, floating in the air in front of Harry. The silence between them stretched. First stun, Gellert said simply, his voice even. Harry took a steadying breath, nodding. They would not waste time with anything below the fourth-year curriculum then. He was glad he'd been diligent about studying ahead. This was Grindelwald's didactic method. High expectations. No praise, no criticism, just instruction. He raised his wand, focusing on the nearest target. Stupefy, he cast aloud, watching as the red jet of light shot forward. The spell hit its mark, and the target shattered, the pieces falling to the ground. Gellert's expression didn't change. He was silent for a moment before he said, again. Harry cast another Stupefy, repeating the spell with growing confidence. Again it hit cleanly, but this time Gellert stepped closer, his eyes narrowing slightly. Your grip, he said quietly. It's too tense. Loosen it, let the magic flow. Don't force it. You will tire faster. Harry adjusted his grip, realizing how tightly he had been holding the wand. He tried again. Stupefy. The light shot out, and this time it felt smoother, took less effort. The target shattered once more. Gellert's silence was all the acknowledgement Harry needed. They moved on. Next shield, Gellert ordered, and mild stinging jinxes began streaming from his wand toward Harry, though it hardly twitched in his fingers. Normally taught to 6th years at Hogwarts, this spell pushed his limits. Harry swept his wand up, casting the shield charm just as the first jet of light reached him. A magical barrier flared up in front of him, blocking the attack, but Gellert didn't stop with one. The jinxes came faster in rapid succession. Protego, Harry repeated, his first shield failing under the onslaught, but the second spell barely held. A jinx slipped through, grazing his arm, stinging sharply, a sign that he had lost focus. The shield puttered out completely as the last few spells hit him center of mass, knocking him off balance. Gellert lowered his wand. Do not force the magic out. Cast deliberately. Harry straightened, a flicker of frustration in his chest echoing the sting on its surface. He nodded again, knowing that Gellert's expectations were unforgiving. He lifted his wand, exhaled slowly, and cast Protego once more. He tried to relax, let go of the urgency of battle, the need to defend, to instead focus on feeling protected by the charm's magic safe. The shield grew brighter. The shield held firm under Gellert's next round of spells. It wasn't perfect, but it was progress. Gellert stepped back, eyeing Harry for a long moment. He tilted his head slightly. Better, he said, his voice as quiet as ever. Now, without incantation. Harry froze for a second, his heart pounding. Silent casting, surely that was too advanced. He hadn't even attempted it during his first year at Hogwarts. The idea of casting a spell without speaking felt daunting. But Gellert expected it. Harry swallowed his hesitation and focused. He raised his wand, gripping it lightly, letting the magic rise within him, trying to make the feeling of safety rise up along with it. He could feel the spell forming on his lips unbidden, but this time he held back, willing it to come forth without the words. For long moments, nothing happened, and the silence stretched. His instinct screamed at him to push the magic, but he fought back, with every bit of self-control years of disciplined training had instilled in him. Then, a weak flicker of light, a faint, incomplete shield enough to barely block one of the spells that leapt from Grindelwald's wand the moment Harry's shield formed. But it faded almost immediately, and the next hit him squarely in the chest. Harry gritted his teeth, rubbing his sternum with his free hand. His wand lowered. Gellert approached him again, his expression unreadable. Do it again, he said, the words almost a whisper. Focus. Harry tried again. This time, the flicker of magic was stronger, holding for just a second longer. Then the control slipped through his fingers. He could feel the pressure of a headache starting to build behind his eyes. Gellert watched him for a moment, then nodded slightly. His mentor was never content unless he pushed his limits, skirting the edge of magical exhaustion. Enough for today. Harry lowered his wand, his heart still racing. He hadn't done it perfectly, far from it, but he had given his full effort, kept nothing in reserve. And that, with Gellert, was what mattered most, for it was how a wizard's power grew most rapidly. As Gellert turned to leave the courtyard, Harry stood alone, catching his breath. He looked up at the sky, the clouds shifting slowly overhead. Hedwig was out there somewhere, making her way to their camp. He pushed down the brief pang of concern. Time to unpack and get some rest. Even Harry, who usually thought of food as little more than fuel, had always found Gellert's cooking was exceptional. Every bite had somehow been perfectly seasoned, though the ingredients were all magically foraged from the jungle around them. It was simple, but extraordinary. But now the meal was over, and as the last of the plates were cleared away, the tension of what was to come next began to settle in the air. Harry pushed his empty plate aside, his mind already moving to the lesson ahead. "I need to learn more security spells," Harry said, breaking the silence. His voice was steady, but there was a sharp edge of determination. Gellert's eyes shifted to him, listening intently. "When I was in Mexico," Harry continued, "I was tracked, ambushed by cartel members Muggles, despite my tense wards. Someone must have put a tracking charm on me along the way." The silence between them deepened, Gellert's gaze unwavering. "I need to be able to detect when I'm being followed, and prevent it." Gellert paused, then slowly set his utensils down. He rose from his seat, his movements calm, deliberate. "Very well," he said. "This is a lesson worth learning. First, however, you should never rely merely on the feeble wards of a tent, enchanted by a common wizard, for your safety in the wilderness." Harry followed for some time, into the depths of the jungle, where the trees stood like sentinels around them, thick and silent. "The air here was different, darker, more hidden. Here, lest wards I've set on the camp interfere," Gellert said, turning to face Harry. "These spells will protect you, but they are not easy. You may not succeed at first." Harry nodded, prepared for the challenge. "Protego tot alum," Gellert instructed. "Cast it to protect this area." Harry raised his wand and cast the spell. Immediately, he could feel the effort it took, far more than any of the simpler charms he had learned at Hogwarts. The shield shimmered in front of him for a brief moment, so faint he could barely see it before it sputtered and collapsed. Gellert didn't react, didn't criticize. He simply said, "Again." Harry tried again. This time, the shimmer lasted a fraction of a second longer before fading away. His heart raced, frustration rising in his chest. These spells were harder than he had imagined. There was a depth to them that went beyond simple incantation. "Focus," Gellert said, his voice calm but firm. "You're using too much force. Let the magic settle." Harry took a breath and tried again. The shield flickered weakly, holding for only a few seconds before disappearing. It was laughably weak, barely there, but it was progress. Gellert stepped closer, his eyes scanning the area where the ward had briefly appeared. "That's enough for now," he said, his tone even. "You've established a foundation. It will strengthen with time." Harry nodded, though his frustration was still bubbling under the surface. He wasn't used to struggling like this. Most magic came easily to him. But this was different. This required something more subtle than just control and patience. They moved on to the next part of the lesson, with Gellert explaining how to use the environment to conceal the ward line, pointing out natural cover in the trees and foliage around them. Harry had learned some of these lessons from other tutors, but Gellert's perspective was always unique. "Magic can only protect you so far," Gellert explained, his voice low. "Sometimes the best protection is to simply not be seen." They continued until Harry was exhausted, working through the subtleties of setting up wards and taking advantage of the environment. The next day it rained hard without pause. They sheltered in the study of Gellert's expedition tent. His mentor first demonstrated how to place tracking charms, though this was even more difficult, followed by the technique to detect them. When it came time for Harry to try, he found the process frustratingly difficult. His wand hovered over the quill that Gellert had placed a tracking arm, but he couldn't be sure if he felt the faint pulse of the tracking charm, or if it was just his imagination. After an hour going by in silence, with Harry finding no success, Gellert spoke. "You're losing focus," Gellert said quietly. "Listen for the whisper." Harry tried again, trying to quiet his tense body and frustrated mind, using the breathing technique he had learned in Tibet. This time, he caught the faint susurration of magic. Once the charm was found, it was easily removed with a general counterspell. "Finite incantum," he said. The quill grew fully silent. The tracking charm was gone. Gellert watched him closely, offering no praise, but a few quiet words. Magic can protect you, but remember, it leaves a trace. Use it sparingly when you must hide. Learn to blend into your surroundings. That night, the rain's smokeless blue flame of an enchanted campfire flickered between them, casting long shadows across the ancient stones of the ruins. Harry sat across from Gellert, his body worn from the day's training, but his mind sharp, always alert when these quiet moments of reflection came. The jungle's distant sounds faded into the background as Gellert broke the silence. "What do you think power is, Harry?" Gellert's tone was casual, but the question held weight. Harry paused, thoughtful. "Power requires control," he said slowly. "It's about knowing when to act and when not to. Discretion." Gellert leaned back slightly, a faint smile pulling at his lips. "Control, discretion, interesting choices. But tell me, does hesitation ever change the world?" Harry frowned. "I'm not talking about hesitation. It's about understanding when force is needed and when it isn't. Power isn't just about action, it's about having the wisdom to know when to hold back." Gellert's eyes gleamed in the firelight. "And how many great leaders do you think held back when the moment called for action?" "History is written by those who seize the moment, Harry, not those who deliberate until it's too late." Harry considered that. Gellert's words carried their usual weight, and there was truth in them. But something still tugged at him. Zuberys. Lessons, the balance of creation and destruction, the need to see both sides before deciding. He took a breath, pushing back, even if only gently. Acting without thought, without understanding the consequences, is dangerous. "Look at Atlantis," Harry said, his voice firm. "They had power, but they lost control. It destroyed them." Gellert's smile didn't fade, but his gaze sharpened, like a blade catching light. "Atlantis is a mere fable, a cautionary tale. The real great men of history, Muggle or wizard, did not hesitate. Power requires the courage to act when others falter. But power without understanding is just as dangerous," Harry replied, a quiet intensity in his voice. "It's not about holding back, it's about knowing when to push forward and when to pull back. Without balance, power can consume everything, just like Atlantis." For all the respect he had for his mentor, he would not concede this point easily. There was a brief silence as Gellert regarded Harry enigmatically. Then, with a slight tilt of his head, Gellert asked, "And what would you know of Atlantis?" Harry shifted in his seat, glancing at the fire. "I've been following the breadcrumbs. The lost trident, the ancient magic they wielded. They had the power to shape the world, but it destroyed them. I think it's because they couldn't control it, they lacked restraint." Gellert studied him carefully. "Many have sought that power, Harry. The stories of Atlantis have driven men to madness. The trident. Perhaps it exists, perhaps it does not, but those who chase such power often find themselves consumed by it." Harry didn't look away. What if someone could find it and wield it wisely? What if balance inner and outer is the key? Gellert's smile returned, but it was more cryptic now. "Balance," he mused. "You have become fixated on the concept, but I have yet to see balance change the course of history. It is always the bold, the decisive, who leave their mark." Harry felt the conversation shift. The gap between their views was clearer now, but he wasn't ready to push too hard. Not yet. He would take Gellert's lessons, but he knew his path was beginning to diverge from his mentor's. Power was important, that was a given. Yet without wisdom, not only rational knowledge, but a deeper connection to nature, to magic itself, it could lead to ruin. He was sure of that. As the fire crackled low, sudden movement caught his eye. Harry looked up just in time to see Hedwig swoop down, her white feathers glowing softly in the moonlight. She had made the long flight through the jungles of Brazil and Peru, tracing the path Harry had taken in an instant with the portkey. Her sharp eyes found him immediately as she landed silently beside him. Harry reached out, gently brushing his fingers over her feathers. She had always found him, no matter where he was. The warmth of her presence was a quiet reminder of the ties that grounded him. Gellert watched silently, his thoughts unreadable. Chapter 26. The ancient ruins lay half-buried beneath a tangle of thick roots, stone crumbling into the dense jungle floor. The air hung heavy with the scent of wet earth. The oppressive humidity, clinging to Harry's skin as he followed Grindelwald deeper into the Forgotten Chambers. Their footsteps echoed softly off the walls, the silence of the place broken only by the occasional distant call of a bird or the rustling of unseen creatures. To Harry, the ruins themselves seemed to breathe with latent magic, a hum just below the surface. Gellert's eyes were sharp as ever, scanning the environment with practiced ease. "Here," he said quietly, gesturing toward a pedestal covered in creeping ivy. Resting upon it was an ornate box, its intricate designs barely visible through layers of dust and age. And left a simple trap intact on this artifact. The first step is to sense what lies beneath.